Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Became a Villain After Betrayal? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Toshinori Yagi's POV. I had left the bar for my comrades to search as I raced to the second location. Soaring through the air, I extended my fist and heard the voice of my arch-nemesis break the eerie silence. There you are. Catching both of my fists in his, I began to speak. I'll have you return my student, all for one. Have you come to kill me a second time, All Might? A sinister chuckle came from behind the embodiment of evil, my son. I have to save him, too. There was no way my sweet son would have willingly joined the League of Villains. The only logical explanation for his presence here was that he had been taken against his will. I didn't know how he was alive, but this was my one chance at redemption. I would save my son and make up for lost time. I would save my son and make up for everything. I will save you, Izuku. It took you long enough to find us. It's only 5 kilometers from here to the bar, and yet it was at least 30 seconds after I sent the Nomu that you arrived. You've gotten weaker, All Might. First things first. I have to defeat All for One. You're one to talk. It's hard to ignore that fancy life support mask you've got on. Aren't you overexerting yourself? I won't make the same mistake I made 5 years ago. I will take young Todoroki back. And I'll be taking my son back too. Izumi Yagi's POV. And I'll be taking my son back too. My face drained of color as those words left my father's mouth. Izuku. My voice was barely a whisper, loud enough for my 4 friends beside me to hear. They didn't understand what I was talking about, not knowing that my dad was All Might until I started walking forward. Not even Ida's arm could stop me this time. I stood in a position where I could be seen, and then I saw him. Just as Shoto had described. Fluffy green hair. Signature freckles. Beautiful green eyes. Izuku Yagi's POV. Dad. Alright, your son mentioned you had a daughter as well. What was her name again? Oh yes, Izumi. Mr. All for One smirked. Don't speak of my daughter, you monster. I had heard about what you and your pitiful family did to your son all those years ago, and I'm surprised. Nana Shimura must have chosen wrong if she thought you would use your power for good. Shut up. I watched as my dad retracted his fist and prepared to punch Mr. All for One. However, that was exactly what Mr. All for One had been expecting. He used one of his quirks to send All Might soaring into the air at incredible speed. All Might was hurtling towards a helicopter when an older man in a yellow costume ran up to him and pushed him away, causing a cringe to spread across my face. No matter how hard anyone tried, All Might would never die, and it was becoming frustrating. The mouths of my father and his savior were moving, but being at a distance had its disadvantages. Their voices fell silent to my ears. Glancing to my left, I saw what looked like a hardened fist about to strike my arm, so I activated one of my quirks and became transparent. Ghost would help me observe the battle while avoiding any attacks that could harm me. What the hell is this? I thought your quirk was those energy whips. I looked over to the owner of the arm and recognized a red-haired boy. He seemed to be about 5'7". He looked familiar. I remembered our friend on the inside had mentioned him when I asked about the casualties and injuries from the USJ incident, but I had never seen him in person, only heard descriptions. Nevertheless, the vivid red hair and quirk that had been described were enough for me to recognize him. He had a severe concussion if I remembered correctly. Heroes heal fast. Kirishima Ijiro. That's you, right? I asked as he tried to attack my translucent form. Interesting, my spy told me you suffered a damaging concussion after the USJ attack. You heal fast. Is this the work of Recovery Girl? His expression contorted in horror as my words traveled across the battlefield, undoubtedly from the mention of a possible spy among them. That was exactly what I wanted. I wanted to cause a scene, I wanted mayhem, I wanted them all to feel the tension of a traitor lurking among them. I wanted them to turn on each other in a futile attempt to snuff out the evil that lay in wait around them, though they never would. I wanted them to fear for their lives at every waking moment because that was how I had lived my entire life. A flash of yellow sped by me, and I saw Kirishima disappear. One after another, every student around me vanished in a flash of yellow. I was going to go after Izumi and Bakugo, but I wasn't ready to confront them yet. They hadn't suffered enough. Another chance would arise, at least for now. I had made them all aware of my existence. The man in yellow sped back to me and was about to grab me. Of course, that didn't work. I was still using my ghost quirk, after all, although the backlash of this quirk was starting to take its toll on me. But I had endured worse headaches before, so I tried to ignore it as best as I could. Now listen, kid, I don't know much about you, but I do know your father. He's a loving man, and whatever happened to make you this way, I know he'll be there for you. I chuckled as he spoke, still trying to subdue me. If I had to guess, his plan was to knock me unconscious, then take me to the police station, assuming that once I was away from the League of Villains, I would break down. That I would say, they forced me to do this, or they tortured me until I complied, or even that they said they'd hurt my family if I didn't fake my death and join them. What a laugh. I was never treated like an actual human being until I joined the League. I don't care what you heroes say, nothing will ever make me go back to that place I was trapped in. We'll help you, don't worry, kid. I clenched my teeth at his words. Did he even hear what I just said? He was acting as if I was broken. I used to think that way, but I know I'm not. This is who I was always meant to be. I had never felt more alive and free than I do now. I'm not some old toy that needs fixing. Don't you get it? I don't need to be fixed. I saw him raise his foot, preparing to kick me, so I turned off my ghost quirk. This was going nowhere, and as long as he kept attacking me, I wouldn't be able to help Mr. All for One when he needed me. I didn't have much raw strength left, and if I used my energy whips any more than I already had, I would likely collapse. I needed to conserve my strength. His foot made contact with my left shoulder. Of course, it didn't hurt. I had shock absorption. I guess he couldn't help it. He didn't know I had multiple quirks. He stepped back, realizing I was perfectly fine, and began to strategize. I used half of the power I absorbed from his kick to boost my speed. Catching up to him, I used the rest of the power I gained and landed a solid punch to his face. He was out cold. I looked back towards the fight to see what was happening, and to my surprise, I turned my head at just the right moment. I was just in time to see Mr. All for One unleashing the biggest blast of power I had ever witnessed directly at my father. It was magnificent. As the dust and smoke cleared, all that remained was my father in his skeletal form. His fist was bruised, his muscles were gone, and his hair was a mess. He looked terrible. I couldn't help but smile, a laugh bubbling up as I watched him, helplessly frowning as he realized his image was shattered. I saw the cameras capturing every moment of the fight, and I knew they were broadcasting this worldwide. This was the greatest moment of my life. Hollow cheeks and sunken eyes. To think that you're their greatest hero, Mr. All for One began. Now the adoring public knows your true form. Try not to be ashamed. Your move. Even as my body weakens and grows frail, even as you expose my vulnerable state, in my heart, I remain the symbol of peace. And there's nothing you can do to take that from me. Is that so? Oh well, I forgot how stubborn you are. I guess I'll just give up. But there is one thing you might find interesting. Tamura Shigaraki, my apprentice, is Nana Shimura's grandson. I woke up with a headache. I was so relieved. As soon as I felt the ache, I knew I was alive again. For the past 3 weeks, I had felt mentally dead. My brain wouldn't listen to me. I could see through my eyes, but I couldn't do anything. I could see myself talking, but I couldn't actually speak. I was able to think, but no matter what I thought or wanted, I couldn't put any of my thoughts into action. It was like I was living my life on autopilot. They wanted to break me. They wanted me to do something so horrific that even if I wanted to betray them, I'd take myself down with them. They wanted me to commit an act so terrible that even if I escaped, I'd have to live with that burden. The act of taking someone's life in cold blood. I watched myself harm a man, and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I couldn't cry, I couldn't scream, I couldn't even say sorry. I was stuck watching those memories settle in my mind. As I ended that man's life, I couldn't help but think about how I got here. How I ended up like this. How this happened. This all happened because of what I did to Izuku. None of this would have occurred if I had just been there for him. If I had stood up for him when Bakugo had told him to jump. If, instead of laughing, I had said, "That's not funny," or even just asked Izuku if he was okay. Maybe if I had, then All Might wouldn't have died. My classmates wouldn't have died. My friends wouldn't be so distraught and broken. This is all my fault. Finally pulling myself out of my thoughts, I stood to my feet. Upon placing both feet on the ground of the newly instituted dorms, I stumbled. My legs felt like jelly. Over the past 3 weeks, I hadn't actually stood up. At least, I hadn't stood myself. My body was on autopilot, and I felt nothing but emotions. I couldn't feel pain, nor could I feel the embrace of my father's arms when I arrived home from the league space. I couldn't feel the frequent beatings Izuku had subjected me to, nor could I feel the air in my lungs whenever I took a breath. I stood up slowly, still feeling like jelly, and steadily walked to the dorm shower room with my things. Why couldn't the school provide us with individual bathrooms? I walked into the room and was immediately met with a dull sight. Kirishima saw me enter the bathroom but didn't meet my gaze. I knew why. I couldn't blame him. Flashback. Mr. Aizawa? That day. When All Might fought the villains and that kid. All Might's son, I think. He said he'd be after Izumi next. What was that about? I could tell it was a hard question to ask. All Might had just died, and nobody knew what to say. It was also difficult after what Izuku had said. He had harmed the symbol of peace on live television for the whole world to see, and then he said all those things about him. Some people didn't want to believe it. Others did. Those who supported the hero killer's mission after he died thought it was completely true. They already believed the heroes were corrupt, so they wouldn't put it past All Might to have neglected his son the way he had. Some people in the class didn't believe it, like Uraraka, Hagakure, Tokoyami, and a few others, but most of the class figured it was completely true. Momo was one of many who believed All Might could have done something to his child, but she still found it difficult to talk about his death. No matter your feelings about All Might, the image of his passing was so shocking that it made discussing it feel daunting, especially with all the controversy surrounding it. I knew almost instantly that Mr. Aizawa would reveal what Bakugo, Izumi, and I had done to Izuku, and I felt powerless to stop it. Even if I wanted to escape the judgmental stares I was sure to receive, I wouldn't be able to move. Izuku and the League had used a substance to make me more susceptible to suggestion, like a soldier under command. I was trapped in my own body. In addition to that, Izuku had grown increasingly paranoid. He feared I might somehow break free from his control, so they implanted a device in my neck. They put a device in my neck. Who does that? Yagi Izumi was All Might's daughter, Mr. Aizawa began. His words drew gasps from across the room. The atmosphere grew tense as Mr. Aizawa glared at Izumi, Bakugo, and me. The boy who caused All Might's death was his son, Yagi Izuku. Wait, I thought Yagi's brother died in a villain attack last year? Kaminari interrupted, earning a glare from Mr. Aizawa. No, I'm afraid that was just another lie Yagi decided to tell you all. Sighing, he pinched the bridge of his nose. Yagi Izuku, Yagi Izumi's brother, was believed to have taken his own life a little over a year ago. Or at least we thought he did. Our classmates looked toward Izumi with sympathy as she buried her head deeper into her arms on her desk. She knew what was coming. Could tell. Bakugo kept his gaze fixed on the window as Mr. Aizawa continued. From what I've been told, Yagi's brother suffered severe neglect and mistreatment from his family and peers. Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki even encouraged him to end his life, and now we are facing the consequences. You can thank your friends for All Might's passing. The looks of sympathy quickly shifted to expressions of anger and resentment. What? Izumi, is that true? Bakubro. Kirishima looked the most distraught and hurt by the news. I could feel the eyes of our friends on me as well. Shame washed over me, but I maintained a stoic expression. No matter how much I wanted to cry or show remorse, I couldn't. I couldn't even let any emotion show in my eyes. I looked unyielding. Yeah, it's true. I told him to jump, so it's not Todoroki or Izumi's fault. Not a day goes by that any of us forget what we did, so just leave it alone. Bakugo quickly ran out of the classroom as Izumi finally lifted her head from her desk, tears streaming down her face. I didn't think he'd actually do it. The news about the newly revealed villain responsible for the death of All Might just 3 weeks ago had confirmed that the villain was All Might's son. After an exclusive interview with the late hero's daughter and wife, Yagi Izumi, and the number 7 hero, Attraction, it was confirmed that the individual who had taken the life of the symbol of peace was none other than All Might's son, Yagi Izuku. The news had been buzzing about me for days. Every channel I flipped to had my name blaring across the screen. I didn't hate it, but I certainly didn't like it. Why were they saying late son? I was obviously still alive. Thought to have taken his own life back in mid-April of 2214, he has recently been proven alive and is now residing under a new name, Agony. Many of his old friends and relatives have been wondering after seeing his face on TV, who did we bury? I almost choked on my tea as I heard the reporter ask that question. I heard it was a Hero Corps student from Shiketsu named Shindo or something like that. I tried flipping the channel to something else, but everything was more or less the same. Whether it was news reporters trying to label me with a villain name despite already knowing my villain name, or news anchors doing segments on me trying to understand my life and motives. I was the only thing airing. There was even a 15-minute segment dedicated to figuring out my whole life story on Channel 60 every day. Agony before agony, I think it's called. I honestly thought I'd be happier being the infamous individual who caused the downfall of the number 1 hero, but honestly, the thrill faded after the first day of having my name and face on virtually every station. Now it was just dull. They were really milking this, weren't they? However, due to all this publicity, support for the heroes had decreased dramatically. 3 out of every 10 people were criticizing the heroes. They no longer trusted them. They no longer believed in them. You couldn't really blame them, though. Throughout this past school year, IThat had been attacked by villains twice. 3 students had lost their lives. 1 student had taken his own life, another had been kidnapped, All Might had been killed and exposed for his past actions, and Stain's ideology had become a recurring topic that was becoming more real by the day. Society was slipping, and the people were losing their faith and trust in the heroes. A disturbing smile crept onto my face as I released a chilling laugh at the thought. Imagine a world where heroes were nothing more than a legend. Where faith in heroes was so diminished that they ceased to exist. I stood up from my bed abruptly, shaking off the grimace that had been present on my face, and walked out of my room. It had been about 3 weeks since my encounter with Izumi and my father. Todoroki and Kaminari had told me that their class had been hectic recently as well. After learning of my existence and confronting my past tormentors, Class 1A had been avoiding all unnecessary contact with the 3 of us physically and verbally alike. I was relieved to know that not everyone in this society was completely out of their minds. Todoroki was supposed to be released from school around now, and I needed information, so I had been meeting him every day after school for quick briefings about current activities, any social changes, and opportunities to strike. I still had a personal vendetta against many people, and I wasn't planning on sitting idly by until some chance presented itself. I entered the bar and once again saw the TV on, broadcasting the news as usual. Tamura hasn't exactly been happy that I'm more famous than he is now, but he's not as furious as usual because I'm also bringing the League of Villains into the spotlight with my rise to fame. I will be remembered for generations to come because of my actions, and Tamura has been a little envious. Partially because I'm on the news constantly, and partially because I was the one who defeated All Might in the end. He's my dad, so I should have had the right of way anyway. I suppose he could also be upset with me for one other reason. My name will be written in the history books for what I did. They're really playing this out, aren't they? Honestly, I'm getting tired of seeing your twisted face on the news. Don't be bitter, big bro. It's just because I have a more newsworthy face than you do. His head whipped around to face me so quickly that I thought his neck might snap. What? Maybe if you cracked a smile every now and then. Boys, that's enough bickering. I looked towards the source of the voice and noticed Kurogyri glaring at me to stop before Tamura went on one of his rants about children being disrespectful these days despite only being a few years older than me. I scanned the new base, trying to find Dabi. Dabi? Tamura? and I love to play Mario Kart together, although Toga keeps trying to stab me when I'm winning. It might be because after I came home from the Camino Ward 3 weeks ago, covered in my dad's blood, she developed a strange crush on me, or maybe Tamura has been paying her this whole time so he can win. The little troublemaker would do anything to beat someone in Mario Kart or Night Squad. I mean, he'd cause chaos regardless, but still. My eyes landed on Dabi's, but before I could ask him anything, the doors burst open. Todoroki's here. He walked over to me, and I began to speak the command words to extract the exact information I needed from his mind. He looked at me for a moment before sheepishly answering. That's odd. I guess the brain-altering drag has finally been flushed out. Our class has started to apply for work studies. Work studies? And those are. It's like the hero internships, but instead of just observing, we're treated as sidekicks and will receive credit for any rescues we may or may not make. We're only allowed to participate if we have our provincial licenses, and you had already instructed me to ace the test, so. Oh yeah, I did say that. This could have been a good opportunity to gather information. What was I thinking? I guess I'm only human, and humans make mistakes. Well, regardless, I want any info you can acquire regarding these internships. Tell me anything and everything about my sister's work study, as well as any other relevant information that could be of use. What? But how am I supposed to get any valid information under these conditions? I have no direct access to any of the proper files or data, nor is anyone assigned to these work studies permitted to leak any important intel. I don't care how you do it, just get it done. If you truly want my forgiveness and friendship, you need to do this one thing for me. Prove your loyalty to the League of Villains and me. Get creative, otherwise, that nanobomb in your neck will blow your head clean off. He visibly gulped at my threat and nodded while avoiding eye contact to mask the fear evident in his eyes. Dismissing him, he turned on his heels and walked out of the new base hastily. That was unnecessarily cold. What's your issue with the candy cane? I looked behind me at the source of the voice and met Dabi's piercing blue eyes. What's it to you? Just wondering. In that case, the little troublemaker ruined my life. I'm just returning the favor. Dabi looked taken aback at my words before recomposing himself and challenging Tamura and me to a game of Beat Saber, where the highest score wins. I knew he'd been practicing, but I couldn't back down from a challenge. You're so on. We had all been waiting in an old, run-down storage unit. It was highly unsanitary and smelled like a mix of cod liver oil and something rotten. I wished I could make my nose forget this horrid smell. Twice had apparently met a man he thought could be a valuable member of the League. A man with a powerful quirk. All for one had given the go-ahead, so we were all currently waiting for Twice to bring him here. Usually, when we'd get new recruits, it would be Jiren who'd bring them to us, but since we found this man off the streets, we had to take extra precautions, such as meeting away from our new base. The new base was relatively nice, although it will never serve as a replacement for the bar. The memories we had made there, the moments we had shared, all lost with the destruction of our bar. Our base. Our home. That bar was the first place I had ever felt truly welcomed. The first place where I fit in. The place where I belonged. The place I had met my family. My real family, not the posers I lived with for a decade, but the people who helped me grow into the person I am today. Nothing will ever replace the bar. Hearing the sound of the metal doors opening automatically pulled me from my homesickness. It was silent for a moment before Tamura began to speak. Well now, you brought us a pretty big catch, huh, Twice? You think so? Strange, coming from you. The League of Villains. What gives? Is this guy famous or something? Magna's voice rang out through the storage unit, echoing slightly in the eerie atmosphere. My master showed me a picture of him. He's what you'd call Yakuza, the young head of the Shai Hassaikai. To what do we owe the pleasure? Walking through the halls of the Shai Hassaikai base alongside Twice and Toga was interesting. The escorts we had directing us to the meeting space seemed a bit excessive, but then again, this place was much bigger than our previous base. It was different in other aspects too. It was brighter than the usual dim lighting I was used to. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. It made me wince, this being my first time walking through the bright, hospital-like hallways. As I walked through, I felt my eyes begin to adjust. The air was filled with the scent of metal and cleaning supplies, reminiscent of a hospital. I wouldn't say I was nervous, but I wasn't exactly calm either. It was eerie navigating these halls. Every so often, a scream would echo throughout the base. At first listen, it sounded like a child's voice, perhaps around 7 years old. It was a heart-wrenching cry, followed by soft sobbing. I glanced towards Toga and Twice, who seemed confused but paid little attention to the chilling scream that pierced the air. I, however, couldn't shake it off. Several thoughts raced through my mind. What was that? Who was that? Why did I just hear the scream of a child? Was that child okay? It might not seem like it, but I had a soft spot for children. They are the future, and despite my past experiences, I held no grudges against the innocent-minded. Those influenced by this corrupt society despite their skewed perspectives are merely innocent bystanders. They are the ones who deserve liberation from the oppressive world we live in, including that child. I will save that child wherever they may be. We had been wandering the halls for what felt like an eternity. Finally, we reached our destination. The room was washed in a purple hue, with a floor made of mixed green tiles. There were windows, but they served little purpose since we were underground. The room was filled with villains, at least 11 of them. My name's Toga, and I was told to come here. Hiya, she introduced herself cheerfully. Long time no see, Birdman. Be warned, I'll never forgive you. So happy to be on the team. I looked to my right and saw Twice waving his fist around as he spoke. To my left, Toga appeared unbothered, but I could tell she was reluctant to be here. All eyes turned to me after they finished introducing themselves. Sighing, I rolled my eyes and began to speak. The name's Agony. They should already know who I am. I've been the top story on every channel for weeks. Wonderful. The League of Villains. Cool, let's brawl, a large, muscular man exclaimed with excitement. He wore a white t-shirt and black baggy pants held up by a brown belt. Dropping down to his black combat boots, a light blue tunic was attached to his belt. He wore a plague mask similar to the one the Birdman had worn about a week ago, along with leather gloves reinforced with metal over his knuckles. His long brown hair reached just below his shoulders. I'll take you down, Twice said. Yeah, no thanks, Toga replied shortly after. What about you, Agony? You killed All Might, right? You want to take a shot at me? You could be a worthy opponent, he continued, taking my silence as a maybe. I see no benefit. Sorry about the whole Magna thing. It's unfortunate. I didn't want to hurt her. Overhaul explained. Her. I believe you mean her, I interjected, stealing Twice's words before he could respond. Don't make that mistake again, Toga added, her tone sharp. Anyway, this is no time to hold grudges. We're on the same team now. I want your help with my plan. Bihi, you tried to act cool the first time we met too, like you don't care about anything, Twice said angrily. So, what are my orders? His mood swings were mildly difficult to follow. Just follow my instructions like everyone else in the organization. But first, I want details about your quirks. It'll be easier to work together if I fully understand what you can do. I think I'll tell you about my powers when you need to know about them. And just so we're clear, I still don't like you people. I thought to myself, Toga, I need to get close to these individuals to find out more about the screams I heard. You're making it difficult. I had created a mental map in my mind, trying to understand the layout, and noted where the screams seemed to be the loudest. The child's voice echoed throughout the Shai Hasaikai base, but in certain areas, it was clearer and more vibrant. The screams grew louder the further we moved from the entrance, indicating that the deeper we went, the worse it got. So much for making a good impression. Don't underestimate the Yakuza, a bird-like creature said angrily towards Toga, who appeared extremely bored. The creature reminded me of Shiga. As Toga and Twice engaged in a staring contest with the bird creature, I felt the atmosphere growing more dangerous. Without their trust, I would never gather more information about the child. I agree with Toga, we'll tell you when we feel like it. You won't get anything out of me, no way. My lips are sealed. Twice, Toga. My voice cut through the tension as I glared at them both. Let's be nice. We are working for them at the moment, it's only fair they know our abilities. My tone was childish, yet if one looked closely, they could see the underlying seriousness in my expression. Nah. I sighed and turned back to the others in the room. They all wore bored expressions. Sorry, my hands are tied. What is your quirk? One of them asked. I can create duplicates of anything. For this to work, I need a precise image in my head. That means height, chest measurement, and shoe size if it's a person. You name it, I need it. The main difference between the duplicates and the real thing is durability. They tend to break down if they take too much damage. I can create duplicates of up to 2 things at once, but the second object's durability is even lower. Also, for personal reasons, I refuse to make copies of myself. Got it. Toga and I stared in awe at Twice as he explained every detail about his quirk. What just happened? What the hell? Toga and Twice continued bickering as I looked at the man who had asked the question. He wore a black cape that covered his torso completely, along with baggy pants that ended just below the knees. His socks and white sneakers concealed any remaining skin that would have shown otherwise. He, too, wore a plague mask, as did nearly everyone else in the room, paired with a bowler cap. Perhaps that was his unique trait. The user poses a question, and the person being questioned must provide an accurate response, detailing everything they know about the topic. Interesting. Denki Kaminari's point of view. All those years I spent feeling trapped without any way out. The years I struggled to keep going while feeling utterly alone. All those years of suffering, right up until the day I reached my breaking point. The day I lost control. I remember All Might's face, clear as day, as he told me to figure it out on my own. I was just a 9-year-old boy. A child in need, and he left me to attend his daughter's birthday party. He chose to leave a child clearly in distress to celebrate some event. He left me to fend for myself. I watched him fly away as I was pulled back into the alleyway I had just escaped from. The grip of my father's hand on my shoulder, leaving a bruise, made me realize how much trouble I would be in for trying to break free. Escape his grasp. Escape him. I don't understand why he has always hated me. He seems to blame me for my mother leaving us. I know why she abandoned us. I knew he had been abusive long before I was born, but once I arrived, his disdain for both my mother and me only grew. I'll never comprehend how his mind worked. What made him tick? Why would someone choose to have a child only to hurt and abuse them? It makes no sense. Mom left when I was 4, just a few months after I discovered my quirk. At first, my father was only verbally abusive, but after my mother left, he had no one else to unleash his anger on. I became his personal punching bag for 5 long years. 5 years filled with torment, and I felt powerless to change my situation. That day, when All Might abandoned a defenseless child in need, I snapped. I couldn't take it anymore. As my father threw my small frame to the ground and began to kick me, I felt my sanity slipping away. I activated my quirk and unleashed a surge of electricity that felt like a lightning bolt. My father collapsed to the floor, but out of sheer anger, I struck him again. And again. And again. I surpassed my previous record of 1.3 million joules in my fury. I didn't even transform into my alternate state. I was so filled with rage and fear that my quirk evolved in that moment. I had heard that could happen. I stood up, trembling as I watched my father. He was losing a lot of blood, and his clothes were scorched. I knelt beside him, my small hand trembling as I checked for a pulse. He was gone. I began to laugh, finally understanding what this meant. I was free. Free from him. I ran around the house, gathering what I might need. I took my father's wallet, money from the safe, clothes, food, and then I fled. I didn't know where I was going, I just knew I had to get away. I ran for what felt like hours. My 9-year-old legs struggled to carry me. Eventually, I slowed down and collapsed in exhaustion in an alleyway. Then, everything went dark. Kaminari, Todoroki, did you find anything out about my sister's agency? I was pulled from my thoughts by Yagi's voice. Todoroki and I had been walking to the base after gathering intel. I had been following Yagi's sister, Izumi, after school and during her work studies. That was when I discovered she was interning with Night Eye. I followed her as she patrolled, but I didn't go further than that. While she was on patrol, a little girl dashed out of an alleyway. My heart stopped as she ran into Izumi. My mind went blank as I saw the girl looking up at Izumi with tear-filled eyes, trembling with fear. Then I noticed another man. I had heard his villain name was Overhaul. Yagi had mentioned him. Yagi had told me that at the Yakuza base, he had heard a child screaming but couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. He was trying to locate the child, but the base was so complex and monitored that he had been struggling to get close. He didn't even know what she looked like. This girl was that child. I just knew it. I watched as Overhaul took the child and dragged her back into the alleyway after making small talk with Izumi and Mirio, the other person patrolling with her. I felt a surge of horror as once again, the heroes left a suffering child to fend for herself. Grinding my teeth, I stopped following Izumi. I was furious. As I regrouped with Todoroki and headed to the base, all I could think about was my past. My origin story. My reason for becoming what I am today. A villain. I saw the child. I glared at Todoroki, my frustration evident. She had grayish, light blue hair and red eyes. Bandages covered her everywhere. I clenched my teeth as I continued. Izumi stood there and let that trembling child, shaking with fear and asking for help, be taken away by Overhaul. Yagi's expression twisted in anger. Izumi had her provisional hero license, so she could technically have intervened. After all, she was on patrol with a third-year student. She should have done something. They should have acted. She's the most selfish person I've ever encountered. Your sister is working at a hero agency with another student from UA. His name is Mirio Togata, and he's part of UA's Big Three. Together, they are working for Sir Night Eye's agency. So, Izumi wants to be a hero, yet she's this selfish. Too selfish to help anyone but herself, including a suffering child. Like father, like daughter, I guess. I looked at Todoroki and nodded, silently asking him what he had discovered. Izumi told me their agency is planning to attack the Shai Hasaikai base next week at 8 a.m. Apparently, Night Eye has taken a liking to Izumi, being All Might's daughter and all. He doesn't know about what she did to you, so... So, the heroes are going to attack the Yakuza. This could be a good opportunity to set my next plan into motion. The next phase of my ascension. I send my condolences. I looked at the TV screen with weariness. It was unusual for Mr. All for One to address me directly. Typically, he would speak to Tamura, relaying any messages through him. This was unexpected. I trust you know of Tamura's position as my successor? I do. Then you must be aware of my quirk and the creation of One for All, your father's quirk. Yes, I know about those. Where is this going? I've taken a liking to you, young Yagi. His voice was sincere. Not only because you're my successor's little brother. He paused, letting out a soft laugh at the term, little brother. He knew about that term we were using, but also because of your personality and motives. You have the potential to become one of the most feared liberators this society has ever seen. Thank you, sir. If you had come along even a month before Tamura, I believe you would have become my successor. I felt my heart stop. He would have given me his quirk if he had found me first? I don't even think I was born when Mr. All for One found Tamura. You tend to think things through, unlike Tamura. You see the full picture and have patience. You make proper plans and they work. You would have been an amazing successor to inherit my power. However, I still love Tamura as my son. I would have inherited All for One if Tamura weren't in the picture. You would be my second choice for a successor. I just felt it was important to mention how highly I think of you, especially during a time like this. You should be proud of yourself. Not many can win my praise. So, he was telling me this to make me feel better. He achieved his goal. I definitely felt better, though not for the reason he anticipated. Sorry, big brother, but I need All for One much more than you do and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to get it. Izuku Yagi's POV. My face felt cold in the frosty embrace of the rain. I couldn't contain my tears as I stared at the casket that sat in a hole 6 feet deep in the ground. Izuku's alive. My baby is alive, and he just took my husband's life. It's been 5 weeks since my husband's tragic death, and I could barely grasp the reality of it. That he was taken from us in such a public manner, and that it was my own son thought to be dead who had ended Toshinori's life. I stood in front of his grave, alongside my husband's colleagues, some students, friends, and family members still with us, holding 3 roses in hand. I felt as if my world were slowly crumbling, wilting like a rose without water or sunlight. This was my fault. Izuku is only like this because of what I had done to him. If I could go back in time, I would fix everything. I would have treated him as I did Izumi. I would have told him I loved him. I would have paid attention to him. I would have helped him, rather than let him suffer alone, silently, until the day he ran away. It's too late now. He took his father's life, and now he must be held accountable for that act. No matter his past or our faults, nothing will change the fact that he has hurt many people, and he will have to face the consequences. I will see to it, and afterward, I will resign from my position as a hero. I don't deserve to be a hero, but I have to avenge my late husband now. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's POV. I stood, watching from afar in the rain. I had heard that today was the day of the funeral, and I felt I owed it to my father to pay my respects. Despite our past, that's what I kept telling myself. The real reason was that I wanted to see the looks of despair on the faces of those who attended. It was magnificent. The tear-stained cheeks, the red, puffy eyes, the anger and sadness evident on their faces. They looked exactly how I had for years. I struggled to contain my laughter, but I knew if I laughed, the heroes would notice me. I honestly wouldn't have minded confronting some of my dad's friends and comrades. However, I wasn't really in the mood. Some days I feel more vengeful than others. Some days, I'm more laid back and bored. I don't mind confronting heroes, but today I was feeling more bored, and it would just be tedious. Besides, this is no place for a battle. I know the heroes probably wouldn't see anything wrong with fighting in a cemetery, but I think it would be disrespectful. I got bored as soon as Izumi began to speak, spouting lies about our father being the most caring and loving person she'd ever met, and so on. Those aren't exactly the words I'd use to describe him. I activated my quirk and turned myself invisible before quickly flying away. I had to get back to the Shai Hasaikai base before anyone noticed my absence. I still have things to do. Walking through the base as quietly as possible, I snuck around, looking for the girl. Kaminari had told me yesterday that Overhaul had called her Eri. What a beautiful name. I began to hear her cries again, which made it easier to find the source of the noise and the girl's location. I had been trying to locate her room for about 2 weeks now. It's not exactly easy, though. The cries are brief, and when they do occur, I'm usually too late to trace the source. I ran through the halls, feeling the sound getting louder every second. I must be getting close. I continued running, but then I realized the sound was getting quieter. Looking behind me, I retraced my steps. Then I came to a door. This is it. This is the door the girl is in. Making a mental note of the door and its location, I went back to my room to plan. First things first, I need to gain Overhaul's trust. I need him to trust me, then I need him to tell me what purpose the girl serves. If she's here, then she must have some significance. With any luck, I can get close to her. Make her trust me, and then I can free her from Overhaul's intentions. With the girl on my side and Overhaul's confidence, I can sow seeds of doubt in his mind about Shigaraki. I could confront him. I believe I could win, but then All for One would likely find out and eliminate me, so I need a cover. An alibi, if you will. Overhaul's account could serve as that alibi. Of course, if he told All for One or the rest of the league that I had suggested he eliminate Shigaraki, then I would be finished. I'll just have to deal with Overhaul directly afterward. I'm confident I could take him down with my abilities, Ghost, Shock Absorption, and Energy Whip. I could even claim that once I realized Shigaraki was gone, I sought revenge by confronting his killer. With any luck, I can use the hero's upcoming raid as a distraction. Amidst all the chaos, I believe this could work. As long as I can deceive Tamura as well. Regardless of who falls, it will serve my purpose either way. Pacing around my room, I contemplated what I could tell them both. I could say something like, Overhaul plans to eliminate you and seize control of the league, to Tamura, and Shigaraki intends to take you out to dominate the Yakuza, to Overhaul. It sounds cliché, but it's the only plan I have at the moment. Perhaps something better will come to mind as the day approaches, the day when I must put my plan into action. I was deep in thought when I noticed something. The screaming had ceased. I activated Ghost and made my way to the door I had encountered earlier. As I approached, I began to hear soft sobs echoing through the halls. Upon reaching the door, I paused. I heard voices. Overhaul. I strained to eavesdrop, but they were speaking quietly. I phased through the door, remaining invisible, and took in the scene before me. The room was unsettling. The girl, Eri, was sobbing on a table, bandages wrapped around her arms and legs. Overhaul was conversing with Chronostasis while I stood in the middle of the room, holding my breath and keeping Ghost activated. How close are you to finishing the bullets? Bullets? They should be ready in a few days. They're still in the testing phase. However, perhaps you should release the beta project now. I quietly moved forward to get a better view of what had captured their attention. Peering over their shoulders, I saw red capsules resembling bullets, equipped with needles. Those must be the bullets they were discussing. With this, we can restore normalcy to the world. We can finally eliminate quirks. What? They can eliminate quirks? With this? I have an idea. I began to make my way out of the room, contemplating my new plan. If this works, it will change everything. First, I need to get close to Overhaul, and I need to do it quickly. I still don't fully understand the situation with that girl, but I have a plan to save her and achieve my goals. This will be interesting. It's been 2 days since I first encountered the girl, Eri. I've been ingratiating myself with Overhaul since then. Little by little, he's been revealing bits and pieces of his master plan. I now understand his motivations and aspirations, and what he aims to achieve, to rid the world of quirks. That sounds appealing. I just want to eliminate heroes, but I hadn't considered what would happen afterward. What if the public isn't as grateful as I initially thought? What if they resist? Perhaps Chisaki is onto something there. I've discovered that their plan hinges entirely on the girl, Eri. Since we have been working for him for over 2 weeks, he believed it was in our best interest to know his plans. That girl possesses the power to rewind things, to reverse a person with a bullet wound to before they were shot. She can even rewind an animal to a time when it never existed. That girl is powerful. Chisaki has been using her blood to create a bullet capable of reverting humanity to a time before quirks emerged, a time when people were ordinary. Ordinary. I've always despised that word. Who decides what is normal and what is not? Normal is a term devoid of meaning, a word that pressures individuals to conform to a metaphorical mold. A mold that strips people of their originality and personality. A mold that ostracizes and discriminates against those who choose to deviate from society's definition of normal. It's a despicable term, a crude way of thinking. I haven't informed Chisaki or anyone else for that matter about the hero's raid in 4 days yet. For my plan to succeed, I need to keep them in the dark for as long as possible. At least until the initial phases have taken effect. I find it utterly repulsive that these ruthless individuals would exploit a child and use her in such a cruel manner. I am determined to rescue this girl from this abuse. I was wandering through the halls of the base, searching for Chisaki. I think we've developed a somewhat friendly rapport recently. I don't view him as a friend, but it would be advantageous if he did. Now is the time to initiate the next phase of my plan, Phase 3. Phase 1. Gain his trust. To access information and manipulate his trust in the League, specifically Tamura, I needed his confidence. When someone trusts you, it becomes much easier to deceive them and obscure the full picture. I needed his trust. Phase 2. Gather information. With Chisaki's trust, I could learn more about the girl and his plans. After hearing him mention that he now possessed the means to revert humanity to normal, I became intrigued. Now that I understand his plans and what those bullets can do, I have refined my strategy to make it more effective than I could have ever imagined. I need to know what we are truly dealing with. Phase 3. The deception. I need Chisaki to believe that Tamura is out to get him, and I need Tamura to think that Chisaki intends to eliminate him. With both secretly plotting against each other due to my lies, I would have the opportunity one need to save Eri and eliminate Tamura. As they say, killing two birds with one stone. With Chisaki's trust, I could begin weaving a web of lies, playing on his fears of potential threats. I could manipulate him into believing my words, especially if he already harbored a secret paranoia in the back of his mind. Tamura would trust me because I was his dearest little brother. I already had an influence on his perception of reality. As an added bonus, he had been wary of the Yakuza even before we were assigned to work with Chisaki, so he was already filled with doubts and suspicions. Phase 3 involved deceiving both of them into thinking the other was a threat. That was the plan. I approached Chisaki's office, ready to start my persuasion. Knocking on the door, I heard his annoyed voice telling me to enter. I opened the door and informed him I had some important information. "What is it?" he asked. "I know you might not believe me, being a member of the League, but Tamura Shigaraki told me he has plans to eliminate you." "And how does he plan to do that?" "He mentioned that in 4 days, he intends to send a Nomu here and take you out when you're isolated." I should have known he'd resort to something so underhanded. I sensed something was off about him from the beginning. Are the other members of the League involved, or is it just Shigaraki? I think it's just Shigaraki. He confided in me because I'm his little brother. "Thank you for telling me. You've been so obedient and trustworthy from the start. I knew I could rely on you." He praised me. "Now I need to relocate everything to another base." Or, "You seem quite strong, and you have a larger army." He watched me as I moved closer, speaking slowly. "Why don't you just?" I stepped closer until my face was just inches from his. "Take him out first." Izumi Yagi's POV. I sat in my room alone. My classmates had decided to go to the mall without inviting Kaken, Shoto, and me because they were still upset with us. I couldn't understand how they could be so unnecessarily cruel. They wanted to be heroes, yet they were excluding us. They were shunning us for no reason. Even Kaken was avoiding me after Shoto told him what I said when the class found out about Izuku. I personally didn't see anything wrong with what I had said. I just spoke the truth. I expressed what I was thinking. He was weak if he couldn't handle a few comments here and there. What's wrong with that? It's just the truth. It's completely beyond me how some people can be so selfish and rude that they wouldn't invite others to group activities just because of differing opinions. It's just my opinion, you don't have to agree with me, but you also don't have to be mean. This feels like mental and emotional abuse. I couldn't believe these classmates actually wanted to be heroes while still bullying me for no reason. It was so frustrating. I got up from my bed and decided to head to Night Eye's agency early. I was bored and not doing anything anyway. Besides, Kaken and Shoto were at their licensing training, and I didn't remember what they called it since I wasn't paying attention. It didn't involve me, so I really didn't care. I got dressed and put on my hero costume. It was annoying that we had to do hero work studies on weekends as well as school days. I didn't want to help random people every day, but heroes made a lot of money, so I figured I could just deal with it for now. Running outside, I made my way to the agency. Night Eye had held a briefing meeting yesterday, discussing the Shai Hasaikai and their plan to save the girl being held captive there. The pros in the room were tasked with searching for possible locations of the bases Night Eye had identified, while we students were just supposed to wait for the day of the raid. It was nerve-wracking. Not to mention awkward. Kirishima and Uraraka were also there, and they wouldn't even look at me. How much longer would they keep this up? According to Night Eye, we were planning to infiltrate the Shai Hasaikai base in 6 days. 1 week since the meeting. I really hoped Izuku would be there so I could confront him about how he had made my life so difficult. I shouldn't have to live a life where nobody in my class even acknowledges me. Back in middle school, people had admired me, but now nobody even glanced in my direction, and it was all Izuku's fault. Just because he was weak and couldn't handle a few sharp words and beatings, he jumped off a roof. Now, because I had abused him, everyone was calling me a monster. He literally caused my father's death, and yet people still labeled me the villain? He's the real monster. It's not my fault he was weak. Izuku Yagi's POV. I walked through the halls of the new League of Villains base, feeling anxious. What did I have to be nervous about? Tamura trusted me. Anything I told him should be taken as fact. That's why he sent us to the Shai Hasaikai in the first place, to gather information about their activities and sabotage them. Tamura was still angry at Chisaki for what had happened to Magna. I made my way to the main room where Shigaraki was sitting on the couch watching TV. Some news channels were still discussing me, but thankfully, the attention had mostly died down. I walked over and plopped down next to him, leaning my head on his shoulder. He looked at me in confusion before asking why I wasn't at the Shai Hasaikai base with the others. I have some important information about the Shai Hasaikai for you, big bro, I said, my voice tinged with sadness. I removed my head from his shoulder and looked him in the eyes, my own filled with tears. I figured it would make my act more convincing. Imagine a kid, scared because someone was plotting against their big brother. They'd have tears in their eyes, a strained voice, and be utterly devastated. Honestly, I felt a little guilty. Tamura had saved my life, and here I was, repaying him by plotting against him. I supposed that weak part of me hadn't died with my father. I would have to eliminate everyone on my list before it faded away. I still had to confront Tamura. I want all for one. I want his master's power. I want the League. I want Tamura's future, and I need to eliminate Tamura to take it for myself. I wish it didn't have to come to this. He showed me what it was like to have a family. He showed me what it was like to be cared for. He acted as my big brother. In my heart, he is my big brother. I guess the tears in my eyes are real. I will miss him when he's gone, but it's kind of like a sacrifice for the new world that I'd like to create. With All for One, I can create the new world easier than I'd ever thought possible. I can liberate society and free the public from the hero's influence. I need All for One to save everyone. Maybe when I have All for One, I can find a quirk to bring Tamura back to life. I need to focus. With Tamura thinking Chisaki had ambitions to kill him, my plan would move forward swiftly. Phase 4, isolating them. With both parties having ambitions of killing each other, I now need them to be isolated in a room. Any interference could ruin the plan. I can't have any loose ends. They both need to be eliminated. I can probably take Chisaki out of the picture with my quirks after he confronts Tamura. As long as Tamura doesn't pull anything underhanded, this should all work out in my favor. Now, all that's left is to put the plan into action. Silence was all that echoed in my ears. Today is the day. The day that my big brother, Tamura, dies. I've been feeling more and more guilty with every tick of the clock. Tick, tock. He saved my life. Tick, tock. He gave me a home. Tick, tock. He showed me what it was like. Tick, tock. To have a family. On the outside, I was calm. I was picking at a hangnail while I sat on the purple couch, waiting without a care in the world for the raid to start. Meanwhile, on the inside, the guilt was eating me alive. The pressure of being the reason my big brother would die was slowly consuming me. I'm becoming the exact person I hated. I'm becoming just like Izumi. I'm such a hypocrite. I sought to rid the world of all the corrupt individuals, yet I'm becoming that very thing. There's only one thing left to do. I need to complete my mission. I need to get All for One. I need to cure the world of everyone like Izumi and my father. I need to cure the world of its heroes. And then, I need to cure the world of myself. I am no different from those I wish to destroy, so the only rational thing to do would be to end my own life as soon as I finish my mission. Once I have completed my goal, I will have no purpose. My life's goal will have been achieved once I've rid the world of the corrupt. I am a corrupt individual. My death is only natural. The Shai Hasaikai had been prepared for a swarm of Nomu to attack them, but in actuality, there would only be a horde of heroes. I was planning on isolating Izumi when she got here so I could confront her once and for all. An abrupt noise brought me from my thoughts. They're here. Izumi Yagi's POV. We were all outside the police department by 8 a.m. I didn't recognize all of the heroes here, but there was Fat Gum, Ryukyu, Sir Night Eye, Mom, and a bunch of others who weren't important. The head of the police department was standing in front of everyone and briefing us on the details of the base, But I wasn't listening. Night I had already spoken to me prior to now. I was spacing out and wondering whether or not I'd actually see Izuku. I'm so angry with him over what he did to Dad and for ruining my life. Mom also wants to bring him in to avenge Dad. I was brought back to reality when someone in a suit came up to me with a sheet of paper. I took it with confusion and looked it over. There was a list of names and quirks that belonged to the members of the Shai Hasaikai, printed on the sheet. "Commit this to memory," spoke the captain of the police force. "It's solid information to have on hand. Thank you for this." Another hero thanked the man in the suit for the paper. "They want me to memorize this whole thing?" I scanned around all the heroes, and my eyes landed on my classmates. Kirishima and Uraraka seemed so lively and pumped up. They were talking amongst each other, but when their eyes landed on me, they quieted and sent a glare my way. I was going to walk over to them, but then the captain began to speak again. I didn't catch all of what he had said, but I caught the end of his speech. "We will commence the operation at 8:30. Heroes, move out." Here we go. That was the time. The time the rescue mission would officially start. The time we would all risk our lives to save one girl. Honestly, I'm sure she'd be able to handle herself. She's just wasting the hero's time. Once they've read the warrant, you're free to move. As the captain of the police department raised his finger to the doorbell, the door was smashed open from the inside. In the confusion, a man jumped out. He wore a black tank top along with jeans. The villain's support gear consisted of a plague doctor mask, some metal gloves, and metal knuckle dusters. The color of his high tops reminded me of something. Red high tops. Izuku's red high tops. I ground my teeth as his face crawled from the depths of my mind until surfacing at the forefront of my thoughts. Next time I see him, I'll confront him. From the commotion, a few police officers went flying. I jumped back and caught one, while Mr. Aizawa saved the other two with his scarf capture weapon. DMN police officers can't even look after themselves, needing heroes to save them. I saw the dragon hero, Ryukyu, activate her quirk and block an attack the villain was about to land. She told everyone to go, and that the Ryukyu agency would handle the villain, so the rest of us began to run through the gate. There were 3 men waiting for us as we ran, making our way to the door past the garden. None of them looked out of the ordinary. They all seemed to be dressed for a day job or something. "This is the heroes and the police. We have a warrant to search your premises on suspicion of manufacturing and selling illegal drags." "They've got a search warrant?" The man in the middle spoke. He wore a plain black dress shirt with black pants and dress shoes. His dark brown hair was complemented by a faint mustache. The man to his left wore a grayish-blue jacket with a red undershirt, also dressed in black pants and shoes. His black hair was hidden behind sunglasses that obscured his eyes. The guy to the right had a classic white dress shirt and light brown hair. "Who cares?" the man in the white shirt said, suddenly pulling branches from the bush beside him and hurling them toward the emergency response team, who blocked the attack with their shields. A hero jumped in to subdue him, while the other 2 men were quickly restrained. We continued running toward the door, leaving part of our mini-army to hold off the villains outside. "We've got this." I looked up to see Mirio, determination etched on his face. He had been hard on himself for not saving the girl the first time, but I didn't understand why. It was her choice to leave instead of staying with us. Whatever happened to her was her own doing. Whatever she did to face the consequences she had endured, I was sure she had brought it upon herself. This was probably just a parent trying to teach their daughter a lesson. Now she would have learned and would never make that mistake again. It was all unnecessary, but they were under suspicion of making and selling drags, and that was indeed a crime. Villains tried to block our path as we ran, clustered together, causing some of our group to fall behind. One of the D-list extras urged us main characters to move ahead while they held the line, so we rushed into the building. "Hate to barge in like this, but we're kind of in a hurry," Fat Gum announced, making our presence known to anyone inside. "Haven't seen signs of suspicious activity yet." "Same here, but hey, we're in it now. We have no choice but to see it through. Is it possible that someone leaked our plans for the raid? There must be a reason they all came pouring out like that." Tamaki questioned. No, if there had been a leak, I think they would be fighting more cohesively. Groups like this are used to working together, the captain of the TMPD replied. There's nothing that matters more to these guys than their bond to their boss and their brothers. Being part of the underworld makes loyalty even more sacred to them, my teacher added. What was the sense in that? If I were part of the underworld, I would use everyone around me until I got what I wanted, then eliminate the loose ends. All those people outside, and we haven't caught sight of the top brass yet. They're probably hiding underground or getting ready to flee. Mr. Aizawa continued. How's that supposed to be loyalty? Forcing their henchmen to fight for them while they run away isn't manly at all, Kirishima pointed out angrily. I thought it made perfect sense. They were just henchmen, so who cared? They were expendable. Background characters. Night, I stopped abruptly in front of a plant pot set into the wall. It looked completely normal. This is it. What pot? There's a device here that opens a hidden passage, he explained, answering the question I hadn't even asked. How did he know? You press down the floorboards in a specific order and then. The wall shifted and opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. Cool. It's like a ninja hideout. Bubble Girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Thank goodness for your quirk, sir, Centipeder praised. How did they both know it was Night Eye's quirk? Was it that obvious? Guards up, we don't know what we could be facing in there. As if on cue, a group of villains emerged from behind the door. Bubble Girl and Centipeder quickly dealt with them, restraining the trio before instructing us to keep moving. Following her instructions, I trailed after Night Eye and the others downstairs, making a beeline for the room where the girl was held. Suddenly, we came to a dead end. A wall blocked our path. Mirio approached it, hearing the anxious voices of the heroes and police, and used his quirk to see through. He confirmed that there was indeed a hallway beyond the wall, but breaking through would be difficult. Luckily, I was there. I jumped into the air alongside Kirishima and punched the wall. The heroes praised us, but I knew I had done most of the work. I would have said something, but Kirishima was already annoyed with me, so I decided to hold my tongue. We continued moving when suddenly the walls began twisting and warping. The heroes started bickering, trying to identify the quirk at play and who it belonged to, while I struggled to keep my balance. Tamaki began to panic, spouting pessimistic phrases like, "We're going to die," and that Chisaki would escape with the girl. Personally, I didn't see the issue with him taking her. He was only under suspicion of manufacturing and selling drugs, so if he hadn't done anything wrong, he might just want to take his daughter and run. Imagine how frightening it would be to have a group of heroes and police officers searching your house. You really have to look at the other person's perspective. It's called having an open mind and empathy for those around you. What can I say? I guess I've always been this nice and empathetic to people. Mirio had to console Tamaki, slowing our pace. Tamaki could be so annoying and selfish sometimes, making us all wait for his pessimism. They can warp the path forward if they want, but as long as we know the direction of our goal, I can still reach it. Mirio declared, determination radiating from him as he began to walk forward, despite Night Eye and my protests. "Lemillion," Night Eye called out. "Come back." I added, "Speed is what matters right now. Those guys know it too. I'm going on ahead." I watched as he dashed through another wall, leaving us behind, just before the floor gave way beneath us. In the new room, there stood one man, the man I had been hoping to see all along. Sitting on a purple couch, looking completely unfazed, was my brother, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's POV. I waited for what felt like an eternity before the heroes arrived above the drop spot. The original plan was for the first round of Nomu to be dropped into a room with me, where I would handle them without worrying about hurting anyone. Of course, I knew there wouldn't be any Nomu. It seemed Mimic adapted to the new situation faster than I expected. The truth was that the heroes were the only ones here, not the League. At least not yet. I looked around the room and sighed. I was hoping it would just be Izumi here. "Do you mind leaving us? I'd like to have a brother-sister reunion with my sister over there." "Mom, could you step out too? You're not really invited to our little reunion," I said as I began to sit up. "I'd love to catch up with you once Izumi's out of the way." I chuckled darkly, grinning at Izumi. Your agony, the kid who took down All Might. Rocklock exclaimed, getting into a fighting stance. It was clear none of them would leave, but I really wanted them all gone. Fine. Yo, Mimic, could you help me out and get rid of these folks? I want to talk with my sister. I shouted quickly while activating my quirk, Ghost, to block the incoming attacks. Of course, my mother was the first to make a move, rushing to kick me down, but failing. Izuku, you need to turn yourself in. My mother shouted as her leg passed right through me. What the? Before she could finish, the floor opened up again, sending the heroes further down in the building, leaving me alone with my sister. I noticed a smirk on her face as she realized we were now by ourselves. Good, now I can take you down in peace. She yelled, lunging at my still transparent body, only to fly right through me. I wanted to save my energy whips for when I really needed them. This wasn't the only fight on my agenda. However, I wouldn't have the power to defeat her unless I let her hit me at least once. Deactivating Ghost, I braced for her kick to collide with my back, but instead, I felt an impact on the left side of my face. My shock absorption absorbed the force of both hits, so it didn't hurt, but I was still confused. I thought we were alone. I turned to see a red-haired boy. Kirishima. What the heck? I thought your quirks were those green whips and the ability to pass through objects? Don't tell me you have some sort of power absorption or something. How'd you get here? I asked with a smile, activating Ghost again and letting a couch pass through me to hit Kirishima. That's right. I keep forgetting Izumi has another quirk. The couch dropped to the floor, revealing Kirishima's hardened body. Nice reflexes, by the way. I might not like Izumi, but I would never leave a fellow classmate alone with a dangerous person, he said. That's just not right. You certainly seem like the hero type. I'll let you live because of your chivalry, however, I still need to hurt you. I sighed before laughing. I lunged forward with Ghost, letting my fist connect with Kirishima's chest, using all the power I had stored from both of their punches. I knocked the wind out of him, and he stumbled backward before falling to the floor, coughing. Maybe I hit him a little too hard. Well, I turned my head back to where Izumi had been standing, only to realize she had slipped away during the commotion. Damn it. She really just left her classmate alone with a known threat. What a JRK. I looked back at Kirishima, who was starting to get up. I was about to leave to search for Izumi when the door burst open. In the doorway stood two girls. I recognized one from the sports festival this year. Uraraka Ochiko. She made it into the top 16 this year. I admired her for actually fighting Bakugo Katsuki and almost winning. The girl next to her had periwinkle hair and blue eyes. Her hero costume looked similar to Uraraka's except it was a blue-green, rather than Uraraka's pink and dark aqua. They noticed Kirishima, and almost immediately, Uraraka ran to him, while the other girl rushed at me. She extended her hands, and from them, a spiraling golden light began traveling my way. This will be interesting. The periwinkle-haired girl began to emit those same golden spirals from her hands, but around her feet, allowing her to fly. What an interesting quirk. From the air, her golden beams spiraled toward me. They weren't the fastest, but they had a certain beauty to them. It was quite majestic how her quirk flowed toward me. Easily dodgeable, though, so it wasn't the most practical power I had seen. I let the beams pass through me with a sigh. At this rate, Izumi's going to escape me. Look, I'm in a hurry. I've got a sister to confront, and not much time to do it. I sighed as my gaze shifted between the three. We understand that Izumi wronged you, but please, she doesn't deserve to be hurt for it. You can still stop this. You can choose not to go through with it. Kirishima shouted at me, as the blue-eyed girl continued trying to hit me with her quirk. Yeah, I could choose to leave her alone, but I don't want to. I laughed, flashing one of my signature smiles at the periwinkle-haired girl, causing a faint blush to spread across her cheeks. Look, none of you know what she has put me through, so just stay out of it and let me handle this. I deactivated Ghost again and caught the girl's fist just before it could hit my face. Pushing her back against the wall, I looked into her eyes and leaned in. You know, you're actually pretty cute. What's your name, beautiful? I whispered, pulling back to take in her blush-stained face. I sensed a presence pass through my transparent form and realized Kirishima had recovered faster than I expected. "We're not letting you leave this room," he declared, hardening his entire body. "Red Riot Unbreakable. Red Gauntlet." As Kirishima charged at me, I extended my hand and deactivated Ghost. Using my shock absorption, I absorbed the force of his punch and redirected it back into his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. A smile crept onto my face. "Now, we can end this here, or we can keep going. Either way, I'll win, but I'm giving you a chance to walk away now. I don't often offer this, so take it while you can." "No. We can do this." I glanced down at the red-haired boy on the floor as he attempted to kick my legs out from under me, only fueling my power further. "You just won't stay down, will you? I wanted to keep you alive, but—" "No. Stop. Don't hurt Kirishima." Uraraka shouted, noticing my hand moving toward a knife hidden in my jacket. I turned to her as she rushed to Kirishima, touching him and making him float. "Uraraka, we can beat him. Put me down." "No, we can't. He's too strong and you're hurt," Uraraka began. "Besides, Izumi brought this upon herself. It's her fault if she—" Everyone froze in shock as blood trickled from her mouth. Her body collapsed to the floor, a pool forming beneath her head. The sound of the impact echoed throughout the room. "Although I agree with you, those weren't very heroic words. A hero should protect everyone, even those like my sister." "You said you'd let us leave?" Kirishima yelled in anger as he fell from the air, indicating that Uraraka had either lost consciousness or worse. Most likely worse. "You shot her," he yelled, crawling to Uraraka's limp form on the floor. "Yeah, I said you could leave, but she started talking like my sister, so I had to stop her. I mean, she wasn't wrong. My sister definitely brought this upon herself. But a hero saying it's her fault if she dies isn't the mindset they should have. Don't worry, I'm just saving society from another Izumi." "You're welcome." He rose from the ground and tried to punch me again, but my shock absorption absorbed the power once more. I got a better look at his face as he charged at me, tears in his eyes, his expression a mix of anger and despair. Behind him, the other girl rushed to Uraraka's side, tears streaming down her face as she frantically called for her to wake up. "Uraraka, wake up. Please, say something," she cried, frustration and sadness evident in her voice. Kirishima charged at me again, raising his fist and shouting "Red Gauntlet," but I struck first, landing a blow that knocked him unconscious. "Hey, don't worry, I'm sure she'll be okay." I lied, trying to console the girl. I hated making anyone cry except for those who deserved it. Watching people in pain twisted my stomach. I guess that was guilt. "You killed her." "I'm sorry, I placed my hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. The pained expression on her face made guilt rise in my throat. I didn't regret what I had done. She wouldn't have made a good hero if she truly believed one life mattered more than another. That's not how heroes should think. There's a clear distinction between heroes and villains. Villains do the dirty work that heroes are too afraid to do. She buried her head in her hands, sobbing over Uraraka's lifeless form. "Hey, it's okay." I spoke sincerely, patting her head. I wasn't the best at comforting others. I used to be good at it, but I had grown distant over the past year. As I tried to console her, I suddenly felt my body being pushed down. Confused, I saw the periwinkle-haired girl pinning me down, tears streaming down her face as she began to hit me. I couldn't hit a girl when she was crying. Twice would never forgive me. "You killed her. You murdered a 15-year-old girl." "Yup. How could you do something so?" She cut herself off with a sob, her punches growing softer and slower. Her arms fell limp, and she collapsed against me, crying into my chest as the reality sank in. Her friend was gone. I sat there, stunned, until I felt my phone vibrate in my pocket. I gently pried the girl off me to check the message. "Where are you?" I glanced at the time after reading Overhaul's text. I was 5 minutes late for our meeting to take Eri to safety. "I have to go, but I'm really sorry about your friend," I said softly, patting her head, noticing her blue eyes clouded with despair. I felt terrible leaving her there, but I still had a job to do. Complete the plan. I began to stand as the girl mourned over her friend's death, then turned and left to meet with Chisaki, Nemoto, and Eri. Shaking off the guilt, I reminded myself, now the fun really begins. I left the room and headed to the meeting point Chisaki had shown me earlier. It was quite a distance away, so halfway there, I activated Ghost. I flew through the walls and ceiling as fast as I could, reaching Chisaki and the others in record time. By that, I mean 10 minutes late. Finally. Now we can get moving. Chisaki sighed, letting his annoyance show as I smiled sheepishly. I had created and shared a bird's-eye view layout of the Shai Hasaikai base with Tamura before today, allowing us to plan a time for Tamura to intercept Chisaki. We had a difficult time figuring out how we could isolate Chisaki considering that Kurogyri was supposedly busy that day, but in the end, we convinced Kurogyri to let us go. Of course, convincing Kurogyri to warp Nemoto, Eri, and me out of the room was futile since Overhaul was already planning to confront Tamura on his own. The League didn't know that Overhaul intended to eliminate Tamura, and vice versa. Only Tamura was aware of Chisaki's plans, and only Chisaki knew of Tamura's intentions. I was the only one who understood both sides of the conflict. It was honestly quite amusing, however, during their confrontation, if one of them were to expose my betrayal and the other were to survive, I would find myself in serious trouble. Imagine Overhaul revealing to Tamura that I had deceived him, and then by some miracle Tamura survives. That wouldn't be good for business. That wouldn't be good for anyone. I chuckled to myself at the thought, causing Chisaki to glance back at me. "What? Is something funny?" he asked sharply as he continued walking. "No, sir, just thinking about a movie." I laughed lightly. "Well anyway, we've almost arrived at the back entrance. I thought you said Shigaraki would be intercepting us." "Yeah, I'm sure he'll be here any minute," I replied calmly. Thoughts began to swirl in my mind as I internally panicked. What if he's late? What if he doesn't show? What if he somehow figured out my plan and is plotting against me right now? I slapped myself, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Looking up, I noticed Chisaki staring back at me wide-eyed. "This is going great." "Okay, what the hell is up with you, kid?" Before Chisaki could finish his question, a purple mist began to envelop Nemoto and me. "He's here," I said with a slight smile as Chisaki uttered those words. Before Nemoto and I had the chance to disappear, Chisaki handed Eri to Nemoto. Before I could even catch a glimpse of Tamura's expression, I was suddenly warped to the other side of the base. Now I just need to wait. Tamura Shigaraki's PV, he's here. I watched mildly intrigued as Overhaul spoke. Something about his words made my mind spin. "Just here." It was almost as if he had known before my arrival that I would be coming. Watching as Izuku, little girl, and a tall, slender man in a mask similar to Overhaul's disappeared, I noticed a twisted smile forming on Izuku's face. It reeked of malice and enjoyment, sending a chill through me. I'll have to think about that later. Kurogyri offered to warp them away, but if things got rough and started to go downhill, he wouldn't be able to help me. It made sense. He was off on a secret mission for something Master had wanted to leave us, just in case he had been defeated by the heroes the day of All Might's death. "So, shall we get this started?" I asked the man in front of me with a grin. He looked at me with boredom as if he thought he could actually kill me and began to stalk over, removing his gloves. "Let's get this over with." Izuku had given me information regarding his quirk and the general philosophy of its nature. He can dismember and reassemble anything he touches at will. So, if he touches me, it's pretty much game over. No matter. I have a few tricks up my sleeve as well. Flashback: Izuku had just left. He finished briefing me on Overhaul's quirk. I was in a panic as I thought about what I would do. Strong people have come after me in the past, sure, but a one-hit kill is way too overpowered. It seems like a cheat code. Of course, my quirk can also be a one-hit kill depending on where I strike. My panic was short-lived, however, after Toga entered the new base. At first, I was annoyed as I heard her high-pitched, squeaky voice echoing throughout the base, and even more so after she sat down on the couch next to me. Hey boss, she started. I groaned in displeasure before attempting to escape the one-sided conversation that would soon follow. Just as I was about to lift myself off the couch, I heard her voice calling for me to wait a minute before she pulled me back down. I glared at her, and she let go of my arm without hesitation. What do you want? I growled in a low whisper, taking her aback. Mudiha? I thought talking to Izun calms you down, bossman, she said, questioning me. Yeah, normally talking to my kid brother was calming. He always made me laugh, or at least crack a smile. However, not during the conversation we had about overhaul. Anyway, I'm here to report what I know, she said happily and energetically. Whatever. I sighed. I found out, she began, looking left and right to see if anyone was around as if it would have mattered either way. The Shai Hasaikai are manufacturing quirk erasing bullets. My face must have lit up because Toga began laughing hysterically. This is perfect. Could you maybe... I paused to think for a moment. Steal one of their bullets? And a flashback I watched as Overhaul stalked over to me and began lifting his arm, so I quickly moved out of the way. I ran back towards him, extending my arm to disintegrate his. Meanwhile, he crouched down and touched the floor. The ground began to spike, and dodging was out of the question. His speed is unmeasurable. I was hoping to have some fun first. As a ground spike headed straight for me, I ped my gun with the quirk erasing bullet loaded. Aiming, I fired the gun and watched as it struck Overhaul's chest. The ground immediately stopped shooting towards me as Overhaul fell to his knees, a scream escaping his lips. It was quite the show. I walked slowly with a sinister grin, laughing at him as he lay crippled on the ground, realizing he had just been shot with one of his own inventions. His own cure to the disease known as society. His own quirk erasing bullet. How did you? He began, but I cut him off as I stood over him. I have loyal comrades, you know. I watched as he gasped. You made a mistake, telling my little brother about your plan to eliminate me. Wait, what? He started, but I silenced him by placing my hand over his face, watching as his body crumbled in front of me with a grin. I was left wondering what he would have said if I had let him live a moment longer. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. Izuku Yagi's POV. As soon as Kurojire's mist quickly dissipated into the air, I aimed my gun towards Eri. Eri was the center of Overhaul's plan, and if that girl had died, the Shai Hasaikai would be nothing more than a molehill among mountains. If I had aimed at the girl, Nemoto would have no choice but to comply. If I were a hero, though, he would have called my bluff, but since he knew I was the merciless killer who had taken my own father's life, it was less obvious that I would never harm a 7-year-old child. Hand over the girl, Nemoto. As I spoke those words, I saw the fear in Eri's eyes. She was shaking as she stared into my cold, ice-filled gaze. What are you doing? He asked me with a steady voice, disregarding the fact that if he had moved even an inch, I could very well fire my weapon. Put down the girl now. I instructed him sternly. I'm going rogue, and I'd suggest you release her before I take action. And if I don't? I hadn't even thought about what I'd do if he refused me. I knew he would give his life to protect Chisaki's dream, which is why I pulled the trigger. I watched as Eri dropped to the floor, her eyes wide with fear. She looked terrified. Even more so than Nemoto, who lay lifeless on the ground. In that split second before firing, I had switched targets from Eri to Nemoto, leaving him no time to dodge. Eri slowly turned her eyes from mine to the still body on the floor. I'm sorry, I wanted to have him hand you over without any trouble, but it didn't look like he'd give up. She looked back at me, still trembling, before backing away until her body met the wall, fear evident in her gaze. Hey, it's okay, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. I tried to console her, but her eyes only traced the firearm still in my hand. I slowly crouched down, leaving my gun on the floor as I smiled softly at her. See, it's okay. I spoke with a smile as she slowed her breathing, still keeping her distance. It's okay, sit down, let's get to know each other a bit. My smile remained unwavering, an attempt to distract from the fact that I had just taken a life in front of her. Eri, right? I asked as she sat down. My name's Yagi Izuku, but you can just call me Izuku or Izuchan. I lifted my hand to shake hers, but she backed away, causing a frown to appear on my face. Was this because of whatever Chisaki had done to her, or because of what I had just done? I retracted my hand as I noticed her shaking again. She began fiddling with her dress, obviously anxious with my presence. I couldn't just leave her here. I needed to wait. At least until I could hear a hero coming, otherwise, any member of the Yakuza could easily take her back. I sighed as I tapped the floor. Do you like heroes? I asked her. She looked back up at me, still a hint of fear in her eyes, before answering. Why yes. That's cool, who's your favorite? As soon as we started talking, she began to open up. However, she wouldn't smile, and I could tell she was still keeping her distance from me. As she ranked her favorite heroes, I heard the sounds of shoes tapping on the ground. The heroes. Quickly getting up, startling her again, I began to speak. I'm sorry, but I have to go now. Don't worry, the heroes will be here soon. You might even get to meet your favorite heroes. She seemed at ease as I mentioned the heroes, although she almost looked saddened upon hearing I'd be leaving. Before I left, I uttered one final sentence with a smile. I'll see you around. Izumi Yagi's POV. I ran as fast as I could from the room as soon as the opportunity arose. I thought I could take him, but his quirk made him nearly invincible. I couldn't touch him. Maybe if I could get my hands on the bullet that villain shot at Tamaki the other day. If I could erase Izuku's quirks, then he'd be nothing more than a pathetic, useless insect that I could easily crush. He's nothing. Always has been. Always will be. He may think he's something because of his newfound superiority complex, but he's sorely mistaken. He'll see that someday, but it'll be too late. He crossed a line. He killed our dad. I heard screams coming from the room I had just run from, but I didn't care. Kirishima would work it out. It's not my problem if he gets hurt. He chose to step in and save me. Anything Izuku does to him is his problem. All I need to do is find the girl who's wasting all of our time, bring her to Night Eye and the other pros, and wait for the praise they'll surely shower me with. I'll get praised by the heroes, my classmates will begin talking to me again, and everything will go back to normal. It sounded strange. Nothing will ever be normal again. Izuku has ruined everything. If he had just died that day, Dad would still be alive, my classmates would never have stopped talking to me, and Mom wouldn't be so depressed all the time. Even Mina dying was his fault. Everything is Izuku's fault. Nothing in the world is right anymore because of selfish people like him. Only taking, never giving. I ran around the base like a headless chicken for what felt like hours looking for the girl until I began to hear chatter. It sounded like a little girl talking about something trivial. It's probably the girl we were looking for. I smashed through the wall that kept me from her and ran to her. She looked exactly how I remembered her, bandages around her arms and legs, red eyes, pale blue-gray hair, and a horn on her head. Her washed-out beige dress made me want to turn away, and she was covered in blood. I approached the girl and began scolding her. You think it's funny to waste the hero's time? It's despicable how someone could be so immature to act as if they were being abused just to meet heroes. Come with me, I still have a job to do. Act as if I saved you or something, will you? Her body trembled as I firmly guided her toward the entrance of the base. I could have let the professionals handle her, but I wanted the credit for rescuing this girl. As I pulled her along, her legs buckled, and she began to whimper. Oh, come on. Stop that and walk properly. It's quite rude. I snapped, and she quickly silenced herself, regaining her composure. After a few minutes of walking, I encountered Mirio. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the girl in my arms. Eri, he exclaimed with relief. You saved her. He looked at me before bending down and lifting the trembling girl into the air. He smiled at her and embraced her, despite the blood staining his hero costume. Let's get her to the professionals, he shouted with excitement as he turned on his heels and dashed down the hall. I know the way. It took us about 10 minutes of running, during which I occasionally smashed through walls since Mirio had simply run through them. As we approached the entrance, I heard the sound of shoes tapping on the ground, followed by Ryukyu's voice. Come on, let's help the others, she called out. Hey, we have the girl. Mirio shouted back. I gritted my teeth as a thought crossed my mind. What if he took the credit for my rescue? I had single-handedly saved this girl, and he might be planning to take some of the recognition. We began ascending the stairs we had originally taken down, with the girl still in Mirio's arms, and finally saw the light of the outside world. Ryukyu was waiting for us and took the girl from Mirio's arms before rushing her to an ambulance. Ryukyu couldn't tell if the blood on the girl was hers or someone else's, so she wanted her checked out at the hospital, although I was sure she would have gone regardless. Apparently, we were the first of the rescue team to emerge from the stairs. Of course, we had another objective beyond just saving this girl. The police and professionals outside had radioed the others still underground that the girl had been rescued and told us to relax because we had both done our part. I had assumed I would be praised as soon as I came into view, but after Ryukyu took the girl, everyone simply returned to what they had been doing. No appreciation. Izuku Yagi's POV. I flew through the floor and took to the sky. My eyes quickly adjusted to the light of the early morning sun as I headed to the League's new base. I still wasn't used to it, but it was our new base, so I had to learn to accept it. I had asked Toga to keep an eye on where Eri would be transported. I was certain she would be taken to a hospital, but I wasn't sure which one. I had other tasks to focus on, so I couldn't keep track of her for too long. I had also planned on confronting Overhaul once he was done with Shigaraki, but I realized I should prioritize getting the stolen product from the Shai Hasaikai to safety first. I couldn't let the quirk erasing bullets fall into the wrong hands, and it would have been a waste to destroy them. While Eri talked about her favorite heroes, I quickly removed the case of bullets from Nemoto's cold, stiff hands. Upon arriving at the base, I immediately started working on analyzing the bullets. I noticed that one of the red bullets was missing, which alarmed me. Thoughts raced through my mind as I considered every possibility. For its absence. Did someone use one? Was one forgotten? Was one hidden in case something like this happened? I calmed my mind and decided to think about that later. I took the bullet and examined it carefully, making sure not to accidentally prick myself with the needle. After hours of studying the bullet through a microscope taking note of its biomechanical makeup, I heard the door burst open. The sudden noise of my comrades entering the base startled me, and I almost pricked myself with the bullet, causing me to glare at my loud associates with irritation. They immediately fell silent under my intense gaze. Toga, where is Eri being held? I asked, regaining my composure as I closed my eyes and pinched the bridge of my nose in annoyance. It wasn't worth getting mad at them. No damage was done, and they were clearly already afraid of me, so there was no use in scolding them. The pros brought her to IThat Hospital, she quickly replied, her voice trembling. I have a question. I heard Dabi's voice echoing through the room. This girl obviously had a strong power from what Crazy and Twice told me, right? I nodded, waiting for him to continue. She can rewind things if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So why did you let the heroes take her? I thought it was obvious. Do you seriously think we're in any position to carry a child around? We can't take care of a child. She'd slow us down and get in the way, I answered, annoyance creeping into my voice. So why ask Crazy to follow the girl to the hospital? He pressed. I sighed at his words. Think about it. If we took the girl, we'd have to raise her. We're not in a position to care for and train a child with such an uncontrollable power. At least, not at the moment. I continued, it's clear that the heroes will have to train her, since they can't just let her roam free, nor can they lock her up. Eri will learn to harness her power and control it under their guidance. Meanwhile, we won't be burdened with her around. That doesn't answer my question. In the long run, wouldn't that just complicate things for us? He interrupted. You didn't let me finish. He sighed and fell silent as I waited for a moment before continuing. While the girl is being trained, I will check up on her. A little visit here, a gift there, until I've slowly built her trust. While she's being trained by the heroes to use her quirk, I'll help her break free from the darkness of her past. I'll teach her what it's like to be happy. I'll show her what it means to have a family. I paused, taking in the expressions of my friends and comrades. And once she's ready, I'll offer her the chance to join us. Do you really think she'd join us? Toga asked me. I believe she will, as long as I'm consistently in her life. Even better, if my sister had been the one to find her, I'm sure she's already wary of the heroes. I can change her perspective on them. I can show her the truth about those who are so blindly admired. I can help her see that we villains are the true liberators. That we are the real saviors. That we are here to help. I paused. Besides, imagine the look of pure shock on the heroes' faces when Eri decides to join our side. I chuckled. The looks of approval and admiration from my associates made my heart flutter. Remembering my plan, I asked a question of my own. By the way, where's Tamura? Right here. A voice chimed, as the sound of the door being flung open filled my ears. Oh God, he's still alive. What? Did you think Overhaul would take me out or something? He asked as he approached me. His expression was intense, leaving the others in the room puzzled. Thoughts raced through my mind as the worst possible outcome crossed my mind. What if he found out? I will not perish until I complete my life's goal. His raspy voice declared as he stopped in front of me and lifted me from my seat by the collar of my shirt. I won't go down until I beat you in Halo 2. I exhaled a breath I didn't know I was holding as I saw the smile on his face. He set me down and pulled me into a brief hug before speaking again. I know you use cheat codes. I laughed at his competitive spirit, but inside, I was confused and frustrated. How did he survive? How did he defeat Overhaul? It was all thanks to you and Toga that I made it through. Did I say that out loud? Yeah, you did. This is the first time in a while I've heard you muttering. As Tamura and I talked, I noticed the others leaving clearly losing interest in our conversation. After you told me about Overhaul's plans to eliminate me, I panicked. Fortunately, Toga came in and informed me about the Shy Hasaikai's intentions. He paused. I had her steal one of their bullets for me and used it on Overhaul. Luckily it worked. I was in shock. Toga was the reason Tamura was still here. If I had gotten her on board with my plans to take over the league, Tamura would be gone. I think I'm going to need more help next time. I'll need to get everyone in the league to support my plans. That way, when I try this again, there will be no interruptions. Izuku Yagi's POV. The purple mist enveloping my body quickly dissipated as I felt the cold embrace of the night air surrounding me. The scent of cedar and pine filled my senses as my eyes took in the sight before me. The cold night sky was full of stars. The forest was partially charred. The mountainside still crumbled in parts, and the red hat of the child I had saved shone in the light of the full moon. Hey! I called out, breaking the silence to announce my presence to the child who sat, gazing at the stars in wonder. The black-haired boy jumped slightly at my voice and turned to face me. Seeing my smile, he stood up and ran towards me, wrapping his little arms around my torso. Agony! It's you! Koda exclaimed, smiling up at me with joy. I didn't know if I'd ever see you again. He said, burying his face in my stomach. Yeah, I guess I should have mentioned that I planned on dropping by sometime to check on you. My bad. I smiled, rubbing the back of my head. Come watch the stars with me. He said happily, tugging me towards the spot he had been sitting in before. We sat together, watching the stars and catching up for what felt like hours, though it was probably only 30 minutes. We talked about video games, his caretakers, and then he asked me a question that caught me off guard. Hey, Agony? He asked, causing me to turn my head from the sky to look at him. Yeah? What's up? I just wanted to know. He began, fiddling with the hem of his shirt, clearly anxious to ask his question. Were you really? You know, All Might's son? Yeah, I guess I was. I replied, shifting my gaze from him to the sky above us. Was All Might really as bad as you said he was on TV? He asked, still sounding nervous as I noticed him lowering his head in my peripheral vision. No. I replied softly. He was worse. He looked back at me, noticing a small, sad smile forming on my face as I thought back to every birthday, holiday, and family vacation he along with his wife and daughter had neglected my existence during. It hurt more than I had let on. It felt like I wasn't good enough for their affection. Even now, I still feel invisible to them. Like I'm not worthy of breathing the same air as them. My past will always follow me. Even if they all were to disappear, it would still linger. Although he hadn't physically harmed me, he left emotional scars. I explained, my voice growing softer. I don't think I'll ever truly be free from the pain I felt for almost my entire life. It'll always follow me, like a ghost. Bruises and breaks may heal over time, but the words and the feeling of being ignored like some eyesore or broken toy never truly heal. I spoke, raising my voice as I clenched my fists. Koda watched my features carefully, taking note of every movement I made. The future heroes are no better. All they care about is money and fame. My sister and past tormentors are in Yudai's class 1A, you know. His eyes widened as I mentioned that detail. Yeah, they're trying to become heroes. The people who abused and bullied me from the age of 4 have ambitions of becoming heroes. That's ridiculous. How could Yudai accept such terrible people into their hero courses? He interrupted, anger evident in his voice as he clutched his knees. Because they're strong. I answered. They have incredible powers. Yudai doesn't care about whether or not they have the hearts of heroes. They only care that the next generation of heroes has enough firepower. What does Yudai even get out of that? Money, fame, things like that. When top heroes emerge from Yudai, they only attract more applicants the following year. More applicants lead to more money. That's messed up. I know, right? I laughed at how worked up he was getting. This society is filled with corrupt and sick people driven solely by their desire for money. That's why I do what I do. I want to show everyone that I'm strong, and I want to save society. Save society from the corruption of the heroes. Save society from the heroes and abusers. I want to save humanity from itself. I want to help. I glanced at Koda in shock. I was hoping he'd want to join, but I hadn't expected him to ask me now. I couldn't be sure that he truly wanted to join, though. It was a big choice for a 5-year-old to make. He could back out after a year or two and realize this wasn't the path for him. Honestly, I had grown attached to the kid, and I wouldn't want to have to turn against him because he chose this life too soon. No, I said sternly. What? Why not? He asked, irritation creeping into his voice. I want to help you fix humanity. If you joined and then one day realized this wasn't the life you wanted, you wouldn't be able to back out, I explained. But this is the life I want. Right now it seems that way, but in 1 or 2 years, maybe you'll think otherwise. Please. I wanted him to join us, yes, but he was too young right now. Besides, it would be pretty much the same story as with Eri. We weren't in a position to raise and nurture a child right now. I'll tell you what, if you really want to join us, you need to learn how to master your quirk first. He looked at me in confusion as I began to get up. You'll need to train with the PP cats until you've learned to master your quirk. Then, if you can get accepted into Yudai when you're old enough and still want to join, I'll welcome you with open arms. The truth is, I'd still accept him even if he couldn't get into Yudai, but if he went to such extreme lengths just to fight alongside me, then I'd know he was truly serious. Plus, he'd have to push himself to his limits to get accepted into such a school. Then I'll get into Yudai with the highest score ever. I smiled as he stood up and pumped his fist in the air. I'm gonna go ask Mandalay to train me right now, he exclaimed while hugging me again. Before he ran off, I reminded him not to tell anyone that I'd been there. Calling Kurogiri, I felt my body being surrounded by his mist, and then I was in the base. Now I just had to wait. As I walked through the halls, I felt the gaze of everyone's eyes falling on me. Maybe it was from the bags under my eyes or the redness and puffiness around them, or it could have been the pitiful expression I wore as I walked. Maybe it was the complete inversion of my personality, or the most likely answer. They all knew. The day of the rescue mission was bad enough, but the week following was worse. Uraraka's death was all my fault. I just stood by and watched her die. Her even being there was my fault. If I hadn't recommended her to Ryukyu's agency, she would have been in the dorms, safe. If that wasn't enough, just days later. Nijire. My head jerked to the side as my puffy, red eyes glanced in the direction of the voice. As my gaze landed on Mirio, I sighed and continued walking to class. I felt his hand on my shoulder, stopping me, so I looked up at him. I heard what happened. Thinking about the events of last night only made tears well up in my eyes, which in turn made Mirio frown. He retracted his hand from my shoulder, giving me space, and I continued walking with my head bowed down. I didn't like ghosting my friends, nor did I like making them frown, but I didn't have the emotional capacity to talk to anyone right now. I still vividly remembered the phone call I had received last night. The words the man on the other end spoke seemed so fresh in my mind. The cold touch of my parents' hands as I listened to the heart monitor flatlining. The lifeless look on their faces as they passed away right in front of me. Flashback. I was watching TV in the dorms with Mirio and Tamaki when my phone began vibrating. I checked the caller ID and didn't recognize the number, but I answered anyway. "Hello, is this Heido Nijire?" spoke an unfamiliar voice. "I'm calling about your parents." "My parents, is everything okay?" "No, they've both been injured. We don't know how much longer they have left, and they have been asking for you." I felt the heat and color drain from my face immediately after hearing about my parents' condition. Quickly standing from my seat, I ran to the door and put on my shoes. Bolting from the room, I ran for my life, or rather, my parents' lives, trying desperately to reach them in time. Tears streamed down my face as my brain processed the fact that my parents were dying. First Uraraka. Now my parents. Then a flashback. It was a miracle the police and paramedics had arrived in time. A moment later and my parents would have died before I could speak to them. It's crazy to think that all this happened because of some long-term land dispute. It never even crossed my mind that those sorts of things still happened. In an age of superhuman abilities, people would resort to violence over land. I wish I could have been there. I could have saved my parents. I should have been there for them. The school day dragged on for what seemed like an eternity. I usually love to learn, but right now, I just wanted to curl up in a ball and mourn for my parents. Some of my peers tried to cheer me up throughout the day, while others maintained their distance. I couldn't blame them though. It wasn't exactly the most uplifting of times, and I didn't want to talk to anyone. As the school day came to a close, I quickly stood up from my desk and bolted out of the room. I didn't know where I was going, but I wanted to escape the judgmental stares and pitiful gazes of my classmates. I wanted to escape the harsh words of the other students in the other courses. She's one of the big three, yet she failed to save her parents from a neighbor with a knife? She couldn't even protect her family. Why would she be able to protect anyone else? People can be mean. People can be judgmental. People can be cruel. As I ran, I found myself outside what looked to be an abandoned building on the outskirts of Mizudafu. I sat down outside the building and cried. I needed to let it all out, but I didn't want to do that in front of anyone. As I cried for what felt like hours, I felt a hand on my shoulder, patting me gently. "Hey, it's okay." Those words. That voice. My head shot up as my mind processed the words and actions of the person trying to comfort me. There, sitting next to me, was a familiar face. His hair was green and fluffy, his eyes were both cold and sympathetic, he wore all black, and his face was lightly dusted with freckles. One thing that stood out to me, though, was the smirk on his face full of mischief and intent. I stood to my feet as soon as my brain processed who he was. "It's you!" Izuku Yagi's POV. The periwinkle-haired girl stood up abruptly and began to assume a fighting position before shouting in both fear and anger. "It's you!" I smiled as she started to attack me. I activated my quirk and allowed her energy beams to pass through me. Standing up, I began slowly stalking over to her as she continued her assault. "What's a pretty girl like you doing crying alone out here?" I asked her as I circled her like a predator. "Shut up," she screamed in rage, again firing her beams at random. She was blasting surrounding trees, garbage cans, and buildings while I remained untouched. Not really the mark of a hero, destroying a small ghost town despite knowing she couldn't hit me. It wasn't rational. Could it have been the loss of your friend? I asked, getting closer to her inch by inch. She ground her teeth as I simply smiled. "You don't know what you're talking about," she replied, glaring at me as she switched from using her quirk to throwing punches and kicks. "You coward! Relying on your quirk as if you can't fight without it." I took her words with a grain of salt since she was obviously in distress, although she was beginning to annoy me. Or was it the recent loss of your parents? I questioned her, keeping the smile on my face as I watched hers drop. How did you? She began, but I cut her off. I do watch the news, you know. I retorted dryly. It was as if something in her snapped as I spoke because her facial expression shifted quickly from confusion and anxiety to anger and spite. Don't ever mention my parents again, you monster, she yelled in vexation. Their good memory doesn't deserve to be tainted by your filthy mouth. As she lunged at me, I deactivated my quirk and caught her fists before they landed. I gently pushed her down to the ground and began walking closer to her. The look on her face was a mixture of hatred and defeat. Although she knew she was outmatched, she still tried to lift herself off the ground. That's one thing I've always admired about heroes. Or at least some heroes. Not all would continue to fight when they understood they'd already been beaten. I placed my foot on her back, keeping her down as I stared down at her with a smirk. Her eyes shone with fear in the light of the sun as she trembled under my touch. You done? I asked, raising an eyebrow as I smirked down at her. Tears filled the brims of her eyes as she tiredly nodded, looking down. I removed my foot from her back and extended a hand, gesturing for her to take it. She reached for my hand and used it to lift herself off the ground. Okay, now what should I do with you? She kept her gaze fixed on the floor as I towered over her. I can't very well leave you, a hero, to run back to whatever agency you're interning with considering that you've stumbled upon the League's base. I continued sternly, finally losing my smile. She held her tongue, still refusing to meet my gaze as I stared down at her. Hey, it's rude to ignore someone when they're talking to you, I scolded. At least look at me. I sighed. I was getting pretty annoyed as she continued her stubborn antics. It's not like I could just let her leave. If I could, I would have just left by now, but then she could run back to the heroes and tell them where the League has been camping out. I'm just starting to get used to our new base, so I didn't exactly want to move again. Fine, be like that, I spoke, lowering my volume as I grabbed her arm and began pulling her toward the entrance of the base. She activated her powers and tried to fly away, but I kept my grip firm and used some of the power I had acquired from a witness who had been resisting. Dragging her inside, she began calling for help. Don't bother, this area's practically a ghost town, I explained. Besides, all you'd accomplish would be drawing attention from the others inside, and trust me, you wouldn't want that. She glared at me but took my advice as I led her to my room to talk. Upon our arrival, she seemed confused. I gestured for her to sit down on the couch. Aren't you going to kill me, or torture me, or something? She asked softly. Maybe, I laughed, watching as her face paled. Now, why were you crying in the middle of nowhere? I asked insincerely. My sincerity and empathy left years ago, and I couldn't be bothered to act as if I cared. The only reason I cared at all was to know if I could manipulate her or not. She seemed useful enough, and I needed as many Hero Corps students as possible to join the League. The media already didn't trust the heroes, nor did they trust UA's judgment, so if a good portion of the Hero Corps students, including one of UA's big three, were to join the League, all hell would break loose. We'd have a riot on our hands. I can already see the headlines. IThat scandal raises questions about their teaching abilities. IThat Hero Corps students turning to the side of evil, but why? I smiled internally as I imagined the looks on the heroes' faces when they discovered I had already reached 2 students. Meanwhile, the girl remained quiet, her eyes fixated on the floor as if it were anything more than gray, wide-planked flooring. Fine, you don't want to talk, I'll leave. I started to walk away when I heard her sobbing. Finally broke, I just miss them so much, she spoke between sobs. And the other students are relentless. I circled back to her and sat down next to her on the couch as she cried. It's unnatural for people to share their woes with a stranger, but then again, it's also easier. Talking to someone you don't know, I don't know why though. Kids can be cruel. Yeah. She stopped talking after that, and we sat in silence. It wasn't an awkward silence, it was comfortable. Like the kind of silence you'd have while watching the sunset with your partner. Or the kind you'd have at the movies. It was comfortable. 7. Togata Mirio's POV. Chapter End. Izuku Yagi's POV. There I sat rubbing my neck as I thought of ways to make this work. The very same day we received the order from Tamura's master to transport the test subject to an unknown location, we were expected to execute those orders. Talk about no prior warning. All the ideas circled in my mind, but one recurring problem always seemed to get in my way. How would I release the guy when I was expected to be upfront with Tamura the whole time? I could ask twice to make a double of me, then go in using Ghost, but how would I explain my request to Twice? Plus, he'd then become a witness, so I'd have to silence him. I couldn't silence Babigawara. 19. We had become friends over the past little while, however, I knew how loyal he was to Tamura, so I couldn't exactly enlighten him with my plan against Tamura. I could ask Toga to pose as me during the transport. She cares for me, so she'd definitely do anything I asked of her. Besides, she'd have to take some of my blood to last the entirety of the transport, which she would love to do. She'd back me up with whatever I wanted to do, however, this would raise questions as well. If Toga posed as me, then Tamura would wonder where Toga was. She can't very well be in two places at once, of course. This, again, is where Babigawara's quirk would come in handy. If only I could be in two places at once. We were to leave in an hour 9 p.m. sharp. I began making my way back to my room, preparing for the transport while thinking non-stop about my options. I need my big brother gun. 14. I walked in and immediately removed my shirt, tossing it to the floor to have a shower before the pointless errand we were subjected to execute. As I walked further into my room, something clicked in my mind. The girl is still here. I quickly grabbed my shirt to cover my exposed skin, noticing she was still out cold. I exhaled a sigh of relief before grabbing a hoodie and a pair of sweatpants from my closet. Then, I walked into my off-room bathroom. I don't know what I'm going to do with that girl. I could eliminate her, but now that I think about it, she could be useful. All of my spies are first years. While first years in IThat A's Class 1A are useful enough, a third-year part of the famous Big Three would have access to information a first year wouldn't. At first, I thought my 2 spies in Class 1A would be enough, but maybe this girl could be of more use than I had originally anticipated. I stripped myself, still thinking of ways to avoid the transport before stepping into the shower. The hot water cascaded down my scarred back as I continued to review my options. The logical idea would be to bet my life on Babigawara and ask him to work with me. I'd say there's a 63% chance that he'd actually go along with my schemes. My eyes widened as a thought came to mind. I can't leave the girl here alone. If she were to wake up during the transport with no one here to watch over her, she could escape and alert the heroes of the location of the League of Villains base. That would be a complication. A smile appeared on my face as I contemplated what would happen in that case. My lips quivered as they curled into a grin. A slight laugh escaped my mouth, followed by another. What started small turned into something more sinister. That girl is my way out. How was I so blind earlier? 23. It had never even occurred to me that I could use her very existence in the base to my advantage in this way. I shut off the water after finishing my shower and dressed. My smile remained as I stared at my reflection in the mirror. That needs to change. Tamura will think I'm up to something if he sees my what he refers to as sicko smile. I grabbed a razor from my bathroom cabinet and made a small cut on my palm. Feeling my smile fade away along with a trickle of blood, I quickly cleaned and bandaged my hand. I didn't have any time to waste. It was 8:45 p.m., so this was my best option. Despite the pain and bloodshed of my past, I will never get used to the pain of having a knife to my skin. My sister and her friends weren't the only troubled individuals I've had to deal with during my life. Some misguided individuals thought it would be fun to threaten me with a knife on my way back home from school. It wasn't like it had never happened before, someone doing something like that. But it wasn't like I was used to the feeling. The feeling of warm liquid dripping from a sharp object held to my skin. The pain of it puncturing my skin. The fear that they would apply even an ounce of extra pressure. I always heard of people harming themselves, but I had never understood why. Maybe it was because of my own experiences with knives, but it had always puzzled me why someone would willingly hold a sharp object to their skin. I had tried to do it once, but I couldn't go through with it in the end. All I could think of were the memories of being pinned down by a classmate, a blade held threateningly against my throat. Those memories haunted me, always bringing a scowl to my face, so I had learned to shake them off quickly to avoid the darkness creeping back in. I walked from the bathroom to find Tamura and explain why I wouldn't be able to join the transport tonight, still seeing flashes of those terrible memories that had resurfaced from the darkest corners of my mind. Tamura, Twice, Toga, and Mr. Compress were gathered in the common area, waiting for Spinner and Dabi. "Hey, Tamura," I began, my voice laced with feigned regret. "What's up, little bro?" he asked, clearly picking up on the tone in my voice. "I don't think I should join you guys for the transport," I said, shifting my gaze to the side. "What? Why not?" he asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. "You busy or something?" "I forgot to mention, I captured someone from UA today," I explained, scratching the back of my head. My words caught the attention of the others in the room, causing the noise to cease immediately. "You what? When?" Tamura asked, raising his hand for a high five. "One of the students from UA's Big Three decided to hang around our base," I told him as I returned the high five. "Wait, a student? That's what you call girls?" Toga exclaimed, her voice piercing as she jumped up. "Where is she? Let me at her." I chuckled at her reaction before turning back to Tamura. "So, anyway, I kinda have to stay here and keep an eye on her." "Yeah, just don't let her escape. I'm sure we can manage without you," he said, a hint of despair in his voice. "Wait, Yagi's not coming? Why not?" Dabi's voice echoed through the room as he entered. "He went and captured some girl from UA," Toga said with a hint of disdain. "Nice one," Dabi congratulated me as Spinner stood silently off to the side. With everyone now present, or at least those who were supposed to be, Tamura led the group to the van while I sat on my couch, contemplating how to leave the base without giving the girl a chance to escape. I could handcuff her to something. No, that's dumb. I could find a way to restrict her powers? No, that's not right either. Besides, she has feet. I muttered under my breath, brainstorming possible ideas. "I've got it." Leaving the base, I activated the tracker I had discreetly placed in Dabi's pocket. It was a rare but useful trick, especially in situations like this. About 30 minutes had passed since they left, meaning they were already around 45 miles away. Ghost was excellent for these situations, but flying as fast as a van that had a 30-minute head start was frustrating and exhausting. I activated Ghost, turning myself invisible, and then used another aspect of Ghost's abilities to fly. I was moving about 2.5 times faster than the van, but I wasn't sure what would reach its destination first, me or the test subject. Nijire Hato's POV. I was awake, but I couldn't see anything. I lazily opened my eyes, only to find myself in an unfamiliar environment. The lights were dim, the walls were dark, and the floor was gray. The oppressive atmosphere felt eerily similar to a morgue. It was unsettling. I stood up, rubbing my eyes, and looked around. There was a black velvet love seat against one wall, facing a dark wood desk and chair. On the desk lay numerous notebooks. I felt the tips of my fingers brush over the pages, flipping through them as my eyes scanned the words and illustrations. Page 4. Sweats nitroglycerin. Page 7. Ice and fire. Page 12. Get OFA. I stared, puzzled by the acronym. OFA. I had never encountered such a strange abbreviation before. Removing my gaze from the notebooks, I continued to explore the room. There was a dartboard with a picture pinned to it. I recognized the girl in the photo, Yagi Izumi. She was interning with Sir Night Eye alongside Mirio and had saved a little girl named Eri from overhaul. Why would there be a picture of her on a dartboard? She seemed like a nice girl. I had never really talked to her, as she always seemed lost in her own world, but she appeared pleasant. As my fingers grazed the couch, the reality of my situation hit me. I was in the room of the man who had killed Uraraka, the man who had brutally taken down All Might on live television, the man known as Agony. I need to get out of here, I said to myself. Right now. I dashed to the door, only to find it locked. I put my hands out, ready to blast the door open with my quirk, but nothing happened. Panic washed over me as I realized I couldn't use my powers. Looking down, I noticed something, a flashing blue light. Crouching down, I saw a black ankle monitor with a blue light strapped to my ankle. A quirk-dampening ankle monitor. Great. Izuku Yagi's POV. Catching up with the van, it looked ordinary. No members were positioned on the van to spot potential threats to the cargo, which I thought was completely irrational and rather foolish. I used Ghost to phase through the back of the van where the test subject should have been and was surprised to find no League members guarding the cargo. They were complete idiots. However, they were my idiots. With their foolishness still on my mind, I had an idea. Why not teach them a lesson? The best way to understand your mistakes is to learn from them. They would definitely need to address this oversight next time something significant occurred. I decided to let my curiosity get the better of me and look around. The van was lit solely by a faint purple light on the ceiling, illuminating the containment capsule. There he was, the test subject that I was placing my future with all for one in. My fingers traced the cold monitors along the sides of the van's interior as I walked forward. It wasn't a large van, but as I walked slowly, taking note of every detail, it felt like I was walking down the aisle at my wedding. Towering over the man in the capsule, I smiled to myself. This would be the person strong enough to take down Tamura for me. I just needed to convince him that Tamura would be an obstacle in achieving his goals. I needed to know what those goals were. Surely, one wouldn't subject themselves to such dangerous experimental tests as implanting an artificial quirk. Just for fun, right? That would be reckless, so this man must have a deeper motive than what appeared on the surface. I decided to stop wasting time, just in case my comrades weren't as oblivious as I thought, and smashed the case open. Glass flew everywhere, but I remained unharmed thanks to my quirk, Ghost, which allowed my body to become completely permeable. The sound of shattering glass was intense, sending my mind into a flurry of questions. What if the others heard that? What if they came back and realized it was me? What if they saw me? What if I wasn't actually using Ghost right now? What if I was completely visible and... My thoughts were interrupted by the sensation of a living being passing through me. I looked up to see the man was now awake. I unlocked the doors and he looked around, confused. It must have been strange to wake up in such an unfamiliar environment, especially with the doors suddenly swinging open. Of course, I wasn't magic, but he had no idea I was there. He seized the opportunity one presented and hopped out of the van, remaining silent. I quickly closed and locked the van's back door before phasing through it again. Outside, I took note of the van's location and pulled out my cell phone, continuing to follow the man in secret. I flipped through article after article until I found the number I had been looking for, the Hero Hotline. I dialed, and someone almost immediately answered. Hello, this is the Japanese nationwide Hero Hotline. Please state your location and emergency. Hi. I'm on Hakusen Shirakawa-go White Road, and I saw a suspicious van containing one of the members of the infamous League of Villains, I said, my voice laced with urgency as I trailed the man. Are you sure? The dispatcher asked, awaiting my confirmation. Definitely. Okay, sir, I will contact all the heroes in your location. Please get to safety. I thanked the dispatcher and hung up. If I were to tell my accomplices to improve their defenses during these transports, they'd ask how I knew about their sloppy efforts. Knowing how clever the League's members are, they would surely piece together that I was the one who released the man. We can't have that, can we? Besides, the League could handle a few heroes without me. We operated under the name, the League of Villains. It's practically our job to confront heroes and others on a daily basis. Maintaining an optimistic viewpoint helped me focus on my mission, and trusting in my friends would benefit me in the long run. I followed the man for what felt like hours until he stopped at the top of a hill, where 3 others were waiting for him. One was a woman with long, silky red hair, wearing a black mask that covered her shimmering blue eyes. She donned a lavender dress shirt under a darker, low-cut dress. Next to her stood a heteromorphic blue wolf man, clad in a beige trench coat and jeans. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a crocodile tail trailing behind him like a wedding dress train. What was with me and weddings today? I shook off the thought and focused on the last person. A man wrapped in red bandages from head to toe stood close to the others. With gray hair and orange eyes, he somehow made it work. His gray pants and combat vest were only distinguishable by his brown belt, which had compartments hanging down like curtains. Again with the marriage-related comparisons. As the test subject I had been following finally arrived, the blue-furred man spoke. Sure took your time meeting back up with us, 9? 9? That must be his name. It was worth the wait. 9 replied, breathlessly. The experiment was a success. Interesting. As I observed the 4, I felt a thin, needle-like red blade pass through my still invisible body. Thankfully, my ghost ability kept me safe from harm. So you heard that voice too, huh? I cursed under my breath. I was muttering again. We know you're there, so just give it a rest and show yourself, you coward, the wolf man said, facing my direction. I floated down towards them and made myself visible as my feet touched the grass, keeping a fair distance between us. While I had the ability to let matter pass through me, I had to be cautious. If something stronger than my shock absorption caught me off guard, I would be in trouble. I still didn't know what kind of artificial quirk the test subject had been implanted with, but I knew it was strong, so I had to be careful. Sorry, I mutter a lot, I said with a smile. I know you. You're that young boy who took down All Might, the woman who had attempted to stab me said. What were you doing spying on us, kid? Her voice was more passive-aggressive now, and I noticed her hair beginning to stiffen into needle-like blades. I came to warn your buddy over there about the League's plans, I said, gesturing to 9. He turned to face me, giving me a chance to get a better look at him. He wore a black-plated suit with purple lights shining through certain lines. The suit covered almost his entire body, stopping at his nose. His shoulder-length white hair complemented his gray eyes nicely. Except they reminded me of someone. Todoroki Shoto. That cold and merciless figure with his gray eyes and white hair. Although I had told him I would forgive him if he helped me achieve my goal, I had no intention of ever giving him a second chance. He wasn't worthy of my friendship or forgiveness. I wouldn't let him or anyone else get close enough to hurt me again. What do the League's plans have to do with me? He asked, annoyance lacing his voice. I hadn't thought this through. What was I going to tell him? Would the same trick work twice? My goal is to see a world inhabited solely by kind-hearted and good people, I stated, causing the red-haired girl to raise an eyebrow at me. Okay, she replied, confusion evident in her tone. I have no opinion of you all, but I think your friend here. I gestured toward 9, doesn't deserve to be harmed just because he was a success. I had no idea what I was saying. I was just letting words flow, trying to sound convincing. I used what he had mentioned about the test being a success to act as if I knew what I was talking about, though I doubted it was working. Die? What are you talking about, kid? Is this some kind of joke? The heteromorphic man growled, showing his fangs in a futile attempt to intimidate me. I meant what I said. No, I didn't. The League sees your friend, 9, as a threat now, I continued, raising my voice. The artificial quirk implanting test worked a little too well. The League sees you as a danger to their plans. Oh yeah? And why should we trust you? The red-haired girl challenged defensively. You're one of them, and we have no evidence that what you're saying is true. Why shouldn't we just get rid of you now? I took down All Might because he was a bad person. I only go after those who deserve it: abusers, neglectors, heroes who misuse their power for selfish goals. I won't stand by and watch as 4 potentially innocent people are harmed because they signed up to be test subjects for some madman's experiments. I spoke with determination as they stared at me, clearly skeptical. Believe me or not, this is just a friendly warning. Run along, child, before we decide to deal with you. 9 replied coldly, dismissing my warning entirely. I felt their eyes on me as I began to fly away. Turning invisible, I soared back toward my group. They could go anywhere, and I needed to know where to find them later. I attached a microscopic tracker link to my phone on the back of 9's neck and flew away silently. Damn it. I should have thought this out more. Maybe I could have devised a plan that would have convinced them to hear my intentions of stopping Tamura. As I flew past Hakusen Shirakawa-go White Road again, I noticed several police cars and low-level heroes in the area. I wondered how everyone was doing. I flew back to the base as fast as possible, hoping to beat them there. Based on the heroes present, it didn't seem like there would be any real danger for the other members of the league, so I wasn't too worried. They would be fine. The sound of a crash engulfed my ears as I entered the base. I looked around, trying to pinpoint the source of the constant crashing and breaking sounds that erupted from above. Checking room after room, hall after hall, and floor after floor, I finally came to a halt at the source of the noise. All of it came from behind this door. My door. I gulped, remembering what awaited me behind it. I still believed I could use this girl for information gathering. She would be easier to manipulate than the other two members of the Big Three, at least. The blonde boy was too energetic, with a heart of gold and willpower that outmatched even my own. He would be nothing but a headache. Even if I could somehow persuade him to join my cause, he would still be a nuisance. However, if I could merge his permeation quirk with my ghost quirk, I would be unstoppable. Where his quirk limited him, mine excelled, and where my quirk faltered, his did not. The drawbacks of my ghost quirk were excruciating headaches. With excessive use, I experienced intense migraines. In contrast, the blonde boy's permeation quirk had a different drawback: his clothes couldn't stay on. His body phased through his clothing, leaving him exposed unless he wore his hero costume, which was lined with special fibers from his hair. My clothes, on the other hand, stayed on. My quirk allowed me to hold onto items or keep my pants up as long as I willed it. At first, I struggled to control what I held. I'd have a cup in hand one moment and a pile of broken glass the next. I had to keep repeating the same thought while holding onto anything: don't drop it. Now that I had complete control over that issue, with the blonde boy's power, I'd be invincible. I wouldn't suffer my usual headache after prolonged use, and I'd be able to keep the quirk activated indefinitely. But that didn't matter right now. Unless there was a quirk that could merge two quirks together, it was futile to think about it. The other boy in the Big Three was the complete opposite of the blonde. From what I had heard from Kaminari and Todoroki, he was incredibly shy and awkward in social situations, lacking confidence. While that seemed like an easy win from what I observed during the hero raid, he had a hero's heart. He appeared strong-willed, and I doubted converting him into a villain would work out well. This girl was my only option, at least among the Big Three. I phased through the door using Ghost, and a cup full of pencils immediately impacted the door behind me. It was fortunate that I had been using Ghost, otherwise it would have collided with my stomach. "Hey!" I shouted, startling the girl lying on my bed with a pile of random items most likely intended for throwing at the door. "What are you doing?" I glanced behind me and noticed books, furniture, and practically everything else in a messy pile around the door, likely from being thrown. Turning my head, I glared at the girl on my bed, who was now glaring back at me. "Hasn't anyone ever told you not to touch other people's things?" I questioned her, raising my voice. "Hasn't anyone ever told you not to kidnap people?" She grumbled back under her breath. "Touché," I retorted as I walked toward the love seat. We were enveloped in an awkward silence after I sat down. She didn't speak. I didn't speak. She didn't glance at me. I didn't glance at her. She kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling as if it were anything more than a smooth, concrete surface. Meanwhile, I focused on my phone screen, hoping it would distract me from the tension in the air. "How long have I been here?" she asked, breaking the silence that had surrounded us. "Not long. It's barely been a day," I responded dryly. She fell silent after that, probably weighing her options. I was doing the same. I hadn't really thought this through, I realized. I had been so distracted with Tamura that I hadn't been considering my next moves carefully. I had been rushing headfirst into every issue I encountered, like a bulldozer. I hadn't maintained my usual calmness when faced with unexpected challenges, which typically would have been my approach. Instead, I had panicked under pressure, which, in turn, led to my failure at manipulating Nine into doing what I wanted. I needed to either get my act together and deal with Tamura effectively or allow All for One to fall into the hands of my dear big brother. I could still turn this around. I could still convince Nine to eliminate Tamura. I abruptly stood up, catching the girl's attention, and walked toward my desk. My feet stomped angrily on the floor as I glared intensely at the open notebook on my desk. I sat down and grabbed a pencil that had been thrown across my desk, beginning to write. This is nothing but a minor setback. It's not over until I say it's over. I needed to return to my plans for dealing with Tamura, or I'd never succeed in ending him. If I dwelled on my previous failures, I'd become too stressed to think. Clearly, I needed a proper plan this time. One that I would write down and thoroughly consider, rather than just a loose idea formed in the heat of the moment. Charging into things head-on without a clear idea of what I was doing wasn't my style. I reviewed my work, making adjustments every so often, and smiled. This would be the plan that assured my success. This would be the plan that guaranteed my future. My future, along with the future of the new world. Leaning back, I chuckled softly at my schemes. I replayed them in my mind, taking every variable into account and considering every possible outcome. I sighed in contentment. This was me, the one who had planned the attack on the USJ earlier this year. This was the me who had orchestrated the attack on UA's Hero Course training camp. This was the me I had been missing. This is me. I shifted my gaze to the ceiling as I envisioned how everything would unfold, and then I began executing the plan. As they say, strike while the iron is hot. I opened my hidden desk drawer and pulled out my secret laptop. I had been plotting the downfall of one of my accomplices, and I couldn't very well do that with a laptop the League knew about. If I had used the League's funds to purchase a laptop, there would have been a chance they could access my screen. As soon as I realized I needed to eliminate Tamura, I bought a laptop with my own money. It's surprising how valuable information is on the black market. Just one of my notebooks containing details on the heroes, from their quirks to weaknesses, would sell for at least 50 million yen. It's astounding how much people are willing to pay for information. I took a portion of the money I had made from secretly selling my notebooks and bought a laptop. This was the device I used for operations that didn't concern the League, such as my plan against their leader. I went straight to work on my plan, forgetting there was another person in my room until I felt her eyes lingering over my shoulder. I turned to look at her, and she quickly averted her gaze. "What?" I asked, annoyance creeping into my voice. I sighed in irritation as I was met with her silence. I had almost forgotten my plans with this girl until now. Tamura was a significant obstacle, and he would take time to deal with. However, this girl wouldn't be as difficult to handle. I stood up, shutting my laptop, and walked toward her. Sitting down, I made her look me in the eyes. I could feel her gaze, filled with anger, burning into my own. Her fierce expression only intensified as it met my cold, empty one. "So," I began. "So what? You bored?" "Excuse me," she shot back with hostility. "You bored? Do you want to do something?" I repeated. This tension is making it hard for me to work. "Tension? You kidnapped me and think the tension is what's wrong with that?" she exclaimed, practically shouting as she looked at me as if I were crazy. "No, I don't want to do anything with you." "That's unfortunate." I sighed. "It's either we do something to break this intense atmosphere, or I let Toga look after you for me." "I doubt you'd want that, though. She has a habit of getting a little too enthusiastic with her knives." A slight blush washed over her cheeks as she processed that I had indirectly called her cute. How naive. I just kidnapped you, and you're blushing? Oh well, I guess a psychopath with a knife never really hurt anyone. "Come on, let's go see Toga," I said as I began to sit up. "No," she exclaimed, grabbing my arm tightly. I shot her a glare, and she quickly released my arm, avoiding my gaze. What would we do?" she asked hesitantly. "You'll see," I replied, taking her arm and gently pulling her out of the room. "And if you try to escape, I won't hesitate to stop you." As we stepped outside the empty base, the cold, refreshing night air surrounded us. I loved going on late-night runs for this reason. It was invigorating and calming. I scooped up the girl with periwinkle hair, activated my ghost ability, and took off toward my destination. I needed her to trust me, or at least to understand my perspective. Right now, she was being stubborn, only seeing me as the monster who had harmed many, including one of her friends. I believed the best way to reach her was to show her the corruption of the heroes firsthand and what I hoped to accomplish. Words were meaningless, actions spoke volumes. When we arrived at our destination, I set her down and instructed her to stay quiet. She looked at me with confusion but complied. We crouched on a rooftop for a good 10 minutes before I saw what I had been hoping to witness. This rooftop overlooked a secluded alleyway near a certain hero's agency. The agency belonged to a corrupt hero known as Red Gauntlet. He was infamous for being greedy and more concerned with his popularity than saving people. There were even rumors about his inappropriate behavior with female fans. It was despicable how he treated his supporters. I had intended to confront him a long time ago, but distractions had pulled me away. As I watched, Red Gauntlet entered the alleyway with a woman who seemed confused. "I thought you said you would show me to the train station?" she asked nervously, clearly unaware of where they were. I would have intervened sooner, but it was important for the girl beside me to witness the true nature of these so-called heroes. "Yeah, I'll show you to the train station in a minute," Red Gauntlet said softly, moving closer to the woman. She instinctively backed away, trembling as she asked what he was doing. The girl next to me watched intently, occasionally glancing at me with confusion. I turned my head to see her eyes widen in shock as she began to understand the situation. I stood up and flew down to put an end to Red Gauntlet's inappropriate advances. My fist connected with his jaw, sending him stumbling back and releasing the woman in the process. She fell to the ground, gasping for breath, while I stood over the hero, disgust evident on my face. "Who the hell are you?" he shouted, anger and annoyance clear in his voice. Realization dawned on him as I activated my energy whip, illuminating the dark alleyway. He began begging for mercy, which only fueled my anger. I swiftly brought my whip down, striking him with force. A scream erupted from behind me as I watched him fall, and I couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. I glanced back at the girl I had brought with me. She looked horrified, as if she might be sick. I turned my attention to the woman on the ground, who was trembling in fear as she realized who I was and what had just transpired. "Ma'am, are you okay?" I asked as kindly as I could, flashing her a reassuring smile. She stared back at me in fear, then scrambled to her feet and fled the alley. I floated back up to the rooftop and met the periwinkle-haired girl's gaze. Her eyes were filled with disgust and fear, and I couldn't tell if it was directed at me or the fallen hero. "You see it now, don't you?" I asked, stepping closer to the edge of the building. Society wants us to ignore the disgusting behavior of those heroes in their free time. She remained silent, her gaze still fixed on the scene below. There are good-hearted heroes out there, sure, but there are those who abuse, harass, and neglect those in need. The people who idolize them are blind to their selfishness. I continued. "Now you see the reality behind the facade. Red Gauntlet was just one among many. Whenever a hero does something as despicable as this, the police cover it up. They sweep it under the rug as if it never happened." I paused. "Now you see the other side of the coin." I do," the girl stammered, still in shock as she processed what she had just witnessed. "What do you think of your heroes now?" I asked, smiling at her. Izuku Yagi's POV. I stood up from my seat in the common area, determined to find Tamura as I contemplated the situation at hand. 9 is on Nabu Island. Kaminari is on Nabu Island. It was almost as if fate was on my side after all those years of bad luck. All the years of being beaten down to the point of feeling like I was nothing. All the years of being seen as if I were nothing. It's all turning around. Fate is finally shining a light on my future. With Kaminari on Nabu Island along with 9 and no pro-heroes around to save the day, this is my moment. My opportunity. My chance to get rid of Tamura. This will bring me one step closer to my ascension. This will bring me one step closer to achieving my goals. I arrived at his door and began to knock. He lazily groaned out a faint, "Come in," so I opened the door. His room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the soft glow of his computer screen. He glanced back at me from his game as I stepped inside. Shutting the door behind me, I began to speak. Tamura. I started. He hummed softly, still focused on his game, waiting for me to continue. I think I found the test subject you guys lost the other day. He paused his game and looked back at me, a mix of surprise and doubt on his face. Oh, and how'd you do that? He asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Kaminari is on Nabu Island, and he said there was a powerful villain attacking the island. I lied. That's the hard truth. Authors and screenwriters make the world seem friendly, and the inhabitants even more so, but that's just not the case. Humans lie, cheat, and steal. They manipulate, abuse, and betray. People act as if family and friends will always be there, but that's not even close to the truth. It's usually friends and family who will betray you in the end, and it hurts so much more when the truth is revealed. I don't want to see the look on Tamura's face when he finds out that I'm the one who will ultimately betray him. However, only one of us can survive for my goals to become a reality, and I don't plan on backing down anytime soon. You said the test subject had a powerful quirk, right? So it could be him who's causing so much trouble on the island right now, I explained. He didn't look convinced, but I couldn't blame him. The evidence I had was the tracking device, but I couldn't exactly tell Tamura that. He'd wonder how I had a tracker on 9 in the first place, considering that he didn't even know what 9 looked like. He'd then connect the dots and understand the bigger picture. It's a long shot that it's actually the person we're looking for, but nevertheless, this villain you speak of still sounds like a threat to us. Let's go there now, he replied. Tamura has been acting more cautiously around people who are stronger than him ever since the incident with Overhaul, and because of that close call, he doesn't want to experience a repeat of the situation. Okay, bend down, he commanded. What? I asked in shock as he tried to climb onto my back. I said bend down. Nabu Island is about 6 hours away by plane, and you can probably get us there in an hour if you fly us. What? Why don't we just ask Mr. All for one to warp us there? I asked, darting around the room in an attempt to escape Tamura, who was still trying to climb on. You know he can't control his warp quirk completely yet. Besides, why should we bother him with a trivial errand like this? I sighed and muttered a few complaints under my breath before yielding and bending down. He smiled in accomplishment and hopped onto my back with amusement. Hi-ho, Silver, he exclaimed, pretending to twirl a lasso. This is so beneath me. I sighed. Why must you humiliate me like this? Because I can. Now giddy up. I activated Ghost and began preparing myself mentally for the exhausting flight ahead before taking off. The only thing keeping me from losing the will to fight was my goal. The image of a new world. One where the quirkless are treated as humans. One where everyone is kind. One where no one is ostracized for being different as I was. Tamura struggled to hang on as I flew through the air with incredible speed, but I hardly noticed. I was too fixated on what was to come. As long as Kaminari played along with my blatant lies, this would all play out swiftly and end in my victory. I woke up in a cold sweat. All I could think about were the events of the night before. My head was pounding with racing thoughts. Every time I opened my eyes, I could see the face of that hero who had harassed his fan. The faces of my parents, and how they must have looked when they were hurt. Everywhere I looked, I saw evil. I saw corruption. I saw myself. Myself as a child. The curious kid that I was, always beaming a smile and fascinated by everything. I wanted to learn more. I looked at everything with awe and wonder. I saw those around me as kind and genuine people, but after seeing what that hero had done, I don't know anymore. There is so much corruption in the world. The world is no fairy tale. The world is a cold, dark, and twisted place. What has my life been up to this point? I've been trying so hard to become a hero. Devoting myself to a life where I could help everyone, but maybe I was wrong. I don't even know who I am anymore. Maybe I'm just as corrupt as everyone else. This realization has stripped away everything I thought I knew about the world. The fairy tale I've been living for 18 years of my life has finally faded. The honeymoon phase has passed, and now all I can see is the grayscale. I want to understand more about this new reality I've just learned of. I want to understand more about this cruel world I've been presented with. I want to understand his motives, his drive. I want to understand his goals. I want to see things from his point of view, then maybe I'll know more about why he does what he does. Maybe I'll understand everything if I can look at things from his perspective. That night at Kamino Ward, I was watching the news. I watched as Agony confronted All Might in a shocking display, making sure to keep him alive for as long as possible while delivering a message that would resonate throughout the world. I watched as he displayed All Might's head for the world to see, but most importantly, I remembered the words he spoke as he did so. This is the face of an abuser. Your symbol of peace was a neglectful parent. My father was nothing but a money-driven monster. You're welcome. I was one of the few who wanted to believe in the goodness of my hero's heart. Even after what Agony had said on the news that day, I didn't want to accept it. I still believed that all heroes were kind, good-hearted people, but after witnessing what Red Gauntlet had done to that woman, I couldn't help but think that All Might must have been the same. The face of an abuser. Many people were trying to understand whether All Might really was Agony's father until it was confirmed. Once it was confirmed, they questioned whether All Might had truly neglected his son. It was hard to believe, but I was now seeing things in a whole new light. You're welcome. The way Agony said, "You're welcome," to the camera, as if he thought he had done the world a favor, sent shivers down my spine at first, but now I wondered if he might have been right. He was trying to fix humanity, and to do so, he felt the need to eliminate those who corrupted it. I still didn't know how I felt about this. It was like my mind was warping. Like my perception of reality was being shattered. I felt like my sanity was slowly slipping away. Izuku Yagi's POV. Tamura and I had been flying at full speed for a little over an hour. I said Tamura and I, but really I meant that I had been flying while he rode on my back as if I were a horse. The island was just coming into view, and I could already see the destruction. The harbor was devastated, and the ships were ablaze. It looked like a scene from a war zone. I sped up for the last stretch, despite being exhausted, and made it to the island. As soon as my feet touched the ground, my knees buckled. To make matters worse, as I collapsed, Tamura, who had been sitting on my back during our hour-long ride, fell on top of me. Ow! I squeaked as I felt his weight. Get up, you heavy load. Excuse me? He asked, raising his voice. Who are you calling heavy? I cut him off by shoving him off of me. He hit the concrete, and I couldn't help but laugh. He glared at me, and then I began to feel the drawbacks of my quirk taking effect. With a pounding headache, I stood up and looked around the island. Then, this place got ravaged, huh? I said in awe. Yeah. I'll contact Kaminari quickly and tell him to meet us here. I told Tamura as I reached into my pocket for my pager. The pagers Kaminari and I had were old, like something out of a 90s detective show. Plus, they didn't require Wi-Fi or cellular access, making them ideal for situations like this. Hey, we're here. Come meet us at the harbor. Denki Kaminari's POV. I was in the electrical room alone at the moment. Momo and Jiro had been with me, but when Momo fainted from exhaustion due to overusing her quirk, Jiro had to carry her to the infirmary. I had to act as if my brain was short-circuiting while I charged the backup generators, which always made me chuckle when I was alone. As I began charging the generators with my true power, I heard consistent, annoying, and very loud beeps coming from a secret pocket I had sewn into my costume. The pager. I quickly pulled the device from my pocket and looked around to see if anyone was there. Staring at the device, I wondered how it still worked. I guessed that pagers being from the pre-cell phone era wouldn't be affected by a grid shutdown like this, similar to how payphones would remain functional in these circumstances. I checked to see what Yagi wanted and replied almost instantly, telling him that I'd be right there. I was confused at first and wondered how he had gotten to Nabu Island so fast, if he was even here. Then I wondered why he had come to Nabu Island. I had never asked him to come, nor did I say anything was wrong over the phone. Maybe he suspected something went south because the line cut off. Or perhaps he thought I had hung up on him, and he was going to chew me out for it. I shook my head as I felt a chill run down my spine, wondering what he would do to me if that were the case. Yagi could be intimidating. From his frequent outbursts of maniacal laughter to his cold, frightening moments of silence where you could feel the danger radiating from him. As I slipped out of the factory which we had been using to keep the islanders safe unnoticed, I quickly ran down to the docks. It was quite far away, but I used my fear of Yagi to propel me to the harbor in record time. "Hey!" I panted, gasping for air after my run. "Hey, we came to deal with that powerful guy you told me about," he replied. I looked up at him, confused by his words. I hadn't mentioned anyone being on the island. I didn't even know what was happening until it was already happening. I opened my mouth to say something, but noticed the expression Yagi wore. He was looking down at me and subtly winking. I stared into his eyes and immediately understood that he wanted me to play along with his lie. I didn't understand why, but if it was something Yagi was asking of me, I would comply. So, what did the guy look like and what were his powers? I thought for a moment as he asked his question. There were multiple villains. I had only actually seen one of the 4 that appeared, and we weren't sure whether there were more than the 4 we had all fought. The villain I had fought was captured thanks to Bakugo. When he wraps something in the red bandages he wears, he can control it. I learned that he can't control people, however he can manipulate any non-living entity like clothing. Todoroki and our peers who had been fighting alongside him encountered a heteromorphic wolfman. He was incredibly strong, and the only reason they were still alive after their battle with the blue-furred wolfman was that he had let them go. The third villain only appeared near the end of Bakugo and Izumi's confrontation with the final villain. We didn't get to see her power in action, but we learned the basics of her quirk. She could transform her hair into sharp daggers, which she could extend and launch at will. I hadn't seen the last villain myself, but when Izumi and Bakugo woke up, they described him. Bakugo said he had long, white hair and wore a pale blue suit over a black armored suit. He also had a respirator, similar to the one All for One wore during the Kamino incident. Yagi had mentioned that All for One needed a new one after that night, but it looked almost identical, so I used that as a reference. Izumi then told us that the man seemed to possess multiple quirks, which surprised many of us. We tried to set aside our personal feelings toward the 2 as we listened to their explanation, but it was hard not to roll our eyes. The quirks Bakugo and Izumi had witnessed were intriguing. He could shoot bullets or lasers from his fingertips, create force fields that could withstand both Izumi and Bakugo's combined powers, and summon dragon-shaped attacks from his back, using them to restrain one of our class's strongest students, Bakugo. Finally, he could control the weather, demonstrating this by unleashing a lightning bolt at Bakugo. I shared this information with the 2 standing in front of me without hesitation, and they seemed satisfied. "I'm still not sure if it's the guy we're looking for, but it sounds promising," Shigaraki said. Yagi nodded in understanding and sat down, closing his eyes as he did so. "What are you doing?" I asked Yagi as he sat cross-legged on the broken concrete of the harbor. "I'm plotting," he replied with a hum. "Okay?" I responded, following his lead and sitting down opposite him. "What do you think, Tamura? Do you think we can take him?" he asked, looking up at Shigaraki. Tamura smiled confidently and replied with a simple, "Yes." I could practically feel their intense auras as they exchanged glances filled with determination. Even if this isn't the guy we're looking for, he's still a threat to our goals that we need to eliminate. And if this really is the test subject we've been trying to locate for Master and the Doctor. He paused. "Then it's our lucky day," Yagi finished for him. "Now, here's what I'm thinking." After I explained my plan to both Kaminari and Tamura, I gave separate instructions to Kaminari. He wanted to know why I was there and why I had lied to Tamura, but I explained that it wasn't important right now and that I had a different task for him. I felt that since the Class 1A Hero Corps students were the only ones on the island with valid provincial hero licenses and therefore the only ones with real authority in this situation, they would act to counter the villain group. With that in mind, I couldn't let them interfere with my plans. So, I asked Kaminari to keep them away from the main villain and focus on the 2 remaining villains. It felt strange giving a Hero Corps student orders to defeat a villain, considering my own profession. Nevertheless, with those orders, Kaminari left the harbor and began running back to the factory, in case anyone noticed his absence. I waved him off and looked to Tamura, who was scanning for signs of where the villains had taken refuge. Everything was in ruins, and since it was nighttime, I suggested we rest until they made their move. Tamura countered my suggestion, saying that the person who makes the first move has the advantage. I pointed out that while he might be at full strength, I wasn't. He seemed to understand once I mentioned that I had flown for 6 hours in just over an hour, so I was exhausted and had a headache. We searched the harbor for a place that wasn't completely destroyed and found a shop. It wasn't the safest option, but it was the closest place we could find before I collapsed. I'll be all right after a few hours of rest. I groaned as I dropped to the floor. A few hours. That's how much time I needed to be at my best. Although, if necessary, I could get up in an hour or so. With the thought that tonight might be my last peaceful moment with Tamura, I urged him to lie down with me. He turned me onto my back from my uncomfortable position on my stomach laid down to my right, and we stared up at the partially crumbled ceiling above us in silence. I struggled not to get up and hug him, to tell him we should just turn around and leave. That we didn't need to do this. That we should let the Hero Corps students handle it and go home. Go home and play a video game, or even just sit down for dinner like we used to. Like we used to. My mind wandered back to the days at the bar when it was just Kurogiri, Tamura, and me. Back before all of this chaos. Back before the bar was destroyed. Back before Kurogiri was captured by the heroes. Back to when we all just had dinner together and talked about our days. All the laughter. All the smiles. All the memories. I strained to keep my eyes dry, but as soon as I looked at Tamura's sleeping form, I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. I hadn't cried in ages. It felt like I was being overwhelmed by my own emotions. It's funny to think I had cried so much before I left, and now I didn't even remember how it felt. I suppose that's a good thing, but the unfamiliar feeling was strangely comforting. I cried silently for what seemed like forever, though in reality, it was only a few moments. Just a few tears that felt like a sea of emotion slipped from my eyes that night. Only a few emotions that I hadn't felt in years broke through my stone-cold expression. The eerie silence around us only made things worse. The almost inaudible sounds of the wind entered through the gaps in the walls and ceiling. The rustling leaves danced in the breeze, and the soft, muffled sound of Tamura's snoring filled the air. It all heightened my emotions. I had heard of this moment before, the calm before the storm, the night before the battle. The last peaceful moment before chaos erupted. I fell asleep, wishing to hold on to this stillness, knowing it was fleeting. I didn't want this moment to end. I wanted time to freeze, to remain in this serene state forever. Like dolls in a set, I longed for this tranquility to last. I drifted off, thinking only of the quiet before the storm. The sound of a distant explosion jolted me awake. My memories of Tamura and Kurogiri faded as Tamura shook me to get up. I jumped to my feet, quickly assessing the situation, and together we dashed out of the partially crumbled building. Outside, a cloud of ash filled the sky, likely from the explosion or whatever had just occurred. The Hero Corps students must have made the first move, I thought aloud. Come on, we should get there before those Hero Corps students have all the fun. With that, Tamura and I began our journey to the site of the battle. He didn't know it, but I sensed this would be our last moment together, our final run. I still remembered our first run vividly. Tamura had been showing me the alleyways of the Kyoto prefecture, starting with Kamino Ward. Initially, he planned to show me just those alleys, but after realizing my strong memory and eagerness to learn, he expanded our explorations to larger cities until I was familiar with almost the entire prefecture. It saddened me to think about how much Tamura had helped me. He had saved me and taken me in when I had nowhere to go, introducing me to his makeshift family and allowing me to become part of it when I had no one to call home. A home isn't just a place, it's the people in it. They became my home. There's no turning back now. I'm too close. As we ran, I saw lasers and debris flying in every direction, confirming that the battle had begun. Panic surged within me. I couldn't let 9 be defeated before we arrived, nor could I allow him to take down the Hero Corps students before we got there. Tamura! I called, raising my voice to be heard over the battlefield chaos. Get on! He smirked, amused by my offer to carry him, and laughed as he jumped onto my back. I winced at his weight but adjusted and kept running. Once I felt stable, I activated my quirk. Soaring through the air as fast as I could without leaving Tamura behind, I observed the scene unfolding below. One of the students was using his quirk to hurl rocks at 9, who effortlessly destroyed them with his lasers. The boy looked exhausted, and I couldn't help but think how much easier it would have been if I hadn't eliminated Uraraka. Even with her powers, their plan would have been futile against someone as overpowered as 9. If their strategy was to trap an S+ rank villain like 9 under a pile of loosely taped rocks, they were underestimating him. In fact, that expelled student from the first day would have been a valuable asset. From what Kaminari had told me, he could have secured the rocks properly, holding 9 down longer than the boy currently in charge. Maybe I should reach out to that kid after this whole mess is over. After witnessing 9 break free from the poorly constructed rock barrier and retaliate against the boy still trying to attack him, I continued my flight. I noticed that 9 was moving in a straight line, giving me a general idea of where he was headed. As I ascended the mountain where the battle raged, I spotted 2 figures waiting for 9: Izumi and Bakugo. They stood firm in fighting stances, ready to confront 9 as a second line of defense. They should have been the first line. The tape-wielding student was clearly not strong enough to handle such a powerful villain alone. Anyone could see the disparity in their strength, raw power, and experience. It wasn't a fair fight, and the odds of success could have been improved with just one more person. I grimaced as I flew past them, deciding to stay and observe the battle that was about to unfold. I couldn't see how Izumi and Bakugo would manage to defeat 9 at their current skill levels. The only way I could envision them succeeding would be nearly impossible. Izumi would have to give one for all to Bakugo. However, she would never swallow her pride and relinquish the power that had been entrusted to her. Who knows, maybe she's changed since our last encounter. Probably not, but we'll see. I stood with Kaken, Ojiro, Jiro, Shoji, and the 2 students we were protecting, awaiting the villain's arrival. I knew Siro wouldn't be able to defeat 9, but I hoped he could at least hold him off for a while instead of being swiftly overpowered. I noticed Siro, still trying to fight despite a blow to the head, getting cornered by 9. Looking back at Kaken, I realized he was no longer beside me. Then I glanced back toward Siro. There he was. Kaken sprang into action, unleashing an explosion at the villain, diverting his attention from Siro, who was scrambling to find cover, following Kaken's orders and due to his injuries. Dimin, he wants to become a hero, yet he needed Kaken to save him. Pathetic. Grunting, the villain retaliated, using his force field to shield himself from the blast. "You're still alive?" he asked, his tone dripping with boredom. "Yeah, I guess you should have hit me harder," Kaken shot back, monologuing as he prepared for another attack. Shoji stood nearby, peering through his binoculars, puzzled by Kaken's actions. Seizing the moment, I decided to make a run for it. I wanted some of the glory for this takedown too, and I wouldn't get any if I was stuck babysitting 2 kids. "Where are you going?" he called after me as I dashed away. "I'm going to join the party," I replied, irritation creeping into my voice as if it weren't already obvious what I was doing. Katsuki Bakugo's POV. Izuku loomed over Izumi, who lay on the ground just a few meters away from me. I watched as Izumi glared at Izuku, and he returned the look with a twisted grin. I heard him laugh darkly, and my heart raced as guilt surged within me, constricting my breath. I had seen Izuku at the Kamino ward, but he looked so different now. His eyes clouded with hatred and despair glowed a toxic shade of green. His hair fluffy on top and trimmed in the back was gently lifted by the wind. His lips curled into a menacing grin, and his expression grew more intense. He was nothing like the kid I used to know. The changes in him were stark, from his hair to the expression behind his smile. Yet, beneath all that anger and hatred, I could see traces of pain and sadness. It was faint, but it was there. I knew it was my fault. I had told him to jump, and he did it because of me. I was responsible for the person he had become. I understood that I had a hand in creating this monster, and I could never fix what he had turned into. No matter how much I wanted to, it was too late for apologies. I wanted to rise from my spot on the ground. I wanted to walk over to him, open my arms, and give him a hug. I wanted to tell him how sorry I was, how much I missed him. I wished I could go back in time and change everything. I should have protected him instead of hurting him. I could see that now. I would have given up my quirk if it meant he could live just one day of the life he deserved. I would have sacrificed my own life for a second chance for him, a chance to be free from pain, to be accepted, to be loved, to be happy. But I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by fear of what he would say or how he would react. I was terrified of the expression he would wear, one filled with loathing, disgust, and sadness. I had stared into his emerald green eyes, filled with fear and despair, too many times. I didn't want to be the one to make him wear such an expression ever again. I remained on the ground, watching intently as Izumi pushed herself up. With lightning speed, she jumped and struck Izuku in the jaw with all her might, injuring herself in the process. She leaped back, smirking, but to her surprise, he seemed completely unfazed. "Are you done?" he asked, his expression still bored as he intensified his glare. Izumi looked ready to unleash her fury as she shouted that she was just getting started. As the two siblings clashed, exchanging heated words, I couldn't help but reminisce about how close we used to be before everything fell apart, before we discovered our quirks, before life became complicated. Before I complicated everything. I couldn't help but let my mind wander back to those carefree days spent under the sun. The hours we wasted lying on the grass, cloud-gazing. The countless nights spent telling each other scary stories, thinking we would be best friends for life. Those were the days before we forced all that toxicity onto Izuku. It was so simple back then. The only fights we had were about who would become the #1 hero. Now, watching my two childhood friends fighting on opposite sides of an underground war, I felt the weight of my guilt. This was all my fault. It never should have ended like this. Izuku should have been a hero. You should have been a hero. I shouted in anguish as I stood up from my spot on the ground. So why? Tears welled in my eyes as the two stopped fighting to look at me. Why are you the villain? The floodgates of emotion that had been locked inside me finally burst open. The gentle streams turned into raging rivers as Izuku ground his teeth at me. "You don't get to ask me that," he screamed, his face twisted with resentment and hatred. His expression was a haunting reminder of how he used to be before everything changed, before he faced all that pain, before we got our quirks, and he didn't. I remembered how his smile faded over the years, how his eyes clouded with despair. All the subtle changes, all the signs that this would one day be the result of our ignorance and cruelty. Looking back, I saw it all. I knew he wasn't okay despite the smiles he wore. I knew he was hurting, and deep down, I think I knew that one day he might reach a breaking point. I could see the signs, yet I chose to ignore them, right up until the day he finally shattered. The day I found him on the ground, lifeless and alone. The day I saw his face, a haunting reminder of the boy I once knew, now twisted by the world around him. This wasn't the Izuku I remembered. This was the version of him that society had warped and reshaped. This was the result of a world that had shown him nothing but cruelty. This Izuku was the one who had been broken, the one I had failed to save. I felt like I had lost him that day. "I'm sorry," I cried out, tears streaming down my face as he approached me. "Please, Izuku, I know you're still in there. You don't get to call me that after all these years," he snapped, grabbing me by the collar of my shirt. In that moment, I recalled the fear on his face when our roles had been reversed. How terrified he had seemed. How sad he looked as tears streamed down his cheeks. He mirrored my own brokenness. The world had beaten him down so many times, yet he had continued to stand. But now, he had lost his way. He had transformed into a figure that people feared, the boy who had once helped everyone without expecting anything in return. The boy with a heart of gold, a hero's heart, now reduced to a mere shadow of who he once was. I could see the sadness in his eyes. I wasn't sure if he recognized it himself, but the pain was evident. He threw me aside and charged at me as Izumi used her powers to hurl boulders in his direction. "Please, we can fix this. Just let me fix this," I pleaded. "Let me make this right." "You can't." His voice was filled with anger as he loomed over me. "I'm not some broken toy," he continued, pressing down on me. "I have a family now. I have a brother. I have a home." His voice faltered, and I could see tears welling up in his eyes as a faint voice called out to him. Izuku? Tamura Shigaraki's POV. I took Izuku's words to heart and engaged the villain as instructed. Considering the villain's abilities, I realized this was the one we had been searching for, the test subject who had escaped. Earlier, I might have considered recruiting him, but after witnessing his actions, I understood that I could never align myself with someone so devoid of morals. I had no intention of letting someone like him gain power, even as an ally. I positioned myself in front of the villain, blocking his path to the children and my brother, and waited. "You were the test subject the doctor was using, weren't you?" I asked. He didn't respond, simply ordering me to step aside. I clenched my jaw at his dismissive tone, glaring at him as he advanced toward the children. I leaped forward, reaching out to stop him, but he dodged just in time. "If you get in my way, I'll have to deal with you," he said, his tone bored. "Not going to happen," I replied, narrowly avoiding the lasers he shot from his fingertips. I charged at him, careful to evade his attacks and the two dragon-like creatures attached to his back. Izuku had been right to warn me to stay alert as the villain unleashed his powers. I dodged his strikes until he said something that caught me off guard. So, that boy was telling the truth after all. As he glanced back toward Izuku, my mind went blank. I froze, and in that moment, one of his lasers struck my leg. "What?" I exclaimed, shock evident in my voice. "Your friend, Agony or whatever he's called, informed me that your league had plans to eliminate me." He spoke with a disinterested tone as I watched the battle unfold. I felt my heart sink. I couldn't believe it. This stranger was claiming that the boy I considered a little brother had betrayed us. But how could that be? We had only decided to intervene in the villain's plans last night, and I had been with Izuku the entire time. Unless he had been lying all along. My thoughts drifted back to my fight with Overhaul. I remembered how he reacted when I mentioned that Izuku had deceived him. The shock in his eyes, the way his voice had risen when I said, "You made a mistake telling my little brother about your plan to eliminate me." Now, with everything considered, the truth became painfully clear. Izuku had been trying to rid himself of me all along. I recalled how confident he had seemed that the escape test subject was on the island, and I had trusted his instincts, thinking of him as my little brother. But when Izuku had told Kaminari that we were there to deal with the villain for him, I noticed a flicker of confusion in his expression. His expression was a mix of shock and confusion at the mention of a villain. Tears began to well in my eyes as everything started to make sense. I saved his life. I took him in. I taught him everything I knew. I let him be a part of my family. I loved him. My eyes couldn't hold back the tears as I glanced at Izuku. An excruciating pain struck my chest, and I looked down to see blood pooling at my lips, my body growing colder by the second. This was the end. This was where I was to die. Even though he had led me to this moment, I didn't hate Izuku. I had come to love him, and nothing would change that. We shared some of my brightest moments together. I wouldn't have changed my time with him in any way. Memories of our time together played through my mind like an old movie dinner conversations, sparring sessions, hours spent watching bad movies and laughing, and playing video games. It all flashed through my mind as I came to terms with the reality I faced. I guess I won't get the chance to beat Izuku in Halo 3 after all. Although I wasn't angry with him, I still had questions. I wanted to know what I did. What happened to us? Had he been pretending all along? Faking those memories we shared? All those dinners? All those laughs? When did it all go wrong? Why? I started as my vision began to fade. Izuku? Izuku Yagi's POV. I felt my throat tighten, my eyes widening. My skin paled and I shook with fear. Fear that this was reality. Fear that this was truly happening. Fear that Tamura was gone. This was my plan. This was what I had wanted. The outcome I had hoped for was finally here, but I felt miserable. I was distraught and angry with Nine, and angry with myself. This wasn't what I wanted. Not anymore. All I wanted was to play video games with Tamura again. All I wanted was to share dinner with him at the bar again. I didn't want this. I don't want this anymore. I yelled as I rushed to Tamura's side. I activated my energy whips and launched them toward Nine, who stood shocked at my sudden outburst. An explosion of color filled my vision as my energy burst forth, a toxic green light fueled by rage and self-hatred. As my whips struck, I felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through my veins. I ran to Tamura, who was coughing and felt cold to the touch. "No, no, no, please stay with me," I screamed as I pulled him into my arms. "Please, I don't want this. I don't want you to go." Tears streamed down my face as regret filled my mind. "I did this. I killed him." Hey," he started, his voice strained as he gasped for air, reaching out to touch my face gently. "It's okay, Izuku." A sob escaped my lips as his blood seeped into my clothes. He knew this was my fault, yet he was still trying to comfort me. "Listen, kid. I'm not mad. I love you so much and nothing will change that. Know that I'll always be there for you, and whatever led you to this, I will support you in. Even through death. I'll always be watching over you. Little brother." His voice trailed off as the light in his eyes faded. His hand, still resting against my cheek, felt lifeless. The coldness of his body was a harsh reminder of the reality I faced. Tamura was gone, and it was all my fault. As I accepted that the person I had lost still thought of me as family, I wept. In that moment, I didn't care about anything else. All I cared about was the lifeless body of the man who had saved my life. I refused to let go, fearing that if I did, it would hurt even more. "Please, bro," I began. "You're my best friend, don't leave me." I cried out from the depths of my heart as I cradled his still body. The sounds around me faded as my heartbeat grew louder in my ears. The voices behind me were muffled, and the world seemed to stop turning for just a moment as I cried. I didn't want this. I wanted to wake up from this nightmare. I wanted to see Tamura sitting in the game room, playing a video game. I wanted to sit next to him, tell him how much I loved him, and thank him for everything he had done for me. I wanted him back. I wanted him to wake up from his eternal slumber. I wanted him back. I wanted him to tell me he was proud of me. I stood up, tears still streaming down my face, and glanced back at Izumi and Bakugo. My sisters stared at me with wide eyes, while Bakugo approached me, wrapping his arms around me. In that moment, I felt vulnerable. I longed for the warm embrace of another person, to feel the love of someone holding me as I cried. The only person to have ever done that was Tamura, and I would never replace him. I will never replace Tamura. I activated Ghost and slipped out of Bakugo's grip. Remaining invisible, I retrieved 2 trackers from my pocket similar to the one I had placed on Nine's neck. I approached the 2 small children, tears still streaming down my face, and discreetly planted the microscopic tracking devices onto their necks before flying away. "I vow to you, Tamura. I will achieve our dream in your honor. You will always be in my heart. Brother." Katsuki Bakugo's POV. I watched Izuku as he sat next to Shigaraki, tears flowing down his face. He looked so miserable. Who wouldn't be? The 2 of them had obviously grown close during their time together. Izuku even seemed to think of Shigaraki as an older brother, making it all the more difficult to witness the aftermath of the attack. I noticed Izumi beginning to lift a boulder with her psychokinesis, but I stopped her. Izuku had been hurt so much, and now, of all times, I wanted to be there for him. What the hell? I had a clear shot. She screamed at me as I set off an explosion near her, causing her to drop the boulder. "Look at him, Izumi. He's hurting. How selfish do you have to be to attack your own brother while he's in a state like that?" I shouted, gesturing to the man cradling his friend in his arms. "Can't we do something nice for him just this once? It's our fault he's like this in the first place, so the least we could do is give him a moment to grieve for his friend." She looked away and quietly mumbled a "fine," before we heard someone shuffling in front of us. Looking up, I saw Izuku standing over Shigaraki's lifeless body, tears in his eyes. He glanced at both me and Izumi, a look I would never forget. Tears continued to flow down his cheeks, his eyes red and puffy. The blood on his hoodie and cheek from where Shigaraki had fallen in his arms was a haunting sight. The frown on his face quivered as soft sobs escaped his lips. But it was his eyes that struck me the most. They seemed to reflect a deep sorrow, as if he were the one who had died, rather than Shigaraki. The once bright, emerald-green orbs he wore as a child were now clouded with darkness. Hatred and sadness swirled within them, glimmering with a spark of regret and self-hatred as he glanced back toward the body beneath him. As his eyes met mine, I began to walk forward, driven by an impulse I couldn't fully understand. I approached him and embraced him, wrapping my arms around him for the first time since we were 4. His arms remained at his sides as I enveloped him in the warmth of my sorrow and regret, feeling him twitch slightly as tears continued to stream down his cheeks. I held on to him tightly, fearing that if I let go, I would lose him again. But then, as I strengthened my grip, I felt his body fade away. I clutched nothing but air and looked around, but he was already gone. "Oh, Izuku. I'm so sorry." Izuku Yagi's POV. I entered the base quietly and undetected. I didn't have the emotional strength to talk to anyone and wanted to mourn in solitude. I could barely comprehend that Tamura was gone. I couldn't process that he had been taken from me, but one thing was clear: I was responsible for his death. His blood was on my hands. His death was entirely my fault. I had too many chances to prevent this to blame 9 for Tamura's fate. I didn't want to go into my room, knowing I would have to face the girl inside, so I went to Tamura's room. As I entered, silence enveloped me, and a wave of nostalgia washed over me. Everything around reminded me of Tamura. His scent still lingered in the air. His collection of hands was preserved, and his clothes remained in the closet. His computer was still on the Battlefield 1 home screen, just as it had been before we left. I would have cried upon entering the room, but I had run out of tears. I had run out of energy to cry. I collapsed onto Tamura's bed, clutching his comforter in my hands. It felt like sitting on your brother's bed for the first time in a while, welcoming and warm. Taking in his scent, I thought of Tamura and the look in his eyes, not one of hatred, but one of brotherly love and forgiveness. Then, I recalled what he had said before he died. "Know that I'll always be there for you, and whatever led you to this, I will support you, even through death." I repeated aloud. His words echoed in my mind, playing like a broken record. He had promised to support me, even if it meant sacrificing himself. I regretted what I did. I regretted it deeply, and I would take it back if I could. I wouldn't let Tamura's death be in vain. I was too far in to quit now. If I failed, his death would have been meaningless. I would not let his sacrifice be for nothing. I would succeed in my plans, and I would do it for Tamura. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought of Tamura and my plans for the children. Kids are the future. Based on everything that had happened to them individually, I believed I could nurture them in secret and show them the truth about the heroes. I could turn those children into my allies, and once they've all grown into teenagers, I could recruit them. Koda. The kids from Nabu Island. They are the future, and I will reach them before the heroes can. This is the race of fate. The race that will determine the future of the new world. Now is the time to act. And so, the race begins. Izuku Yagi's POV. I felt weightless. I felt cold. I felt non-existent. I had been tossing and turning for hours as I awoke from my restless slumber. Although I had been asleep, I felt exhausted as if I hadn't slept in days. The bedridden state I had been in was frustrating. I had plenty of things to do, yet I felt no motivation to lift even a finger. I felt no motivation to eat. I felt no motivation to do so much as breathe. Yesterday, as I fell asleep, I had still been in denial, not fully conscious of the events that had taken my dearest away. However, this morning as I awoke, I felt almost lifeless. As I tossed in Tamura's bed, I decided to get up and begin my new plan. I had created a new scheme as I slept, to which I have now dubbed my enlightenment ploy. Or, the Enlightenment, for short. I rose from my spot on Tamura's bed and went into his closet, looking for something of his to wear as a means of coping. I decided to wear one of Tamura's signature black, long-sleeve, V-neck shirts, accompanied by his typical black jeans, and of course, one of his pairs of red sneakers. It was honestly quite touching that he had bought a matching pair of my red sneakers. I softly laughed at the memory we shared from the day he came home with them. I had been at the bar still half asleep talking with Kurojiri about his fantastic cooking when all of a sudden, Tamura burst through the door, sirens blazing, and these shoes in hand. He closed the door and sighed a breath of relief before turning towards me. He showed the shoes to me, looking me up and down, and spoke. "Well, this is awkward," I said aloud, reminiscing about the memory as I put on the red shoes. It was a glowing memory that I thought of regularly, now more than ever. I felt my emotions hitting me again and decided to distract myself with music. Remembering how technologically advanced Tamura's room had been, him being the gamer fanatic he was, I called out for his Google Nest. "Hey Google," I began, awaiting the dark room to illuminate slightly. "Play Vesti La Juba on YouTube Music." The device complied with my request, and the song I had chosen began to play as I dressed in Tamura's outfit. The sound of the familiar music invaded my ears, instantly distracting my morning mind with its melody. I had first heard this song during one of Tamura's visits with All for One, where he had brought me along. At first, I hated it and wanted to block it out, but after hearing it on repeat for hours, I grew to appreciate the Italian opera. I left the room as the song came to an end and found myself sitting in front of the TV in the common area, alongside the other members of the league. Toga was the first to notice my outfit and decided to speak. "You know, Shigi's gonna be upset if he catches you wearing his clothes," she said with a faint sigh. "I don't think I'll have to worry about that anymore." Taking note of my oddly out-of-character tone, she began to open her mouth, freezing in place as she heard a string of words she hadn't expected. Earlier yesterday morning, an attack took place on Nabu Island where the IThat students of Class 1A had been providing additional hero services for the islanders. The villain attack caused many casualties, including the death of the infamous Shigaraki Tamura, better known as the leader of the notorious League of Villains, who had also been responsible for several attacks on UA High earlier this year. As the reporter droned on about the relations between the League and the villains apprehended on Nabu Island, the room I sat in was dead silent. There was no idle chatter between individuals making fun of the reporters. There were no footsteps of people walking and pacing about the room due to frustrating television drama. There were no creaks of floorboards that sometimes sounded at random. It was completely silent, excluding the TV, of course. No one dared to make a noise. No one dared to even breathe louder than quiet. Those in the room that had heard the harsh words of the reporter wore a look I would never forget. Their faces, clouded with melancholy and a mortified twist, seemed to contort in denial and confusion. 2 years ago, the expressions my friends wore would have shaken me to my core. However, now, after all that I had seen and done, the look seemed only natural. "Izu-chan." Toga started. "Where's Shigi?" Her eyes hadn't left the bright screen of the TV, still talking about the events that occurred just yesterday, and her expression remained unwavering. The silence was disturbingly quiet. I was too tired to answer, and quite frankly, I didn't want the others to watch me weep. Meanwhile, the act of processing the shocking truth that had been revealed in one of the most brutal ways imaginable was drowning my comrades. "Yagi, where is Shigaraki?" Dabi repeated sternly as he stood to his feet and began making his way toward me. I remained silent and averted eye contact until I felt the cold touch of Dabi's fingers on my chin, forcing me to look up at him. In this situation, I normally would have pushed him away, but I was too tired to do anything. As my deep green eyes met his piercing blue ones, I felt tears beginning to well in my eyes. He pulled my face closer to his and repeated himself again, seeking a reaction that would give him some sort of answer even if I remained silent. "Don't cry." "I refuse to cry." "Don't cry." "I won't." "Don't cry." As I repeated those phrases in my mind, over and over again, Tamura's face appeared in my head. How he looked when I beat him in a video game, how he looked when we enjoyed Kurojiri's savory meals, and the look he wore as he passed away. The words he spoke in those final moments echoed in my brain as if on loop, and I cracked. "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!" I shouted quickly as I began pacing around the room. "Get out of my head!" I clawed at my neck, feeling my breathing become restricted. Every memory I had with Tamura, ranging from our first meeting to his training sessions, from my encounter with All for One to his final words, flooded my mind, overwhelming me as I struggled to breathe. The concerned stares from my friends only intensified my distress. Gripping my hair, I let out a laugh that turned into tears as Tamura's image danced mockingly in my thoughts. "Yagi," Dabi said, stepping back to put some distance between us. "What?" I hissed, my laughter fading. "Is something wrong, Dabi?" A twisted grin formed on my lips, tinged with malice and a hint of sadness, as I locked eyes with him. He looked repulsed as I chuckled darkly. "No," I asked, interpreting his silence as agreement. "Good." Regaining my composure, I exited the room swiftly. It was time to move forward with my plans, but first, I needed to reclaim my room. I had a strategy in mind. Sleeping in Tamura's room clearly wasn't working for me, so I needed to accelerate my plans with the girl. This would allow me to regain my space and place another spy among the UA students, striking another blow against the heroes when the time came. Activating my quirk, I floated into my room and found the girl with periwinkle hair rummaging through my notebooks, unaware of my presence thanks to my ability. I glided through the room, careful not to attract her attention, and made my way to my closet. I grabbed my usual black hoodie and mask before heading to the bathroom to change. Fully disguised and ready to blend into the shadows, I left the base. I had done my research before my sudden surge of determination, so I knew exactly where to go. As I moved gracefully through the city of Mizudafu, I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My core relaxed, and I felt a sense of clarity for the first time since learning about Nine's existence. I inhaled the crisp air of the snow-covered city. The gray clouds above provided the perfect cover for the audacious act I was about to commit. With the darkness enveloping the area, I was confident I could slip in and out of my destination unnoticed. Upon arrival, I slipped through the gates and passed the security of the facility I had targeted. Then, I began my one-sided assault. 2086. That was the number of inmates held in the Tokyo detention house. 2086. That was the number of casualties resulting from my rampage. The intensity of my actions would be enough to disturb anyone. The Tokyo detention house was where Harada Doi awaited trial for the murder of the periwinkle-haired girl's parents Heido Benjiro and Heido Aina. As I confronted each inmate in the detention house, the guards remained oblivious to my presence. The silence of my movements was startling. I chuckled to myself as I dispatched the final inmate with a swift, elegant motion before leaving the jail and returning to the base. "Oh my god, I'm terrible." Nijire Heido's POV. I had been meticulously examining the journals on Agony's desk. Just one of those notebooks reaching the public could have catastrophic consequences. The detailed information on weaknesses, quirks, and strengths could lead to the complete downfall of the hero society we lived in. I wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, I respected and admired many heroes, but on the other, I couldn't help but see those I had looked up to in a less flattering light. Red Gauntlet's actions were troubling, but I hadn't known enough about him to let it completely alter my perception of heroes. However, the revelations about All Might were hard to ignore. It raised questions. Are there other heroes like that out there? Are there others who misuse their power in such a vile way? Are there those who would take advantage of and harass their fans simply because they could? It was difficult to overlook, and I feared my view of heroes would always be tainted after what I had witnessed. Yet, my perception of villains had also shifted. Watching Agony leap into action to save a woman was eye-opening. Despite the chaotic nature of his actions, he still saved her, even with nothing to gain. I sat, lost in thought for what felt like hours, when a voice broke my concentration. "Hey!" I glanced to my side and felt a wave of nausea at the sight before me. A man in a black hoodie and mask stood over me, drenched in blood. His metallic scent filled the air, and his expression was unsettling. He seemed bored yet amused, angry yet exhilarated. It was a calm that sent chills down my spine, the kind you'd find in a horror movie just before something shocking happens. The kind of calm you feel when the screaming stops. When you walk down to check on a loved one. The kind of calm that grips you when you find something horrifying. "I got you a present." The unsettling feeling that something was very wrong intensified as he pulled a bag from behind him. Opening it slowly, I felt my skin pale. He opened the bag and revealed its contents for me to see. It was the severed head of the man who had taken my parents from me. So, do you like it? Stumbling backward, the girl standing in front of me looked at the head of her parents' killer in horror. I chuckled slightly as I watched the blood pool out of the decapitated head and onto the floor. The smell of decay and iron filled the room we were in, and the crimson color of the man's blood coated the floor thickly. "That's," she started before I interrupted her. "Harada Doi's head, I know." "And you?" "Yeah, I did." She stood there, staring at me in fear as I waved the head around, gripping it by the hair, and splattering blood onto the walls and furniture of the room. Her horrified expression only intensified as I tossed the head to the ground near her feet, watching her scream in terror. As the head rolled closer to her, she ran toward me instead of the head, turning to face it rather than my icy glare. She gagged in disgust both from my actions and the sight of the gruesome head. I grabbed her arm, which hung loosely by her side, and turned her to face me. Looking down at her, I held her chin, forcing her to meet my gaze. Her eyes, filled with terror and revulsion, locked onto mine, which were cold and intense, for what felt like an eternity before I began to speak. "So, want to join the League, or should I leave you here to think things through?" I asked, boredom evident in my voice. She didn't dare break eye contact, however, she remained silent. I took her silence as a need for time to process and left without another word. This event should start the wheels turning. Either she would try to escape because of this new development, or she would break and submit to my schemes. I believed she would choose the latter since people who have lived perfect lives seem to shatter when faced with even the slightest adversity. This past week, that girl had endured a lot. From witnessing her parents' brutal murder to learning the horrifying truth about heroes in such a disturbing way, she had been moved into chaos. From living in her perfect world with her perfect family and friends to suddenly being dropped into a whirlwind of horror, she must be starting to lose her grip. This shift would have dire consequences, regardless of the outcome I had mentioned. I walked out of the room and decided to visit Eri, Koda, and the other two children I had saved to commence the next phase of my ascension. I walked through the common area and saw Dabi watching TV. He looked at me with both guilt and fear as I sneered at him. Walking through the door of the base, I activated Ghost and began to fly toward UA High. Toga had informed me that Eri was being held in a hospital, which was true. However, Todoroki and Kaminari had told me that due to her dangerous and unpredictable quirk, both the hospital and UA had decided it would be best for her to be left in the care of the one man who could deactivate her quirk if necessary, Aizawa Shota, the homeroom teacher of Class 1A at UA High. Reaching the little girl would definitely be a challenge considering she was being monitored by one of the most cautious and serious heroes currently active. I knew quite a bit about Eraserhead even before I met the League. He wasn't flashy, nor was he funny or easygoing. Honestly, he was really intense and frightening, but he was incredible at his job. The way he fought and utilized his unique quirk with such efficiency was astounding. His quirk wasn't suited for many situations such as battling large groups, facing those with heteromorphic quirks, or fighting armed opponents, yet he still worked hard to overcome those weaknesses, and he succeeded. His origin story reminded me of my own past. He became a hero against the odds, despite what his teacher had told him during his schooling days. His quirk mainly excelled in one-on-one fights, yet he could still hold his own in a brawl if necessary. Meanwhile, I didn't have a quirk, but if I could at least fight as he could, I might have been able to be an underground hero of sorts. If only things were different. I arrived at the gates of UA, still using Ghost to mask my presence from the gate's scanners and special detection capabilities, and phased through the walls of the gate. I wandered the campus of the school I had admired for most of my life with annoyance. Seeing the carefree and gleeful faces of the UA students sickened me. They looked so happy, so childish, so twisted. I could see their smiles, but I couldn't see the innocence behind them. Instead, I saw the hate and twisted nature behind their faces as I passed. The fakeness of their laughter, the insincerity of their expressions, the manipulative nature behind their joy. None of them were genuine. They were all fakers. None of them cared. They were all liars. I felt my vision warping and my gaze darkening as I heard laughter. At first, the joyous, childish laughter sounded eerie, but then it began to warp. What seemed innocent turned dark and horrific. I felt my body trembling and my mind aching. I need to get out. I needed to escape this feeling. I needed to escape this situation. I began to run toward where I hoped the dorms were located, swerving past students as they roamed the campus with their friends. I felt trapped, encased in a world full of monsters, even though I could very well phase through my problems if needed. My breathing grew heavy, and my heart rate increased, getting louder and louder in my ears as I ran. Thump, thump, thump. The rapid sound filled my ears like a ticking bomb, counting down until it exploded. The way my vision swirled made me feel disoriented and claustrophobic, and the constant rising and falling of my chest made it that much harder to calm myself. As I ran through the world darkened and warped by hatred and malice, I felt weak. I felt suffocated, as if I were being held down and choked out of society. I felt unwanted by society, like I was an eyesore that people ignored despite my invisibility. Memories of being scolded by Bakugo, Todoroki, and my sister flooded back, reminding me of my loneliness and status as a social outcast. I hadn't attended a proper school in ages, so I hadn't revisited those painful memories for a while. Though I had participated in the USJ attack, it wasn't a real school environment. This was different. This was a bustling school filled with more than 19 students, a loud and chaotic place filled with cruel and arrogant peers. It was a complete nightmare for me. As I navigated through the halls, my mind raced back to memories from before I met the League, one after another, until I finally reached my destination. My breathing steadied as I realized I had successfully avoided the throngs of students and arrived at my goal. The teachers' dormitories were intriguing. They resembled the student dorms but lacked the typical air of superiority that many teachers exuded. Perhaps that was just my perception. Teachers had always regarded me as a nuisance, someone in need of fixing. They turned a blind eye to the harassment I faced and often called me out in class just to embarrass me. Their disdain made it clear that I didn't deserve their sympathy or assistance. I felt less than human, as if I didn't deserve to share the same air as them. As I walked through the teachers' dorms, anger bubbled within me, but I tried to push it aside. I was here to see Eri, not to relive every painful memory. I traced my fingers along the nameplates on each door until I found the one at the far end of the hallway on the top floor. This was Eri's room. I phased through the door and entered a soft yellow room scattered with toys. Dolls were left out playfully, and a pile of stuffed animals was stacked at the foot of the bed. In the center of it all sat Eri, her face lit up with a big grin as she played with her dolls. I crouched down behind her, still invisible, and decided to have some fun. Leaning in close to her ear, I whispered a playful boo and made myself visible. She screamed and turned around in surprise, only to find me laughing. Her face brightened with joy as her eyes met mine. "Izu-chan," she exclaimed, leaping into my arms. I caught her as she landed, and she settled on my lap, smiling up at me like a child would to a parent. "I didn't know if I'd ever see you again," she said, her small arms wrapping around me as best as she could. "Didn't I promise I'd see you around?" I replied, hugging her back. "I never break my promises." Those words echoed in my mind, reminding me of the vow I had made to Tamura after his passing. I needed Eri to trust me, and I knew that scaring her by pulling away wouldn't help. So, I gently lifted her and twirled her around, causing her to release her hold. I sighed in relief as I set her down and asked, "So, how's life at IThat?" The anger and resentment within me began to boil over as I watched Agony leave the room. My vision blurred with colors of rage, and all I could see was my hatred for the man who had taken my parents from me. His lifeless body lay in a heap, a grim reminder of the violence that had shattered my world. One part of me wanted to turn away and escape this nightmare, but another part craved revenge against Harada Doi for what he had done. I felt my body tremble with fury as I approached the scene, my emotions clouding my judgment. Standing over the remains, I felt a surge of power as I stomped down, feeling a twisted sense of satisfaction as I confronted the aftermath of his actions. Tears streamed down my face as I realized the mess before me was not just physical but emotional. I should have been there when my parents were taken from me. I should have been the one to confront Harada Doi. With each stomp, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I was avenging my parents, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to cleanse the world of people like him, to protect others from the trauma I had endured. I was here to help humanity. I wanted to change the world. I wanted to free humanity from itself. I longed to wake up in a society filled with kindness and empathy. Agony's words echoed in my mind, and in that moment, I finally understood his vision for the future. I finally understood what he had seen in the world and what he envisioned for its future. I grasped his perspective on humanity and the hopes he held for us all. I want to fix society, and I want you to help me. The words echoed in my mind like a chant, swirling around as my head throbbed and my body felt cold. I want to fix society, and I want to help you. Izuku Yagi's POV. No way. And then what happened? I asked Eri, laughing as we caught up. Then there were lasers and streamers, and there were lights, and it was all so cool. She beamed. Everyone in Class 1A tried their hardest when they performed. I smiled at her as she continued to share her excitement about the UA Culture Festival that had taken place just a few months ago. Her joy warmed my heart for the first time in a long while. Sounds like, "You've been having fun here, huh?" I said, a hint of sadness creeping into my voice since I hadn't been there with her. "I guess that means you wouldn't want to come and stay with me." "What do you mean?" "You saved me, Oni-chan." She grinned up at me, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Oni-chan." I smiled back at her, feeling a sense of joy at being seen as a brother figure, especially since the last person I had considered family was gone. "And even though the heroes seem really nice, Izumi is really mean," she said sadly. "Are all heroes like that underneath their smiles?" As her innocent eyes met mine, a wave of sorrow washed over me. She had told me about Izumi's words on the day I saved her, how she took all the credit for my actions, which ignited a new form of resentment within me. Her complete disregard for anyone but herself was disheartening. The way she reprimanded a little girl in need of help was truly upsetting, and her audacity to claim my actions as her own was infuriating. The very reason heroes existed was to protect and rescue those in need, so it was astonishing that she would scold Eri for requiring assistance. I knew that Eri, upon hearing about Izumi's actions, would forever view heroes through a distorted lens. Our childhood experiences shape our adult perceptions. Yeah, most heroes really are like Izumi, harsh and self-serving. Many only help people for fame, glory, and money. It's honestly quite disheartening to see how they act behind the scenes, I explained to her. "Mr. Aizawa's nice. He takes care of me when he's not working," she said. "Is he a real hero?" "Yeah, I think he is," I replied. Just then, a knock sounded at the door, followed by the familiar voice of Aizawa Shota from behind me. "Hey Eri, remember I told you I'd take you to the park to play in the snow today?" I activated my quirk and began to slip away before he noticed me. I caught a glimpse of Eri's sad expression as she waved goodbye, knowing I had to leave before being seen. I would finish my plans with Eri later. It's clear she trusts me, but she still holds some faith in the heroes. Eri is young and naive. She has yet to realize the troubling nature of some heroes, but when she does see their flaws, I'll be there to support her. I'll help her stand tall and give her a home just as Tamura had done for me when I was in her shoes. When I had been saved by a hero, only to discover the harsh truth behind their facade. Gliding through the lightly falling snow, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. The cold air filled my lungs, soothing my mind during these times of uncertainty. Even when I felt victorious, the losses I had endured loomed larger than any triumph. Entering the base, I slammed the door behind me and flopped onto the couch. I managed to enjoy a brief moment of peace before the unpleasant sound of my phone ringing shattered the silence. There are 3 sounds in this world that I dislike: the knock on my door, my name being called, and the sound of my phone ringing. I pulled my phone from my pocket and checked the caller ID. It was unusual to receive a call, especially from an unknown number. "Hello," I answered, unsure of what to expect. "Young Yagi," a familiar voice began. "I think it's time we talk." "I'll be right there." After hearing the beep indicating the call had ended, I stood up and left the building. I knew where I was headed and what I needed to do. Today was the day. I knocked softly on the door, and after receiving a response, I opened it. Inside was a dark room I had only visited a few times before. It smelled of metal and cleaning supplies, reminiscent of a hospital's basement. The room was cluttered with 4 bags and stands, a mess of garbage and tissues, a space filled with the sorrow of a man mourning the loss of someone he considered an ally, someone he saw as a successor, mourning for the loss of the man he saw as a son. I stepped further into the room, maneuvering around the mess on the floor, and found myself in front of All for One, closer than I had ever stood next to him other than the night we had fought All Might together. "Good evening, Mr. All for One," I greeted the man in front of me, who had been staring at a picture frame in his hands despite not having eyes. "Good evening, young Yagi," he replied, not redirecting his attention from the frame likely of Tamura. "I assume you have some idea of what prompted me to arrange this visit." I hummed in response and began shifting in place, anxious about what was to come. "Then let's not delay and get straight to the point," he started, prying his non-existent gaze from the picture and setting it on his desk before turning towards me. "Due to the loss of my successor, and you being my second and now only option, I think it would be best to begin the transference process now in case anything were to happen to you, as it did with Tamura. It's really happening. I would be getting All for One. I would be able to achieve my goal. This was it. This was the moment. However, I can't very well give you All for One and leave myself defenseless. What? I will need some means of protection considering my status as one of the most feared villains and the sudden boldness of the heroes. So, rather than giving you the original copy of my quirk, I have decided to give you a copy," he explained. "A copy? You see, the doctor had created a copy of my quirk to give to Tamura in case something were to happen to me. However, nothing happened to me, rather something happened to Tamura. Now that he's gone, I'd like to pass on my quirk earlier than expected." "So, are you going to give me the quirk now, or?" I questioned the man in front of me. "Not quite. Before you can inherit my quirk, or rather the copy, you first must win over my past bodyguard, my successor." "Bodyguard?" I questioned. "Yes, once you leave this room, I want you to take the League and travel to a remote place where you can win over my bodyguard without the heroes interfering. You will have 48 hours before I send him to track you down." "Wait only 2 days?" "Yes, so I suggest you start gathering your League." "My League? Goodbye," he said in a borderline annoyed tone as he dismissed me likely from all of my questions. I left the room feeling nervous and stressed, seeing how I had no information whatsoever about the situation I had been placed in. My League? Does this mean I'm the new leader of the League? Win over a bodyguard? Why would I need to do that? Why did All for One phrase it like that? Those were the sorts of thoughts that raced through my brain as I flew to the base. I wasn't sure what awaited me in the next 2 days, but what I did know was that I needed to start moving. I entered through the doors of the base with a loud bang, nervous about what was to come. I still wasn't quite sure what All for One was asking me to do. He wanted me to win over his bodyguard, but he didn't specify exactly how to go about doing that. "Hey guys, we gotta go," I called out to my team. Toga and Twice looked up from the TV to glance at me as I spoke. Meanwhile, the others paid practically no mind to my outburst. Giving me a confused look, Toga began to question me. "We gotta go? Where?" "I just spoke to All for One, and he wants us to leave the base," I answered, picking up pillows and tossing them at Dabi, who had been asleep. "Jesus. I'm up. What the hell do you want, Yagi?" he yelled at me in frustration, finally acknowledging my presence. "As I just said, we gotta go," I repeated to the irritable man in front of me. Pulling him to his feet, Dabi wobbled past me and grabbed his coat from the coffee table. As we were about to exit the room, I remembered something I had kept in the back of my mind until now: the girl. I couldn't leave her here since no one would be around to make sure she stayed out of trouble, but I also couldn't take her with me. The only realistic options would be to either recruit her now or ensure she wouldn't be a problem if she resisted. Sighing, I turned to the other members of the League, who were growing impatient as I delayed, and told them I'd be right back. All I could hear as I dashed down the corridors of the base were the aggravated groans of my friends. My room was on the 3rd floor, and the common area was on the first floor, so to save time, I ran to the place on the first floor, parallel to my room, and activated Ghost before floating through the ceilings and entering my room. The periwinkle-haired girl sat calmly on my floor, her grin unsettling. She looked completely out of her mind as her hands felt for the pieces of fabric around her, and I knew that my plan would work. I walked over to her and reached out my hand for her to grasp before speaking. "So, are you ready to join?" I asked her with a voice of certainty and confidence that she would say yes. She grabbed my hand and hoisted herself up before looking up at me. I knew what she would say as soon as I saw the expression on her face. Her blue eyes were wide, and her eyebrows were lifted high, creating wrinkles in her forehead. Meanwhile, her smile was the most noticeable of her features. Her grin was wide and twisted, and it was clear her smile wasn't genuine at first glance. It was an eerie smile, one that could make even the bravest shiver. It was a smile that seemed to belong to a person who had lost everything meaningful in their life, a person who had nothing left to lose. I felt a grin pricking at my face, similar to hers, as I heard the words she uttered past her clenched teeth. "I want to fix society, and I want to help you. I want to fix society and I want to help you," she repeated over and over, gripping her hair tightly as she continued to gaze at me. I took her hand and led her out of my room, through the halls of the base, while she whispered the same words repeatedly, her stare unwavering and her grin almost manic. "She's completely lost it." I couldn't help but smile at the thought. She was just as unhinged as I was, if not more, and I found it amusing. I enjoyed how easily I could influence her. I liked how quickly her grip on reality had slipped away. In just a week, she had become utterly unpredictable. Perfect people often unravel when they don't get everything they desire. When someone who has never faced true hardship encounters even a small setback, they can lose their composure. It was frustrating to see how that worked. There are people out there living lives with little to complain about, yet when something goes awry, they panic, lamenting how life is against them, wishing for an end over the smallest inconveniences. It's sad, but it's true. As we entered the common room, I heard a high-pitched squeal filled with excitement. I immediately recognized who it was and why she was so animated. Toga skipped past me and clung to the girl behind me, who was covered in something that resembled blood. "Blood? I just love blood. Is this the girl you captured, Izuchan? I like her." I chuckled lightly, letting go of my earlier frustration as I walked toward the door. After putting on my shoes, I turned back to the periwinkle-haired girl, still murmuring her lines, and gave her instructions. "Now, go back to UA and act as if nothing is wrong. Tell your classmates and teachers that you wanted to escape the stress you were feeling and take any criticism they throw at you." With a nod from the smiling girl, the League and I left the base and began our journey. We started our trek by walking to a nearby forest, searching for a clearing among the trees. I wasn't entirely sure where I was leading the League, but I knew I needed a secluded spot where we wouldn't be disturbed by heroes, and flat enough to set up camp for the next few days. We also needed to be within cell range, so in case of an emergency, we could be reached by phone. Worst-case scenario, I could be contacted by pager. The walk was grueling and the happy campers were becoming restless. Transitioning from the comfort of our base watching TV and, in some cases, napping to trudging through a snowy forest at night was understandably frustrating. Twice and Toga were getting increasingly agitated, their childish antics leading to complaints that made the journey even more unbearable. Even the calmer members of our group were starting to show signs of annoyance, with Toga and Twice whining. So, when we stumbled upon a clearing in the woods, a good distance from the city, I decided it was time to make camp and continue our journey in the morning. "Okay, let's stop here, and we'll pick things up in the morning," I announced, hearing the collective sighs of relief from my comrades. Dobby, Spinner, and Mr. Compress were relieved that Twice and Toga would finally stop complaining, while Toga and Twice were just happy to stop walking. As we began to lay out our coats and hoodies on the snow, I felt a chill settling in. Opening my eyes, I noticed it had started snowing again. It wasn't heavy, but I knew we would catch colds if not hypothermia by morning if we stayed out in the cold. An idea struck me. Turning on my cell phone and seeing I had a signal, I started looking up the schematics for a specific build. After finding the exact measurements I needed, I stood up and shook twice awake. I was surprised he, along with the others, could sleep in these conditions, but I pushed that thought aside, focusing instead on getting my team warm. Babigawara, 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 I called as I shook my friend. What? He mumbled, startled. I need you to make something, I explained. What? He asked, still dazed from being woken up so abruptly. Here, I said, shoving my bright phone screen into his face. Why don't you have dark mode on Yagi? He exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the brightness. I like it. Anyways, I need you to make this. Adjusting his eyes to the light, he took my phone and began to study the measurements I had found. He then proceeded to create what I had asked for. The tent. The tent I had found online listed every detail Twice would need. Height, 250 centimeters. Weight, 10.5 kilograms. Width, 400 centimeters. Length, 400 centimeters. Material, cotton. Fabric, Oxford cloth, and so on. Every detail was included. Waterproof and weather-resistant, the tent could accommodate up to 8 people in any climate, perfect for our snowy situation. As Twice finished constructing the tent, I started moving our friends inside. I picked them up one by one, cradling them gently, and carried them inside, careful not to disturb their sleep. Once everyone was settled, and Twice decided to rest, I noticed how cold they still looked. I had shielded them from the blizzard outside, but it was still chilly inside. Waking Twice once more before he could fully drift off, I asked him to make one more thing for me. After showing him the schematics, I finally fell asleep, content, thinking about my friends. But Izuchan really does care. I know, right? I was like, wow, Yagi, that's so thoughtful of you. He's such a great friend. I could do without him. Will you two be quiet? Some of us are trying to sleep. I felt my eyes flicker open as I heard the sounds of my friends arguing in the tent. Annoyed by the bickering, I buried my head in the extra-large duvet that Twice had made. It was big enough for everyone to fit under, with plenty of blanket to spare. I had shared a bed with Tamura before, so I was all too familiar with blanket wars. I shivered at the memory of our blanket battles, even though I felt warm under the duvet. Just as I was about to drift back to sleep, I felt the sudden weight of someone lunging onto me. I grunted, feeling the weight of a person crash down on my peaceful form, and instantly knew who it was. Toga. Now. I spoke with a hint of warning, pausing between each word for dramatic effect. The girl on top of me giggled and rolled off, slipping under the duvet. That's it. Everybody up, we should get moving, I announced. Rise and shine, Buttercup, I called as I pulled the blanket from Dobby, who had been hiding beneath it. Groaning, he hesitantly opened his eyes and glared at me. However, he knew better than to pick a fight with me when I was tired, so he backed down under my glare. I had Dobby wake up Spinner while Twice roused Mr. Compress. This way, I wouldn't have to deal with more tired and grumpy people today. I was annoyed at being woken up, but deep down, I was glad because I knew we needed all the time we could get to find a proper location for whatever awaited us the next day. As I left the tent, I realized I needed to calculate how much time we had left approximately so we wouldn't get stuck in the woods when the timer ran out. I had left All for One at 6:58 p.m. yesterday, and it was currently 9:32 a.m. That meant it had been 14 hours and 34 minutes since the timer started, giving us about 33 hours and 26 minutes left to find a proper location, give or take. Hey, Izuchan, what are you thinking about? Toga beamed as she skipped out of the tent and approached me. How much time we have left? Left? What do you mean? Oh, I guess I haven't told you what we're doing out here yet, huh? I asked. Nope, we've all just been following you blindly for the past 14 hours, she laughed. Well, All for One has made me his new successor, since Tamura. I paused, recalling what I had done to my brother. I'm his new successor, and to inherit his power, All for One wants me, along with the others, to win over his old bodyguard. What did he mean by that? I have no idea. All I know is that we have around 33 hours and 25 minutes left before All for One sends his bodyguard to hunt us down. Scary, Toga stated. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, she began again. I looked at her as she glanced back at me, looking more serious than I had ever seen her. Before we left, when you were dragging that hero course student through the halls of the base. You looked really upset. She caught that? It was brief, but it was evident, she clarified. Demon my mumbling. You weren't mumbling. I could just tell that was what you were thinking. She's reading me like a book. It was too easy, I started. How quickly that girl seemed to lose herself to her anger. Toga must have realized how rare it was for me to open up about my feelings, so she listened attentively. She turned into a version of myself with less restraint after just 1 week of hardship. I spent 10 years on the side of misfortune. 10 years in hell on earth. I spent almost my whole life dealing with one misfortune after another until I finally snapped. I explained. And that girl, that perfect person, with her perfect family, her perfect friends, and her perfect little life. That perfect girl had one lousy week. One terrible week, and now she's completely lost it. Her bad week would be a Tuesday for me. So, watching her completely lose her composure after just 1 week of hardship made me so annoyed. That's not true, Toga started. What? Perfect people don't exist. You and I would know that better than anyone else. She had it so easy, and after one small setback, she turned into a version of what I am. I was forged out of hatred and darkness, while she lived a perfect life full of happiness and light. Perfect is an unattainable standard. Perfect is a lie. Perfect is a word meant to put a strain on those who want to be seen as flawless. She's right. I used to be better at seeing things from other people's perspectives. I guess over the years, I've become more closed-minded. I'm such a hypocrite. I stated. You're right. Perfect people don't exist. Not all might, not you, not me. I've been looking. Finally found you. I was waiting for the signal. Are you the one who succeeded all for one? A voice interrupted. Oh my God. I stood in complete shock alongside Toga, staring up at the giant man in front of us as he charged at us, leaving destruction in his wake. He retracted his fist and brought it crashing down where Toga and I had been standing before we moved out of the way, of course. But Dobby, Spinner, twice, Mr. Compress. I cried out, jumping out of the way of his massive fist. We could use a little help out here. Activating Ghost to catch my breath, I allowed the man's attack to pass through me before activating my energy whips and preparing to go on the offensive. Seeing the ground where Toga and I had been standing destroyed, I sprang into action. Dobby was the first to exit the tent after hearing the commotion, activating his flames as my whip lashed down onto the man's shoulder. Over time, I had been steadily improving my quirks. From reaching heats of up to 1064 degrees Celsius back in the summer, my whips could now reach temperatures of up to 1670 degrees Celsius. That level of heat should have been more than enough to incapacitate this man, yet it didn't. Of course, as soon as he yielded, I would have retracted my whip and taken him to all for one's doctor once my whip had made contact. However, that moment never came. My feet collided with the man's chest, using him as a springboard to propel myself into the air, removing my whip from his skin, but as I flew back, I saw that his flesh was completely intact. The only evidence that my whip had even struck him was a faint slash mark, barely visible. It looked like a normal whip mark from a light strike. It was almost as if my whip was just a regular whip against him. That was the gap in raw strength between us. As I landed safely, I noticed Dobby's blue flames emerging from my right. His face held a smug look, as if he believed his flames would have an effect on the man before us. His flames were much cooler than my whips, so if my attacks did nothing, there was virtually no hope for Dobby's flames. As Dobby realized that his flames had no effect on the giant man, his expression dropped, and he began bolting for a safer distance, most likely understanding that he wouldn't be able to fend off any attacks aimed at him, which could harm the people still inside the tent. "Why are you so weak?" the man cried out as I continued my futile attempts to attack him. "I want to accept him, but all for one, I just can't." Raining down attacks on us and the ground, I began to hear a voice. It sounded vaguely familiar, and the pieces finally came together as I could make out the words being spoken. Deku. The voice started, sounding broken and cut off. You seem to be at a loss. Yagi Izuku. Doctor. The words slipped from my lips in a mix of shock and certainty. Did you say doctor? Spinner thought aloud, as we all stood staring at the large man in front of us gripping his head and yelling in frustration. I take it you followed All for One's instructions and brought your league along for the ride. How have you all been doing? The voice continued. Fine. Thanks. But we're about to be in serious trouble. I responded, glancing around the battlefield to understand where the voice had been coming from. As my eyes landed on an old radio on the floor with a shoulder strap attached to the bulky device, I felt a surge of power flow through the ground beneath me. Feeling my body lift upwards, I reactivated Ghost and allowed the debris swirling around me to pass through my being, soaring above the explosion in the ground. My eyes scanned the battlefield we had been fighting on in shock and disbelief. The damage caused by that man's attack was astounding. With just one powerful punch to the ground, he had ravaged everything within a 5-mile radius. It was incredible how he managed to level the entire landscape with such minimal effort. He would definitely be an important ally in my mission of liberation. I take it you've met Gigantomachia? The doctor stated, posing it as a rhetorical question. He's a big supporter of All for One. He even used to be his bodyguard. So this is the man All for One had asked me to win over. I thought I had another 33 hours before All for One would send this man after the League and me. This must have been a test. All for One needed someone worthy of inheriting his quirk. Not only did he need someone with willpower, strength, and motive, but he also needed someone with the intellect and adaptability to properly use his quirk. He needed someone with tactical thinking, on-the-spot decision-making, and leadership skills to manage a group of people in harsh conditions and dangerous situations. I assumed that was why All for One had asked me to take the entire League out of the base and into the middle of the woods in the harsh, cold environment without any idea of what we would be facing. He wanted to see what I would do. Would I think ahead and bring warm clothes and proper gear to keep my team comfortable, but risk being slowed down by the weight of the equipment we'd be hauling to who knows where? Or would I think to use one of the quirks available to me and create a copy of whatever I needed when I needed it? Very clever, All for One. He is one of the people All for One trusts the most. With that extraordinarily durable body of his, he could handle multiple quirks even without being modified first. I had been modified upon receiving my quirks, which was why it had taken me around 6 days to wake up after receiving them, but to think that this man was strong enough to handle multiple quirks even before being modified was incredible. It only further demonstrated how powerful he was. When All for One was weakened by All Might all those years ago, he thought his defeat was inevitable, not having met you yet, and so he hid Gigantomachia away, the doctor explained. No matter what might happen to him, he made sure his hopes and dreams would live on. I assumed he had planned for Tamura to handle this, rather than me. Nevertheless, having such a backup plan, which also doubles as both a training exercise and a test of sorts, and having it planned 5 years in advance, takes quite a bit of skill and patience. Call me crazy, but I'm having a hard time. Dabi began, while firing another blazing attack towards the giant man before us, seeing this as some generous gift. Nice insight, Dabi. I'd say you're right. Gigantomachia is loyal to a fault. So loyal that it pains him to think that Yagi doesn't measure up to his old master, the doctor replied to Dabi's observation. Mirio Togata's POV. 6 days. Hato had been gone for 6 days. Walking to class with a frown on my face due to the unexplained absence of my friend, I heard the whispers and chatter of my peers. Although faint and quiet, I could make out snippets of words every so often. But I didn't quite understand the words loosely thrown into conversation as I walked towards my classroom until my eyes landed upon a familiar figure I had only seen in my mind's eye. Her blue eyes shone in the sunlight, reflecting beautifully from the window next to her. Her uniform hugged her figure elegantly for the first time in what felt like an eternity. Her periwinkle hair bounced behind her as she bobbed her head and jumped about the classroom. Her smile lit up the room, brightening even the darkest corners. Hato was back. Hato! I exclaimed, filled with joy and relief as I rushed to wrap her in my arms. We embraced for what felt like an eternity, tears welling in my eyes. It had been so long since I last saw her. Hato and I had been best friends for ages, and being apart without any explanation felt like an eternity. "Where have you been?" I asked, my voice thick with emotion. "Oh, I'm sorry, Togata. I guess I forgot to tell you." She smiled, a hint of laughter in her voice. "After everything that happened, I decided to take a week to stay with my grandparents, and I accidentally left my phone." She rubbed the back of her head sheepishly. "Why didn't you tell the school?" I asked, still trying to process everything but relieved she was safe. I meant to say something, but I got distracted." Her words were cut off as our teacher entered the room. "Okay, class, settle down. We have a lot to cover today and not much time," our teacher announced, scanning the room. "Wait, Hato?" "Hiya," she replied brightly as we took our seats. "It's good to see you finally made an appearance. See me after class. We need to discuss this matter." "Alrighty," she chirped before our lesson began. I was overjoyed to know Hato was safe, but as the day went on and I calmed down, I began to notice changes in her behavior. At first glance, she seemed curious and normal, but I could tell she was holding back. She appeared interested in learning yet didn't react to things she usually would. As we sat at our table in the cafeteria, she seemed fine to anyone else, but I could see something was off. Tamaki shared my concern, watching our usually outgoing friend with caution. We had known her long enough to sense that something was different. The way she walked through the halls, hearing the whispers and unkind words directed at her, she smiled as if everything was fine, but even that smile felt forced. The corners of her mouth lifted naturally, yet something about it seemed off. Her eyes sparkled in the daylight, but when I looked deeper, I noticed a hidden expression, a flicker of anger and determination that only surfaced when I focused on her. She stared off into the distance, seemingly lost in thought, which was unlike her. Normally, she would spark conversations to fill the silence, not be the cause of it. I tried to dismiss my worries, considering her parents had just passed away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something deeper was troubling her. Maybe I was being paranoid after all. She had been out of touch for almost a week, or perhaps it was just my intuition telling me something was wrong. All I knew was that I didn't like the feeling, and neither did Tamaki. I wanted to uncover the truth behind the unease I felt, to understand if Hato was truly struggling with anger and sadness or if I was simply overthinking. I wanted to help her, and I wanted to do it quickly. Izuku Yagi's POV. "So what can you do to prove me otherwise?" the doctor asked. I hummed, buying myself time to think. What could I say to prove myself? "All my life I've been denied." I began. I was never liked by anyone, not even my parents. I faced neglect and abandonment from those I was supposed to trust. So when I see those who contributed to my suffering on their paths to becoming heroes, I can't help but feel a surge of anger. Ever since that day, I've been reflecting on everything. I struggled to find the right words. All I could think about was laying my motives bare. I wanted to express my goals, to voice the hatred I felt for those who had made my life unbearable. I remember falling through the air, accepting my fate, and then Tamura appeared. I woke up alone in a dark room, and he was there, helping me understand what had happened. I paused, recalling Tamura and all he had done for me, a smile forming on my face. How did he catch me as I jumped off that rooftop? Take a swan dive off the roof. Those words echoed in my mind like a broken record, making me feel sick. Society is broken just like I was. The corruption of heroes and my own family fills me with more rage than I ever thought possible. It's like a weight, pressing down on my heart and soul with the bitterness of today and the sorrow of yesterday, creating an endless pool of anger and despair. I felt the weight of 6 pairs of eyes on me, each one searching for understanding. Like I'll always hold this rage inside, no matter what I do. It will never stop. The voices of my so-called friends and family, repeating words and sentences from my past like an old movie I can never turn off. Defenseless Izuku. Quirkless wannabe. Useless. Take a swan dive off the roof. No, I honestly don't think you could become a hero. God, I hated that name. The way it rolled off the tongue. The way it described me for a decade. The way it seemed to fit so well with my personality. I hated how it sounded, and I hated how it was perfectly accurate. Even if this hero society comes crashing down. Even if I liberate humanity. Even if I were to rule the underworld. That rage I hold inside myself will never be fully vanquished. It will always be there. The voices will always be there. I want to save society, not for myself, but for other people born like me. For other kids born quirkless. Those of us that haven't been tainted by the hardships of society yet. Those who haven't been tainted by the cruelty of humanity yet. Those who haven't been tainted by the ignorance of the heroes yet. I want to save them by destroying the society we live in now and rebuilding it into one which we are in desperate need of. I said, pausing as I gathered my thoughts. I could feel the coolness of the air flowing past me gently from the air conditioning. I could hear the ambience of the bubbling containment chambers holding the high-end Nomu. I could smell the hospital-like fumes that traveled their way down into the lab we had been standing in, and I could sense the stares of my friends as I spoke. I want to rebuild society to treat everyone with care. I want to rebuild society so that people like me don't have to endure the struggles of constant abuse from the world. So that people like Toga don't have to continue living a life under a microscope scared to disappoint the status quo. So that people like us don't get beaten down by society because we're not the predetermined normal. Because we're not like everyone else. Because we're different. I explained. Society sees people like me as eyesores. Society sees people like us as eyesores. The world pushed us down until we feel like we're nothing. Societies will force us to hide who we are, all to please the public with the generalized picture-perfect lifestyles everyone should lead, and I hated it. I know you can see it too. The idea of a world where everyone is kind. A world where everyone is treated as human, rather than some filthy, unwanted animal. A world where everyone listens to your warnings. I continued. The horizon and view of the sun setting on a world where none of us have to hide who we are, all in a futile attempt to please society. The view of the sky, no longer polluted with the corruption of the heroes and people in power. The feel of the air, no longer invaded by the smog of deception and lies spewed by those that don't understand. Understand the error of their ways. Understand that other people have feelings too. Those that don't understand that we're all human and that we aren't just stepping stones set in place to aid those with power to claw their way to the top of the world. Those that refuse to admit their faults. Those that refuse to take responsibility for their actions. So lend me a hand, Doctor. In making that vision a reality. Help me to create a world where we can do whatever we want without the judgment of society. Without the interference of the heroes. Without the dismissal of those brainwashed into thinking that those money-driven individuals are really helping us. Lend me a hand in creating this new world. What an appealing idea. It almost sounds like a vision too good to be true. A perfect world, rid of judgment, is impossible. So tell me, Yagi, how do you expect to go about executing such a dream? The doctor asked me as I smiled. Destroy everyone and everything that gets in our way. I laughed. Ho 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 ho, very well, Yagizu, I'll help you out, so show me that you mean it. The doctor replied, laughing. Prove to me that you can make your nonsensical and impossible dream a reality. Ooh, you did it, Izuchan. Now we have the doctor on our side. Toga exclaimed, jumping on me and clinging to my form. Ho ho, the plan was always to help you, Yagi. This was simply a test. The doctor explained. A test? I asked in confusion, then felt embarrassed that I had just said all of that for virtually no reason. Yes, I wanted to see what your intentions were, and whether you had a plan or not, which you obviously do, he elaborated further. I always wanted to help you, and these little ones are the first things that'll do just that. He paused. As well as the copy of All for One's quirk. But I can't give that second thing to you yet. Without a doubt, you're all still weak. Gee, thanks. Dabi added, sarcastically. You'll need to improve yourselves first. The big guy, simple as he is a different story. Unlike me, he hasn't accepted you yet. Wait, you don't mean? Spinner began, getting cut off by the doctor answering his unfinished questions. That's right. Gigantomachia submit to you. And everything I have will be yours to use as you see fit. But I won't disappoint. Do what you want, Mr. Leader, but I ain't helping, Dobby cut in. You're just pouting 'cause your fire didn't work, Toga began bickering. Shut up, you lunatic. I've found a good potential ally, so I'm putting all my time toward that. I understand, Dobby. I trust your judgment and am awaiting the day you introduce me to this ally. I beamed, excited to be one step closer to the pure world I could see in my mind. Well, I think it's time we get started with Gigantomachia, yeah? Use these to keep in touch with me. The doctor yelled out, shoving 6 earpieces into our faces using a robotic arm. Here we go, Johnny. Back to Gigantomachia they go. With that, we were once again enveloped in the warping, black smog. Okay, Gigantomachia. Let's do this for real. Weak. I heard the voice of Gigantomachia cry out as I watched his fist come into contact with the double Twice had made of me. I cringed at the sight of my clone melting in front of me under the strain of Machia's power. We had been battling Machia for what felt like an eternity, even though it had only been a month and a half since we started this challenging mission. Our attempts to make Machia submit to our will had been futile. At that moment, it was Mr. Compress, Twice, and I who were facing Machia. Given that Gigantomachia could attack for nearly 49 hours straight without rest, we had to take turns fighting him. However, I had been the one engaging Machia the most, as I was his primary target. The lack of sleep had taken its toll on me. I was averaging about 3 hours of sleep every 2 to 4 days. Yet, despite the exhaustion, I couldn't help but smile. This was one of the most draining times of my life, but I felt more alive than ever. The drive to achieve my goal during the final stages of my preparations pushed me through the grueling days of combat. Once I conquered Gigantomachia and make him submit, I would obtain all for one. Then I could set my plans for the Enlightenment into motion, plans to expose those who had wronged me, my friends, and humanity. I aimed to reveal those who pretended to be heroes while opposing the truth and justice for the youth. But first, I had to make Gigantomachia submit. I began launching an attack with my whips until I realized that the mental timer I had set in my mind had stopped, signaling that Gigantomachia would be falling asleep any moment now. As I watched him backhand twice and then collapse to the ground, I deactivated my whips. Is he sleeping now? Mr. Compress asked. When does that monster find time to eat? You're still alive, Izuchan. You don't look so great though. Toga chimed in. I'm fine, Toga, I replied with a grin. And that man slowed down a lot. I'm getting closer to defeating that giant with every battle. I settled down on the broken ground beneath me. As I felt my body relax and my breath steady from the adrenaline, a ringing sound echoed from Twice's phone. He fumbled with his suit to retrieve it, checking the caller ID before speaking. Getting a call from Jiren, he said. Mr. Compress seemed frustrated, having been trying to reach Jiren for a while without success. He urged Twice to ask about his robotic arms insurance or lack thereof while Twice answered the call with feigned bravado. You there, man? Why haven't you picked up the phone when Mr. Compress calls, you JRK? Twice yelled into the phone, trying to sound tough despite his excitement over Jiren checking in on him. I believe I'm speaking to Jean Babaigawara, the villain known as Twice? A voice responded. Murmurs came from the other end as we heard an unexpected voice echo through the speaker. Who is this? And where's Jiren? Thoughts raced through my mind as I listened to the exchange. Was Jiren okay? Had someone captured him? Were they hurting him? What was happening? Although I hadn't been close to Jiren, I knew he was the one who had retrieved my impersonator's body. He had orchestrated that entire scene, causing grief for many of my family and friends. Without him, people might have misinterpreted the situation, which would have made my reveal less impactful and painful for those who knew me. It also would have made life easier for my sister, and who would want that? Those are the locations where we've done our dirty deeds. Mr. Compress said, snapping me back to the conversation. Greetings, League of Villains. You are speaking to the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army. Redestro. First, the Yakuza, now the Liberation Army. What's with all these old-timers trying to make comebacks, am I right? I asked rhetorically, causing Toga to giggle slightly. Is this all because of that interesting book that came out recently? Is that your plan? To ride the wave it created to the front of the headlines? How well-informed you are. You must be Yagi Izuku, villain name Agony? It's so magnificent to see a young person like yourself taking an interest in such a marvelous read. But no, it's actually the other way around. We created the wave, Redestro replied. Well, good for you. Now, where's Jiren? And what do you want? You better not have touched a hair on that wonderful man's head. Twice shouted in anger. I could tell that Twice and Jiren shared a special bond, one that went beyond my understanding. The way Twice had lit up at the thought of talking to Jiren, despite trying to mask it with Mr. Compress's question, showed how much he cared. He was ready to face an army to protect his friend, which revealed how highly he regarded Jiren. I almost envied their relationship. It reminded me of the bond one had with Tamura before I had sent him away. Oh, he's here. Alive, of course. And we seek to liberate all metahumans, Redestro explained. We will dismantle the existing framework and rebuild this world as a place where people are free to be themselves and use their abilities as they see fit. So, they were after the same thing I was. They could see the new world, the one I had dreamed of since I was a child, getting beaten in an alley after school by my sister and her friends. Isn't that what you wanted, Yagi? A new world free of the cruelty of humanity? A new world free of society's judgment? A new world where everyone can be who they are, and where we can do whatever we want. Compress asked quietly, ensuring his voice wouldn't carry through the phone, upon hearing of the Liberation Army's motives. Listen, we're busy right now, so how about you liberate our broker, and then call us back when we're not busy? I spoke into the phone, trying to sound menacing. The exhaustion from being awake for over 2 days was starting to weigh on me, and the adrenaline from my recent battle was fading. I honestly just wanted to be done with this situation and begin my much-needed nap, which was now less than 3 hours away. Being a teenager, I could manage less sleep than Tamura would have been able to. Why did this group of retro villains have to capture our broker now? The timing was terrible, and I didn't have the bandwidth to add another complication to my plans. That's a problem. Not everything would go my way in the future, so I needed to improve my flexibility in these situations. This would actually be a good learning experience for me. While I didn't have as strong a connection with Jiren as some others in the league, I still cared about what happened to him and wanted him back as soon as possible. Especially since he had earned Kurogiri's respect, and maybe even Tamura's, which was hard to obtain. Take a break and hear me out, why don't you? I'd like to take a break, but here we are. I cut Redestro off, my frustration growing as my sleep-deprived mind began to shut down. First of all, we will not liberate our hostage, thank you very much. The man spoke calmly. From him, I've come to learn how tight-knit you people are. Your broker is impressive, someone who takes great pride in his work. He knows how to blend into the shadows, always managing to evade the attention of authorities and heroes. He paused. Too bad for you, he was unprepared for an attack from those very shadows. I commend him for deleting his client lists before we got to him. And when we started our questioning, he refused to give you up, he wouldn't even cry out. I could practically feel Babaigawaра's rage radiating through the phone as the man continued, his mocking tone explaining how he had tormented our broker. The joy in his voice only fueled Babaigawaра's anger further. He seemed ready to leap through the phone and confront Redestro as the man continued, explaining that all of Jiren's efforts had been in vain since they had recovered the lists he had worked so hard to protect. There are 116,516 of our fellow liberation warriors lying in wait, ready to rise to action. So, I'd like to see you and your puny league try to get your broker back. Silence fell over us as we processed what he had said. As he spoke of the number of soldiers he commanded, my mind fully awakened, beginning to grasp the threat we faced. This guy's gotta be bluffing. Spinner muttered, referring to the outrageous number of allies the Liberation Army claimed to have. It seems you're in Niigata? Perhaps deep in the mountains, near the forest. Twice reacted quickly upon hearing that the people who had captured Jiren knew our location, throwing his phone to the ground as the man continued. Too late, I'm afraid. We already have a lock on you via satellite imaging. Wherever you run, we'll have eyes on the notorious League of Villains housing one of the villains who will surely go down in history as the one who murdered the symbol of peace. The man's words made me grind my teeth. Endeavor, Hawks, Edgeshot, Mirko Crust. All those heroes would be upon you with just one little call to the authorities. How kind of you to have given us a warning. I replied, my voice low and firm. What do you really want? Destro must be the one to lead this revolution. And your name has gotten too big. Both the leagues and agonies. Your downfall at our hands will signal the second advent of the Liberation Army. So that's what this is about. We had become the infamous League of Villains, responsible for several attacks on UA's hero course, and a kidnapping that resulted in the death of All Might, the symbol of peace. To other groups trying to make a name for themselves, we were an obstacle. Consider those fingers as proof of our resolve. No need to draw matters, right? We will fight to liberate the metas of this world. So make your way to Daika City in Aichi Prefecture. That is, if you hope to see poor Jiren freed. Stand against us and be destroyed, or do nothing and be captured by heroes. The choice is yours, Yagi Izuku. Challenge accepted. And I have the perfect plan. Izuku Yagi's POV. The panicking group had been pacing back and forth as we sat in silence, the occasional rustle of the wind breaking the stillness. As Mr. Compress calmly outlined our predicament, I began to think. Of course, I had a base plan and a loose set of steps to achieve my desired outcome, but I wasn't sure if we could truly pull it off. If we had received this phone call an hour later, my plan would have felt much more feasible. No matter, this was the predicament we faced, and there was nothing we could do to change the circumstances we had been left in. We had to pick up the pieces and use the little time we had to stall. I stood up, leaving my thoughts behind, to see Twice yelling at the other league members present. He was pleading for us to help our broker, his friend, Jiren. He explained how much Jiren had helped him, insisting he needed to repay that kindness. Even if Jiren were already gone and we were walking into a trap, he wanted to save his friend. The world needed more people like Babaigawara. More people who would try to save those they cared for, even if it meant putting themselves at risk. More people as good-hearted and kind as Babaigawara. While Toga and Twice bickered about whether everything the Liberation Army had told us was true or false, and what they thought was best for the League, I placed my hands on the two. I could feel Twice tense as my palm made contact with his shoulder before he heard what I had to say. I have a plan, I spoke calmly, squeezing Twice's shoulder as a form of reassurance. Doctor? Did you catch all that? Listening to the villain radio is my new favorite hobby, so yes, the doctor began. So the Meta Liberation Army is back from the dead. What a surprise. The waves you all are making in the underworld keep dredging these people up. How about we deploy a high-end Nomu like the one Dabi used? Mr. Compress suggested. That would be an amazing idea. How about I send one over now, yeah? The doctor replied. All for One's power makes the manufacturing of the high-ends so much more efficient than I could have ever imagined. So, I'd be more than happy to send one your way. No, I cut in. As much as I would appreciate your help, I have my own plan. I don't want to rely on others more than I already have, and I have a strategy fit to take down both Makia and the Liberation Army at the same time, I explained. Really? I don't doubt your abilities in the slightest, but both our problems? In one sitting? It seems too good to be true. Spinner questioned. Doctor, are you aware of Dabi's current location? I asked, ignoring Spinner's question for a moment. Currently, Dabi is on the border between Mie and Shiga prefectures, the doctor answered. Perfect. I grinned. Now, we have approximately 2 hours and 35 minutes until Makia wakes up. You're mumbling again. Toga spoke up, but I didn't have the energy to respond. Okay, doctor. Warp us over then, I instructed. We all stood, looking over the beautiful city in front of us with anticipation as we prepared for the battle that was about to ensue, although we knew this would be one of the more difficult confrontations we would face. We had taken the first 55 minutes of our allotted hour to make our way to Daika City and explain the situation to the one person in our group who had missed the call, Dabi. He had seemed quite frustrated that we had pulled him into our battle considering he had been busy with his own mission, but he soon realized that arguing with me was pointless. As twice argued with Dabi, I caught Toga's gaze sharpen before hearing a noise emerging from the distance. "They're here. Someone's coming," Toga yelled, alerting the others to the commotion headed straight for us. Preparing ourselves for the battle we knew was imminent, we heard a voice begin to speak. "Not another step. I was ordered to guide you down into town." The voice of a hero, even I could barely recognize at first glance, explained briefly. "If you want a face-to-face with the Liberation Army's commander, then you'd best follow me, okay?" Nodding to my friends, I stepped forward and gestured for the others to do the same. Then, we began our silent walk into the city. The atmosphere was eerie and tense. Both the hero and the League knew what would occur in just a matter of minutes. The chaos that would soon erupt as we ventured deeper into the city. The city was eerily quiet as we walked through. There were no children playing, no cars passing by. The usual sounds of a bustling town were absent, and no adults were visible anywhere. It felt like a ghost town. However, we all knew that Daika City had once been a vibrant place. It was unusual for a city like this to be completely deserted on what seemed like a normal day, especially given the media's recent obsession with any news they could find. I continued to ponder the meaning behind the abandoned city until I recalled Redestro's words. "I get it now. This whole city, huh?" I murmured. "This place isn't usually my turf. But today's a big exception." The hero spoke from in front of my friends and me. "Just as the boy says." A sharply dressed man approached me. "Here in Daika City, 90% of the population heroes included are liberation warriors, lying in wait. This is a liberated district." 90%? That's quite the accomplishment considering the size and population of the city. "Thank you for making the trip and welcome. This is a day of celebration, and you are the guests of honor. Shall we start the festivities?" the man asked as hundreds of people began to swarm out of their hiding places and crowd around us. "This is the Meta Liberation Army's revival celebration." The Liberation Army's warriors weren't ordinary thugs like those we had faced during the USJ attack. They were different. They were highly skilled and seemed more powerful than even some pro heroes. Of course, they couldn't land a hit on me, considering I had one of the most versatile quirks all for one could spare for me, Ghost. I maneuvered around those who attempted to strike me down with ease, deactivating Ghost when I needed to attack or when I noticed someone with a strength quirk aiming to replenish my shock absorption stash for future use. I tried to focus on the battle unfolding before me rather than what my friends were shouting about, but upon hearing that they were not intent on giving up our broker without a fight contrary to what they had originally told us, I snapped. I activated my energy whips and swiftly cut through everyone within a 5-meter radius, incapacitating each and every one of the combatants surrounding me. "Off to the tower, then," I exclaimed, feeling drained as I began running toward the tower where Redestro had been holding Jiren, according to the sharply dressed man. "Although I don't know you very well." "I'm coming, Jiren." The battle dragged on for what felt like ages. The relentless fighting was growing tiresome, and I could feel my boredom increasing as I awaited the end of the hour and 20-minute clock ticking inside my head. "Even though we knock him down, they just keep on coming," Spinner remarked. "You haven't taken a single one out yet." Dabi retorted snarkily, causing a laugh to slip past my lips as I punched one of the Liberation Army warriors with a fraction of the power I had stored in my body. I felt my mind wearing down as I continued to fight. The sleep-deprived state I had sunk into was beginning to warp my perception of reality. Everything seemed off. Everything felt inverted. It was all black and white, and I could feel my eyes drooping. I hated being tired. Feeling tired was a recurring theme in my life. I was constantly fatigued as a child and as a teenager, but now it was more than just emotional exhaustion. I was mentally drained from my sister, her friends, school, and the long-lasting struggles I had to endure. However, this was different. My body was weary in a way I wasn't accustomed to. While I despised the mental fatigue, at least I recognized that feeling. Sleeping had become my escape. Initially, I resisted sleep, trying to stay awake to avoid the nightmares that haunted me as a child. But as I grew older, I stopped fighting it. The mental torment from my so-called friends and family was relentless in my dreams, yet the physical toll of sleeplessness became so overwhelming that I accepted whatever awaited me in slumber. I slept more and more, drowning in my tears as I quietly endured the suffering of my nightmares, trying to spend less time awake in reality, even though my dreamscape was far worse than the real world. At least my body was rested back then. Now, feeling as exhausted as I was, I could barely see straight. The sounds around me were nothing but a blur as I watched Izumi and her group lunging toward me. As my surroundings faded into darkness, deeper than the darkest underwater caverns, I activated my whips. Jumping onto a nearby stone wall, I let my whips slice through the crowd of monstrous silhouettes with speed. The metallic scent filled the air as those who dared to attack me fell before my whips, collapsing onto the concrete. While it was exhilarating, I still felt tired. My adrenaline was pumping, but I could barely feel it. These warriors weren't enough to shake off my drowsiness. It still wasn't enough. Izuku Yagi's POV. The chill from Dabi's current opponent made my breath appear like smoke in the air. Dabi was one of the league's strongest, so I felt no need to assist him with his battle. Besides, we had bigger issues at the central tower, saving Jiren. I ran, dodging warrior after warrior, occasionally clearing the way for Spinner to pass, trusting in his ability to fend for himself while I contemplated the possible outcomes of this battle. It could truly go either way, depending on whether the League's members could hold off the army long enough for Gigantomachia to arrive. Even when Gigantomachia arrived, he could easily dodge the Liberation Army's soldiers and target me, complicating the situation further. I hoped that when he arrived, he would focus on the Liberation Army first. My momentum slowed as I noticed the sheer number of warriors closing in on Spinner and me. And there are more of them. I mumbled, barely above a whisper. Where are they all coming from? Spinner shouted as I deactivated Ghost and prepared for battle. It was clear now that a confrontation was unavoidable with the formidable Liberation Army, so I decided to face this setback sooner rather than later. I grinned slightly as I activated my whips when suddenly, I felt two arms wrap around my torso, pulling me down as another figure latched onto me. "Gah!" exclaimed the familiar voice of the person who had tackled me to the ground, saving me from an attack from behind. I looked to see twice. There was 1 twice, 2 twice, 3 twice, 4, 5 twice, 6 twice, 7 twice, and more. Twice? So many twice. Spinner yelled from beneath a pile of twice. More Babaigawaras than I could count filled the battlefield, fighting enemies and merging as they moved. "Wow. You made more of yourself. Good job, Twice." I cheered from under one of his clones, proud of my friend for overcoming his mental. But many replies echoed as he continued multiplying. I stood up and asked the man in front of me to create a pathway toward the tower where Jiren was held captive. He responded without hesitation, eager to clear the warriors from my line of sight so we could save his friend. Meanwhile, I began to think. Although what they said about Jiren's location could be nonsense. Given the increasing number of soldiers as we near the tower, I think it's safe to venture to the place the warriors seem to be guarding, the tower. I mumbled to myself, sorting my thoughts aloud. For now, I want you all to forget about stalling the army in front of us. Eliminating the top-tier boss, Redestro, takes priority. "You got it, boss," Twice exclaimed, clearing the way as I requested. "But I could get used to that. 'Cause me, myself, and I are going to take down this Liberation Army all on our own," another Twice added. "Hang in there, Jiren, I'm coming for you." "Wow. I guess Twice can handle this on his own, huh?" Spinner gulped, clearly feeling overshadowed by our friend's ability. "Hey, your quirk's incredible too. Don't forget that, Spinner," I encouraged, placing my hand on his shoulder to lift his spirits. "Now let's do this. That Liberation Army won't know what hit them." "Boy, you must be the new leader of the League of Villains. It's regrettable that the League was run by such a childish leader for so long, but having its replacement be an actual child." "Pitiful," a voice called from a van a little ways ahead of me. I felt my blood boil and my teeth clench at those words. Insulting me was one thing, but attacking my late brother was another matter entirely. The politician. I had forgotten about him. Spinner murmured, finishing his statement in a whisper. People are not inherently weak. We all have the power within us. What we hope to demonstrate with our rival party is that good people and their abilities can triumph over evil. Through their innate power, life will prevail, the politician declared to his allies. Now, my fine people, liberate them. Combine your powers and open a path to the coming era. Show the world that everyone is a hero. And at the same time, no one is. I reactivated my whips and prepared to confront the man who had insulted my deceased brother, right in front of me as the twice conversed until I felt a gentle tug on my shoulder. Glancing to my right, I saw Spinner looking at me. You go on ahead, he began. I'll handle this guy. Despite my desire to confront this JRK for what he had said about my brother, I noticed a spark in Spinner's eyes. It was a familiar glimmer, the need to prove himself. He was clearly feeling down, especially since most of the league's members had more impressive quirks than he did, and he wanted to show not just us, but himself, that he could do this. I nodded and turned to a group of twice lingering nearby. I instructed them to continue multiplying, and they began clearing the pathway again. Meanwhile, I wondered if Spinner would be able to manage the politician and his crew on his own with a group of twice by his side, of course. Well then, to the tower I watched as hundreds of twice fought their way through the thousands of soldiers, continuing to multiply two at a time. The pathway was clearing of the pests blocking our way, but now it was filled to the brim with, once again, hundreds turning into thousands of twice. Slowly, as the Liberation Army soldiers began to thin out and those that arrived late were dealt with swiftly, I began signaling the twice to spread out, allowing me to pass through them all. I ran through the route made especially for my use and soon saw the tower coming into view along with a surprise. On the floor in my way lay countless twice arranged in a pyramid fashion. I slowed my pace, staring in shock at whatever antics they had been trying to pull until I realized what they were doing. They were making a staircase. I preferred making grand entrances, it was my style, and Babaigawara had thought as much. Sure, I could have simply gone in through the door and taken the elevator, but where's the class in that? This staircase, made of clone twice, led directly to the window. It was perfectly constructed. Looking at the expression on my friend's face, I began to make my way to the top of the tower, but not before making a special request of one of the twice standing back as a guard. Izuku Yagi's POV. I could sense a pair of large eyes burning into my back as I stood, staring at Redestro, who sat calmly in front of me. I had known Gigantomachia would make an appearance, but it seemed that he was no longer useful for what I had originally hoped to use him for. Taking down the Metahuman Liberation Army. Turning to face Gigantomachia, I prepared myself for another battle. It was clear to me now that Machia hadn't been fighting us seriously. He was much stronger than he had originally let on. He had simply been toying with us until now. However, this was the moment we would finally fight for real. Gigantomachia stood, staring at me, with his mouth agape for what felt like ages, before I heard him mumble a string of words I hadn't expected. A true successor. His voice was hoarse and quiet, but I could hear it nonetheless. Several thoughts shot through my mind as I stared at Gigantomachia in shock. Was this the end of our battle? Had I won? Was he now going to submit to my leadership? The grin that crept onto my face as I realized I had won Gigantomachia's loyalty was one that matched that of the Cheshire Cat. One with the corners of my mouth stretched across my face in an unnatural form. One accompanied by my eyes as they looked almost as if they would bulge out of their sockets and spill out onto the broken concrete beneath me. A grin that shone with both malice and joy in the light of the sun. A grin that expressed both melancholy and excitement. An appearance that contrasted with exact opposites as I looked around myself. It truly was a shame that this whole city had to be in ruins as it was. Although, the fruits of this city's demise would be plentiful. As the following week progressed, and the benefits of our latest battle were rolling in, I was confused. While my friends were happy, enjoying their fancy meals and splurging on expensive outfits with money from Redestro's wallet, I was perplexed. I had won Gigantomachia's trust and loyalty for myself, this much I knew. However, the doctor hadn't yet explained when I would be receiving my new power. I sat on a couch in front of a crowd of people, feeling the weight of my injuries. The bandages that covered my arm were extensive but necessary considering I had lost a limb during the battle between Redestro and myself. My arm had been severely injured, which left me with another question. When would the doctor be fixing my arm? Would he be fixing my arm? I was missing one of my forearms, which was quite the handicap in battle considering that I needed my hands to use my whips, and using my newer, larger whip was much more difficult than using two smaller whips. While the large whip was powerful, its mobility was limited and its wind-up time was a significant inconvenience. Thus, my smaller whips were more efficient to use than the larger whip. Liberation warriors. A voice echoed throughout the hall we had all been in, abruptly interrupting my train of thought. I am Redestro. The voice continued. As of today, the Metahuman Liberation Army is reborn. I could hear the murmurs of those standing in the sea of people as they wondered what was to come. Meanwhile, I sat, sighing, as I picked at one of my hangnails. I inwardly chuckled at the sense of nostalgia I felt. In our quest to enlighten the world with Destro's will, I saw the League of Villains as an obstacle to be overcome. Redestro explained to the crowd. Yes, until that day, that is what I believed. I never doubted it. But please understand I was blind to the truth. Maybe I should think more about a villain costume. Bound by my blood and trapped by principles, that is, until the day I witnessed true liberation. I don't know whether or not my hoodie and mask will cut it anymore. What would I want in a costume, though? It would have to be practical, while also stylish. I now see that Yagi Izuku is a true liberator. I felt my head snap up as I was pulled out of my thoughts by the sudden use of my name. I could think of possible villain outfits later, but right now I had business to attend to. It is out of deep reverence and necessity that I abdicate my position. Redestro exclaimed in a frenzy. The Liberation Army is revived, with Yagi Izuku as its Grand Commander, he declared. In light of our commitment to pursue a more profound path of liberation, our Liberation Army and the League of Villains will merge under a new name. The outfit should be lightweight. Perhaps something that could help me limit my use of Ghost in unnecessary moments. This way, I wouldn't suffer from my usual headaches. The League Spinner and I devised this name together. Redestro continued as I noticed my friends beginning to walk onto the platform we had been standing on. Now tell them what it is, Yagi Izuku. The Paranormal Liberation Front. I shouted, thrilled to finally be rid of the cliché, unoriginal name I had been subjected to for what felt like a lifetime. My friends seemed almost as ecstatic as I was at the announcement of the name officializing the merge we were to undergo, and it made me happy. I was glad my friends were completely behind me, despite this sudden shift in our direction. Although, I suspected they were swayed by the allure of our new associates' resources, which were now at our disposal. While it didn't feel entirely right to use someone else's money to buy what I needed, I felt a sense of relief. My family had been extremely wealthy, but I had received nothing. I had to fend for myself, making meals with whatever was available and doing chores for those who felt sorry enough for me to pay. I worked to buy my own clothes, notebooks, and school supplies. I had been forced to be completely independent at the naive age of 4, so this was a significant change for me. Being able to simply buy a hoodie without needing to clean a neighbor's entire house was refreshing. Besides, I couldn't continue taking what I needed if I wanted to earn the public's trust. I needed to be seen as a public figure for my plans to succeed, and no one would trust a thief, no matter the reasons behind it. I needed the public's trust for my rise, for my vision. We removed the villain part and expanded on the concept of liberation. Furthermore, I appoint the 9 individuals you see here as my lieutenants, who will each be forming teams suited to their separate needs, I explained to the crowd below me. Though that name is simply decoration, I prefer we proceed in an orderly fashion. We're going to do whatever we want. Cheers erupted from the thousands of soldiers beneath me as I began to walk away from the crowd, instructing the former Grand Commander to leave me alone in irritation. He had been overly flattering for the past week, and it annoyed me. My body felt heavy, and as I continued walking with my friends toward our common room, I suddenly fell to the ground in pain. The injuries I had sustained were not limited to my missing forearm, it seemed. After numerous scans, it was revealed that I had a cracked tailbone, a few bruised ribs, and a cracked floating rib on my right side. Those were the most severe injuries I had received, alongside several large bruises that covered my body. It's a miracle he was even standing at all, given his wounds. Mr. Compress remarked as I groaned from my place on the ground. What an exaggerated new name. Though it's certainly better than League of Villains, which always felt so tacky, the doctor commented through the transmitter in my ear. Hey. I tamed Makia. I began, wanting to confirm whether I would truly be obtaining All for One's cloned quirk. That's how you and Mr. All for One wanted me to prove myself, if I remember correctly. You talking to Dakujiko? Mr. Compress asked, receiving no reply as I listened to the doctor's response. As promised. I'll give you power if that's what you desire, the doctor said, causing a grin to break through the pain of my injuries. What then? I started holding in my laughter but letting a few giggles slip out. I suppose it's time I pay you a visit, doctor? There were whispers echoing throughout the halls of the Endeavor Agency and the school. Talk of a large-scale attack to be performed in a few months, if my eavesdropping was correct. Whispers of an opponent stronger than anything we'd ever seen before matching All for One's power. As the months passed during our work studies with Endeavor, our agencies called us in for a trip. I was almost certain it was related to all the talk of a warlike battle to occur soon when I heard that some of my classmates would be going on a work studies trip on the same day as Kaken, Todoroki, and I. I was positive. Every hero in Japan seemed to have arrived for this battle we would partake in, including the Hero Corps students. This would be one of the biggest fights in history and I would be partaking in it. We had been split into 3 teams during this operation. The first team was in charge of evacuation and clearing the areas near where we thought the battle could spill over. This was the team that Kaken, Todoroki, and I were placed on, unfortunately. We had been assigned to the one team that wouldn't be doing any actual hero work. Meanwhile, most of our classmates would be fighting and making a name for themselves. I felt cheated, but Todoroki told me to just smile it off because we would be helping regardless of our team, and if we finished the evacuation early, we could always join the others. In other words, we were backup. I inwardly scoffed at that thought. I was the daughter of All Might, the previous #1 hero, and these others decided to make me their backup. What a rip. The second team would be raiding a hospital. Apparently, there had been a doctor at Jaka Hospital that the heroes suspected was affiliated with the League of Villains and All for One, and if that were true, that would mean this doctor could know where my brother was hiding if he wasn't at the location where the third team would be, that is. The third team was to handle the League. Or rather, the Paranormal Liberation Front, as we heard they now went by. Apparently, the Hero Commission had a spy among the Paranormal Liberation Front, and this spy had been providing us with crucial information. Information on the location of the army we would be battling. Information on the potential threats we would face. Information about the entire operation. With all the intel we had received, it seemed like this would be an easy takedown, at least if I were part of one of the teams attacking this army. So, I needed to wrap up with these civilians and help out with the real hero work. They're moving in, a pro-hero shouted to the group behind her as she held her hand to her earpiece. So that means, it's our move. Garaki Kyudai's POV. Yagi seemed strange. I couldn't pinpoint it, but something about him felt off. Not off in a psychotic way because we're all a bit twisted in this line of work, but off in a secretive manner. It's typical for teenage boys like him to keep to themselves. However, it felt as if he was hiding something significant. Additionally, the circumstances surrounding Shigaraki Tamura's death seemed suspicious to me. The way it had been described, both boys had ventured off in the middle of the night alone without informing anyone of their whereabouts or intentions. I had heard that the two considered each other brothers, and it was common for brothers to sneak out. However, going after 9 without backup was a reckless move that I couldn't see someone as intellectually mature as Yagi making. It was a simplistic choice at best, unlike Yagi. Although I hadn't known him as well as I pretended, I understood the basics of character reading. Yagi is the type of person to hustle someone in a game of pool. He is the type to devise a plan and think it through before acting. He's cautious, not the type to dive headfirst into a challenge he knew he couldn't win. Not the type to confront a powerful opponent like my latest test subject with only Shigaraki Tamura and himself as backup. I had sent Shigaraki Tamura to transport my test subject 9 to my laboratory and retrieve him once he had escaped, but he failed, which wasn't entirely surprising. It just didn't seem convincing. Something else must have gone wrong, and Yagi was the only other person there. Even Yagi's account didn't seem credible. Why would he instruct Shigaraki Tamura to fight 9 alone, knowing 9's power far surpassed their own? It was all peculiar. I had heard that All For One had informed Yagi that he would be next in line to inherit All For One's cloned quirk after Shigaraki Tamura, of course. That was my first red flag. All For One also appeared somewhat skeptical. However, he wasn't in the right mindset to think clearly. He had genuinely cared for Shigaraki Tamura. He viewed him as a son, which was evident, given he had given the boy his name. Although he had taken Shigaraki Tamura off the streets and into his home to spite All Might originally, over the years of nurturing and raising the child, they had formed a bond. Now that the child was gone, All For One was in a deep state of grief. Nevertheless, he still decided to proceed with his plans of passing on a form of his quirk, even through his pained tunnel vision. He might not have been in a proper state to make rational decisions and see through deceptions, but I was. All For One believed in me and my words when no one else did. He funded my research and became a dear friend to me, and for that, I owed him everything. He couldn't fathom that the person Shigaraki Tamura had grown so fond of would even consider arranging the child's demise. He wouldn't imagine it. I, on the other hand, had much less faith in humanity. The boy had softened All For One. His newfound tunnel vision limited him to such thoughts, which was why I was here. A second opinion is always important. A second opinion could save a life. This was the reason I had suggested All For One not give Yagi the original copy of his quirk, which he had planned to do. We had a backup prepared in case of an emergency, yes, but All For One intended to give up his original quirk to Yagi and keep the copy for himself. I, however, intervened. I didn't trust that child, Yagi. I didn't understand what had transpired on Nabu Island to cost Shigaraki Tamura his life, but I knew Yagi was lying. I sensed something was amiss. I still proceeded with All For One's new successor as I would have with Shigaraki Tamura because this was what All For One had asked of me. Regardless of whether or not Yagi truly had anything to do with Shigaraki Tamura's death, he was my masterpiece. My greatest work. I had been focused on Yagi for quite some time, so I left my double in charge of my other duties in the hospital and such. Everything seemed to be going well and according to plan, which is why I hadn't been expecting a pro hero to come barreling into my laboratory through my medicine wall. Are you? The pro I recognized as Mirko started, out of breath. The real one? Izuku Yagi's POV. It was so simple. Being a child, that is. Quirks ruined humanity. Or maybe the world had always been as broken as it is now. Perhaps it wasn't just the emergence of quirks that ruined the world. Maybe it was the flawed human mind. When quirks first appeared, those with power were ostracized. Now, in the current day, those without power are ostracized. It made no sense to me. What do these people want? What does society want? I had always worn a smile as a child. Before my friends began getting their quirks. Before I didn't. It was all sunshine and rainbows back then. I grew up too fast because of the harshness and brutality of society. I was bitter and vengeful. I remembered the day Bakugo received his quirk. We had all snuck into a restricted area of a forest, and I was scared. I didn't like being in places we weren't supposed to go. I didn't like breaking the rules. However, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Izumi did. They teased me about not wanting to go into the forest surrounded by fencing until I complied. I suppose they had always been pushy and harsh towards me. As we walked through the covered woods, I could barely focus on anything but my own fears. Fears of getting caught in a place we weren't supposed to be. Fears of getting hurt, being in the middle of a forest restricted to public access. Fears of something going wrong filled my mind. I was deep in thought when a loud explosion echoed in front of me. I looked up to see Bakugo staring at his palms, the first in our friend group to develop a quirk. We all rushed home, praising Bakugo. I think I was the most excited for him, perhaps even more than he was. I watched in awe as one by one, all my best friends developed their quirks, while I waited patiently for my own. Both Izumi and I were late for different reasons. Izumi's quirk was so powerful that it needed the extra 2 weeks to fully develop, while I faced the reality of being born quirkless. Izumi had discovered her quirk at the quirk doctor's office, while I was told I would never develop one. My life took a downward spiral after that, but I felt that this moment would change everything. All the pain I had endured would finally turn around. Those years of constant mockery and suffering would be thrown back at those who had tormented me for so long. It felt like a dream, reliving the few happy moments I had clung to over the years. But then, I was pulled back into the nightmares of my past, watching helplessly as my younger self was tormented. It all led up to the day I stood, staring down at the concrete from the height of that rooftop. I watched as my body fell gracefully through the air, nearing the ground, when I heard a familiar voice speaking to me with warmth and compassion. It was all for one. I walked toward him as he smiled, inviting me to join him in a special world built just for him. This was the road less traveled, the one too difficult for most but the most rewarding at the end. This was the end of my suffering. Once I crossed this bridge between my past and future, I would be strong enough to confront those heroes who cared for no one but themselves. My past would no longer hold me back. I would be liberated, able to liberate those around me. I would save the world and break the chains that had held me down. I would confront those who had mocked me and correct everything. My eyes opened slowly as the cold embrace of reality enveloped me. There, looming over me, was a hero. Heroes made me sick. All their philosophical talk gave me headaches. I watched in disbelief as the energy drained from the hero's face, adding to my own strength. As the hero before me weakened, I felt a surge of power. Feeling empowered, I unleashed a powerful slash with my whip, creating a blast stronger than the one that had devastated Daika City just months ago. The world around me was engulfed in white as I activated Ghost and floated into the sky. Get ready, because I am here. Izumi Yagi's POV. I could feel him. Through One for All. He's coming. I mumbled softly. Todoroki and Kaken glanced back at me in concern as I spoke, turning to face the hospital where the others were supposed to be. A loud banging noise echoed, and I felt a wave of light engulf my vision as my body was thrown backward. As the light faded and silence fell, panic erupted among the public. Buildings were in disarray, and those who hadn't evacuated were running around in chaos, with heroes trailing behind them. One for what? I heard a hero shout amid the chaos. One for all. He's after me. A grin crept onto my face as I realized what was about to unfold. A battle between brother and sister. A battle between the gifted and the giftless. A battle between good and evil, with me fighting for justice, and the one who shares my name fighting for his own selfish desires. This would be our final confrontation because I knew, and he knew, that only one of us would leave this day alive. I was determined not to die today. I would emerge from this rematch as the only Yagi child on Earth. This was a battle to the end. And I was ready to face it. Bring it, loser. Izuku Yagi's POV. That brat, Izumi, doesn't deserve One for All. She doesn't deserve her place in UA's hero course. She doesn't deserve to exist. Izumi was the problem with the world. People like her would always exist, and I made it my mission to cleanse the world of those like her. That was my drive, my purpose, to free the world from people like Izumi and fix society. I stood, staring at the hero in front of me, exhilarated by all the ways I could defeat my sister. I had already contacted Makia and the others, instructing them to come to my location. Now, all that was left was to find and confront Izumi. Of course, I still needed to get past Endeavor. Not a problem. Ordinarily, I would have activated Ghost and flown away to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, this was the new #1 hero, and I couldn't let him become a nuisance. Besides, I had just acquired my new quirk, and being a copy, it didn't have any power stockpiled in its inventory yet. Vanishing Fist. The hero standing before me yelled as he charged at me, his right arm engulfed in flames, pulling me from my thoughts. Damn it, Izuku. You need to stop spacing out. Activating Ghost, I used its ability of permeation to evade his attack, watching as his fiery fist passed just beside my left cheek. That would have hurt. Before Endeavor could pull back and strike again, I placed my palm over his face. It felt invigorating. The rush of power flooded my system, a surge of vigor overtaking my body. The sensation of grasping the one thing I had always dreamed of, obtaining the one thing I had aspired to have, was more satisfying than I could have imagined. It was so easy. It was so simple. All it took was this incredible gift of nature to finally have what I had longed for, the absence of which had made my life a struggle. I could feel myself growing stronger as confusion washed over my opponent's face. All of the power, all of the strength, all of the energy from this one quirk. It was all mine. Grabbing my now solid arm, Endeavor pried my hand from his face and landed a solid punch to my left cheek, sending me crashing to the ground. He truly was powerful, even without his quirk. Hell minefield, he yelled as he leaped down, preparing to unleash his special move. A grin suddenly spread across my face as pure horror filled his expression. The realization dawning on him was a sight to behold. The beautiful look of dread filled my heart with a joy greater than anything I had ever felt before. It was amusing. Watching another malevolent and abusive man like Endeavor stare at me in fear was entertaining. Despite my resentment toward Todoroki, he was still human, and Endeavor had mistreated him in a way that mirrored my own experiences. Therefore, he deserved this. He deserved to live out his days without the power he had taken for granted. What's wrong, hero? I laughed as I stood up. Looking for this? I asked, conjuring a flame in my palm, my expression one of triumph. As I laughed at the man kneeling before me, a sudden urge washed over me. An urge to obtain more power, however, not just any power. Deep within my soul, I felt a pulling force whispering the same phrase over and over again. Get one for all. Get one for all. Get one for all. Get one for all. Get one for all, I repeated aloud, my voice barely above a whisper. One for all. Endeavor's voice echoed in confusion. Heeding the voice's request, I activated Ghost and began my search for Izumi and her quirk. Assuming that those heroes actually cared for the civilians, I figured they would be evacuating the nearest city to Jaka Hospital. However, it was possible that Yude's Hero Corps students weren't even involved in this battle. I didn't know where to start looking for Izumi. This would have been a good moment for Ragdoll's search quirk to come in handy. I could have simply activated her quirk and located Izumi in an instant if I had it. No matter. Dwelling on what amazing quirks others had would get me nowhere. Besides, I had multiple quirks, and going from none to 5 was already astounding to me. As I soared through the air, a genuine smile spread across my face. Not a malicious grin filled with insincerity and rage, but a smile of true happiness untainted by the melancholy of my past. One filled with joy and bliss uncorrupted by the vengeance that had once consumed me. It was a genuine smile. I had finally obtained the thing that would aid me in my quest for global salvation. The power that would help me cleanse the world of its flaws. Flaws like Izumi. Flaws like those who manipulate and hurt the less fortunate. I had finally obtained the power I had desired for so long. Those who had sacrificed for my dreams of liberating the world were not few, but their sacrifices would now bear fruit. After settling my personal vendettas against those from my past, I would begin my quest of liberation and rescue those like myself. Rescue those without power from those with power. Rescue those without quirks from those like my sister. Rescue humanity from corrupt heroes like my father. Rescue humanity from society's wrath. I'm so close. I can't fail now. Izumi Yagi's POV. I waited, staring toward the source of the blinding light that had engulfed my vision for a moment in excitement. As much as I hated to admit it, Izuku was smart. He had always been analytical growing up, and I doubted he would give up that habit easily. Therefore, I expected him to have an idea of where I would be. In the midst of a mass evacuation. These civilians could manage without me because as soon as I see that green-haired idiot's face, I'm going to make his life a living hell. I'm going to confront him, and then I'll be praised for dealing with that pest. Honestly, I'll be doing the civilians a favor by confronting him because I'll be leading him away from their pathetic selves. If they could take care of themselves in the first place, then I wouldn't have to do this. Movement beyond the dust-clouded horizon caught my eye as I strained to look for my brother. I sneered as I watched Izuku's form growing larger and larger, finally coming into view as he flew toward me. This was it. I could tell he had spotted me as I used one for all to propel myself in the opposite direction of the evacuation, leading my brother toward another area for us to have a battle without interruption. It would be a nuisance if someone were to stop our fight just as I was about to put my brother in his place. As I propelled myself through the air using one for all, I felt the gentle burn of the air as it whipped my face due to my speed. It was almost calming if you ignored the glares and angry shouts of the man behind me. It was almost peaceful if you neglected the present situation. It was almost a lovely moment. Almost. Izuku was ruining everything. Because of him, my friends wouldn't talk to me. Because of him, my classmates resented me. Because of him, my father was gone. I wished he had just disappeared that day. Then, everything would be right in the world. I would become a hero, and I would have all the friends I could have ever wanted. I would still have my father to guide me in mastering his quirk. If Izuku had just vanished that day on the roof, then my life would be perfect again, but he was such a failure he couldn't even manage that. Pathetic. Ah! I cried out, feeling a crippling pain overtake my back as I began to fall. As the concrete grew closer to my face, I felt a burning sensation across my back like the sting of singed fabric. The confusion of what had just happened barely registered before I felt my body hit the ground, accompanied by a burst of maniacal laughter filling my ears. Turning to face my brother moments after my collision, I saw him shrouded in flames of gold and red staring at me from only 50 meters away. The smile he wore when he first came into view was now twisted with malice as he gazed upon me, lying painfully on the cold ground. His eyes shone brightly in the sunlight, reflecting his emotions of resentment and amusement, contrasting beautifully. Meanwhile, his laughter echoed throughout the solitude of the battlefield we were now in. I sneered as I began to lift myself off the ground, readying myself for the battle that would surely ensue. It was only a matter of time before the long-awaited confrontation between brother and sister would begin, and I was prepared for anything this loser would throw at me. This was for my dad. Izuku! I shouted, invoking one of Endeavor's special attacks as I threw my fists back. I had always wondered why heroes yelled out the names of their special moves. It seemed like a foolish idea to me. Announcing exactly what you were about to do left no chance of catching your opponent off guard, although it definitely felt cool. Izumi dodged the blanket of fire I unleashed and began emitting a wave of dark tendrils from herself. Bombarded by her barrage of black whips, I stood in shock. I had thought her quirk was merely a power-enhancing one that worked alongside her original telekinetic abilities. This new variable was confusing and aggravating. I hadn't expected this, and it annoyed me. I was irritated that there were hidden facets of her borrowed power. Annoyed that she had even more strength than I had originally thought. Annoyed that she was still stronger than I was. Annoyed that our father had chosen her over me. Annoyed that I was still being overpowered by her. I was annoyed. I gritted my teeth as I felt her figure land on me, slamming my body into the broken, cold ground of our battlefield. As her dark tendrils pinned me down, I felt her fists striking my face, giving me no moment to breathe. While her whips of darkness attempted to restrain me, I activated my quirk before floating above her and using Endeavor's flames to counter her attacks. However, she dodged my bursts of fire with precision and grace. She was like Bakugo growing up perfect, poised, and gifted in everything she did, which only succeeded in annoying me further. My ears twitched as multiple voices filled my mind. Voices I had known. Voices I had hated. Voices that brought back memories of my life before Tamura. My life before the League. My life before I had been saved. Izuku! Bakugo Katsuki's voice cried out from a distance behind me, filled with anger. I could only watch as I glared at his figure growing larger as he and Todoroki approached. I deactivated my quirk's permeation ability and activated my energy whips to remove Bakugo from my plans. He was annoying and arrogant, someone I didn't need for my plans of global salvation, so I could eliminate him if I chose to do so. I raised my whips as he approached and prepared to charge when I felt a strike of power hit the left side of my jaw. Izumi. The sting of her raw power lingered on my face as I reached for it, feeling a metallic taste fill my mouth. I had caught All Might's punch at full power without breaking a sweat, so how was it possible that this bratty, selfish girl could hit me and max out my shock absorption? I glanced down at my sister as she stood, swaying slightly, clutching her right arm in obvious pain. The smirk on her face only intensified as my expression of melancholy and fury grew. I didn't want Bakugo here, nor did I want Todoroki interfering. They would meddle with our fight. They would ruin everything. I raised my right fist and fired a wave of flames too large and too fast to dodge, which enveloped the two in the heat of my rage. Turning back to my sister who stood, breathing heavily 50 meters away, I scoffed. I activated my whips and used my quirk to fly towards Izumi at incredible speeds, gathering momentum. I could see her face growing larger as we sped towards each other, preparing for impact. Seeing as Bakugo and Todoroki found us as quickly as they did, I assumed that more heroes would be on our tails soon. I didn't have enough time, however, I'd have to make do with what I had. I was just about done with Izumi's antics, and now was the perfect time to end this. I could see it in her eyes. The fierce determination she wore. The resentment and hatred that filled her eyes made time seem to slow for a moment. I had seen it all before. That was the same look Dabi wore as he set someone ablaze, knowingly dealing them a fatal blow. That was the same look that crossed Tamura's face as he disintegrated a man with a grin. That was the same look I wore when I confronted my father, ending our tumultuous relationship. She was entering this battle with the intent to defeat me, and I was no different. Either we were both destined to be heroes, or neither of us were. I guess we truly were cut from the same stone. I felt our fists collide as we closed the distance, and then I felt pain. The overwhelming force of Izumi using more power than our father had during the USJ incident surged through me. It was the pain of confronting the full extent of the power I had been drawn to, unleashed against my sister. The pain of my childhood tormentor still affecting me, even after being gone for 2 years. I sneered as both our bodies were pushed back from the force of my shock absorption quirk colliding with her borrowed power during our battle of good versus evil. Although I couldn't tell who was who. I was the technical villain. However, I had done more to help people than she had. All she cared about was saving herself, as proven on Nabu Island when she willingly attempted to abandon 2 children because she thought she would die if she didn't. You ruined my life. Izumi cried out, breaking our silence as we exchanged blows fueled by our mutual hatred. If it weren't for you, everything would be right in the world. I laughed dryly at her words. I didn't blame her for my actions or who I had become. It wasn't my fault her life had spiraled because of what she had done to me. My choices were mine alone, and aside from what I had done to my brother, I didn't regret anything. Izumi was blaming me for her terrible personality and for others realizing how she truly was. That wasn't my fault, just like my choice to join the League of Villains wasn't hers. I chose to do all the things I had done. Just like she chose everything she had. None of us were being forced into anything. It's not my fault you're struggling, I shouted, my voice rising over the chaos of our battle as I watched her expression grow more grim. You little brat. It's your fault all my friends hate me. It's your fault my classmates resent me. You ruined everything. Oh, I ruined everything? And it's your fault my dad is gone, she spat with venom. You made my life a nightmare. Yeah? Well, how do you think I felt all those years? Retorted, frustration boiling over as we slowed our movements. Oh, I don't care about how you felt. I never have, nor will I ever. She laughed, a cold sound. I knew what I was doing. I never thought I was protecting you. I've always hated you, and do you want to know why? Because no one has ever loved you. My heartbeat quickened, and my mouth felt dry. I was back in that classroom, standing in front of Izumi, Bakugo, and Todoroki as I cowered in fear. They tore me down with their words, and I wished for a normal life. I felt frozen as she smirked at me, that insane glimmer in her eyes, the same one I had always seen. You're the same worthless insect you've always been. If you had just disappeared that day, everything would be right in the world. You're the problem with society. You're the problem with everything. She growled, and I felt myself begin to tremble. No. If I could go back to the day you jumped, I would walk up to you. And I'd hug you. I would hold you close, whispering soft reassurances like, "It'll be okay. And don't worry, no one will ever hurt you again." I watched warily as she approached, her voice dripping with honey and danger. And then, "I'd push you off the roof myself." I felt my blood run cold as her words sank in. My body shook, my mind going numb. My heart ached as I processed her statement. She was no hero. She was a monster. Her complete disregard for human life was sickening, unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Through all my years of abuse being treated as less than human, I had never encountered someone as heartless as this version of her. Especially from someone aspiring to be a hero. All I could see was red as I charged at my sister once more. My anger and rage consumed me. Her words echoed in my mind, and all I could think of was the threat standing before me. Izumi was a danger to society. I powered up my energy whips and Endeavor's Hellflame to create a flaming whip strong enough to incapacitate my sister on impact. All I needed was a clear shot. All I needed was for her to let her guard down even for a split second. That was all I needed. I slashed and thrashed my fiery whips through the air, just missing my sister as my vision narrowed, helping me to notice the heroes approaching our battle. However, the tide hadn't turned yet, as I could hear the heavy footsteps of Gigantomachia drawing near. I sneered, my eyes narrowing. I didn't want anyone interfering with my fight. I needed to defeat Izumi on my own. As much as I wanted to eliminate her for the greater good, this was also for myself. I needed to prove that I could overcome my past. To prove to myself that for once, I was strong enough to beat her. I'm selfish. I activated Ghost and used its power to evade any attacks that Izumi would throw my way as I began to charge my large whip. I didn't have much time, not enough time to continue trying my luck with the smaller whips, but I did have enough time for one last attack. I felt energy pour into my body as I expelled it into a whip. Meanwhile, Izumi continued bombarding me with her dark tendrils from afar. Either this would work and defeat my sister, or it would fail and my allies would arrive along with the heroes. Either way, this could only end in my victory. As my whip assembled rapidly, I smirked. This was it. The endgame. The finale. The final act. In only a matter of moments, the past 2 years of my life would have had meaning. My purpose would have been fulfilled partially. I raised my whip with joy and anticipation as I deactivated Ghost's ability, readying myself for what was to come. However, as I began to rain my whip of energy and destruction down onto the ground from my place in the air, I felt a sharp pain strike my stomach. Izuku! I heard my name called out as a ringing sounded in my ears. Datsu! Aizu! Another voice pried, cutting off as my body fell through the air. Ku! I felt my vision flickering from black to white over and over again as I felt a surge of pain erupt in my back, the ringing in my ears only intensifying. Is. Ku. A voice called out through the noise and pain. However, as the moments passed, and the sounds faded, all I could see was darkness. The sound of a door clicking open woke me from the darkness that clouded my vision. As my eyes flickered open slowly, helping me to adjust to the blinding light of the illuminated room, a low voice sounded. Ah, so you're awake, huh? Took you long enough. The foreign voice spoke harshly. Where? I started, getting cut off almost instantly. You're in the Tokyo detention house. Room 203, to be exact. I felt my ears perk up as I jumped to my feet, rapidly readying myself for an escape, only to collapse as soon as my feet came into contact with the floor. Groaning, my hand shot up to my head, comforting the spot where my head had impacted with the ground. Dumb move, kid. Your body's still recovering from your family reunion a couple of weeks ago, or have you forgotten what happened already? As I repositioned myself to sit upright, propped up against the wall, I took in the appearance of the man in front of me. His hair was long and unkempt, resembling the color of a raven flying overhead in the dark of night, while his eyes were black and ominous, reminding me of a deep abyss. Eraserhead. You were injured. The disheveled-looking pro-hero reminded me, pointing to the bandaging along my stomach. You've been fading in and out of consciousness, acting delirious and feverish, for the past 2 weeks. He explained. Honestly, you could have died. You didn't have your tetanus shots up to date, so a rusty pipe flying straight through your stomach could have been fatal. I guess villain work doesn't come with a healthcare plan. Dabi, Toga, Mr. Compress, Spinner, twice. Okay. I began again, worry and regret lacing my voice as I noticed Eraserhead's expression soften for a moment. I saw them coming last minute towards Izumi and I. I just want to know what happened to them. They got away with the exception of twice. He spoke, walking towards the small desk that sat close to the door. As soon as your so-called friends saw the heroes capture you, they ran away. No, they didn't. Even the big guy. The man elaborated. They left you. They didn't. So, well now, why are you here? I asked. You've built quite the reputation for yourself, kid. Eraserhead replied. 24-hour surveillance. Guards aren't cutting it, as proven during one of your episodes over the past 2 weeks. So, pros have been patrolling outside your room, and it just so happens that I was on duty when you began stirring in your sleep. Eraserhead explained, pulling out a phone. Now, I'm going to alert the warden that you've woken up, and we'll bring your attorney in. This will be a headache. I groaned in response as I banged my head against the wall repetitively, trying to either wake up from the nightmare I had been moved into or make my cause of death head trauma. What are you doing? Eraserhead asked me in a monotonic voice without shifting his gaze from his cell phone. You'll damage your brain. Not like I'll need it anyway. I responded dryly. A trial is pointless. You'll just be prolonging the inevitable. I'll be going away for life if not receiving the death penalty, because we all know that I'm guilty of whatever crimes you people accuse me of. Patricide, theft, murder, aggravated assault, kidnapping. The man listed. Yeah, I did all that. Now can we call it a day? No, because that's not the way we do things. Eraserhead spoke with annoyance, causing me to roll my eyes. Now, your attorney's on the way. She'll be representing you in this case. Do you know how this works, or do I need to explain it to you? No, I'm sure I'll manage. I've become pretty independent over the course of my life, if you couldn't tell by now. I sighed in exasperation. Great. We'll also be resurrecting you. Eraserhead's voice rang out, catching me off guard. Legally speaking. What a way to phrase that. Not even 5 minutes later, a knock sounded from the other side of the door. As a result, Eraserhead rose to his feet and opened the door, revealing a tall woman with white hair and electric blue eyes. Ah, Takada, thank you for coming so quickly. Anything for my clients. The woman, presumably named Takada, spoke with a smile. I'll be outside the door. Just scream if you need help, Eraserhead said, giving me a thorough look before slamming the door behind him, leaving me alone with what I assumed was my attorney. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with striking snow-white hair and icy blue eyes that reminded me of a frozen lake, complete with skate marks etched in. Now, shall we begin with your defense? Bakugo Katsuki's POV. It had been 2 weeks since the battle, 2 weeks since Endeavor had lost his quirk, and 2 weeks since Izuku had been taken into police custody. No one was allowed to see him, except for the pro-heroes guarding his cell. I had heard that Izuku had been seriously injured, which shocked me. He always seemed so strong, so powerful, so invincible. It was classified information, but Mrs. Yagi had access to it since Izuku was her son and a pro-hero herself. She told us that he had developed an infection from a pipe that Izumi had found on the battlefield. The pipe had punctured Izuku's stomach and damaged his respiratory system. He had gone into cardiac arrest twice. Mrs. Yagi said that if it weren't for Recovery Girl's treatments, he might not have made it. It felt wrong to me. While Izuku fought for his life in a pretrial detention facility's medical bay, Izumi was being praised by heroes for her bravery and success in defeating a villain that neither All Might nor Endeavor could match. She could have seriously hurt Izuku. I could only imagine how he felt, hearing that Izumi was once again being celebrated for defeating him, just as she had in the past. despite his injuries, Izuku was still the same at heart. When I looked into his eyes during our battle with Nine on Nabu Island, I saw the pain, sadness, and heartbreak as he cradled his friend's body. But when I looked into his eyes as he fought Izumi, I saw nothing but anger and resentment. The happy, hero fanatic I once knew was trapped in a cage of rage and fury, shielding him from happiness. He would never find joy as long as he held on to the torment we put him through. He would never move on until he felt he had received his revenge, until he found justice for what we did to him. I knew what I needed to do, and I knew when I needed to do it. For his sake, I will make this right, Izuku. Izuku Yagi's POV. The weeks leading up to my criminal trial time allotted for evidence gathering and processing were absolute hell for me. I hadn't tried to hide my work or my identity, so the evidence was stacked against me. I just wanted this nightmare to end. However, I still had motives and plans, so I didn't want to give up. As I walked through the courtroom with my hands bound by quirk-dampening cuffs, I could feel countless eyes on me. The eyes of my father's past friends, pro-heroes, my mother and her friends, my sister and her friends. I felt their gazes. I took my seat next to Ms. Takada, closing my eyes in an attempt to relax. I hated being stared at, especially with looks of disgust. It made me feel small, weak, and powerless, just as I once was. I wanted to shrink into the stiff, wooden chair and disappear. I wanted to close my eyes and escape, running through alleyways with Tamura tripping and falling over my untied shoelaces because I refused to tie them again. I wanted to be with my friends, laughing as the NPD tried to figure out how we had graffitied the highest point of the Tokyo Tower. I wanted so much, yet so little at the same time. A hand rested on my shoulder, and I looked up to see the woman beside me smiling gently as she stood to deliver her opening statement. "Good afternoon," she began, addressing the 3 judges and 6 civilians. From the ages of 4 to 14, Mr. Yagi was subjected to abuse and neglect by his family, friends, peers, and teachers, all for one reason: he was born quirkless. She paused. In a world filled with quirks, he was ostracized and shunned for being among the 20% that lack power. Let that sink in. As a 4-year-old boy, he was mistreated by everyone around him solely for not possessing power. Pathos. From being told to take his own life by his friends to being told to give up on his dreams by his idol, his own father. Mr. Yagi was alone, sad, and hurting. He was unaware that his father was all might until he overheard a conversation between his father and sister about hero work. Not long after telling his son to give up on his dreams of helping people, All Might praised his daughter for her power and decided to train her. I cringed as Ms. Takada spoke. I hated hearing how pitiful my life had been before meeting Tamura. I hated hearing how weak I was. I despised my life story and the looks I received when it was told. I felt vulnerable in front of the courtroom, full of judges and people present due to the Saibanin system. I felt weak in front of those watching attentively in the back of the courtroom. I felt weak in front of my past friends and family who chose to witness my side of the story. I felt weak. Having been turned against by everyone he had ever known or loved, the defendant snapped. He gave up. He ran away from home to the top of his school, where he attempted to take his own life. Mr. Yagi was hurting, and when he woke up to find Shigaraki Tamura sitting next to him in a dark room, speaking to him not as an insect or someone who deserved to be belittled, but as an equal, Mr. Yagi felt a sense of happiness. He cherished the feeling of someone being there for him, and when I say there, I mean truly present, caring for Mr. Yagi. Yagi felt like family to the defendant, a sensation he had never truly experienced before having a family. This chapter takes place towards the end of chapter. If you would like more insight, I've recently rewritten that chapter, so feel free to check it out beforehand to better understand the context. Thank you for reading, and I hope you enjoy this special edition. Izuku Yagi's POV. I felt my eyes flutter open to the sound of voices murmuring all around me. The voices traveled throughout the ash-scented air, echoing from wall to wall, rebounding and relapsing over and over until all I could hear were the voices as they increased and more people joined in, although this only made it harder for my tired ears to understand what they were saying. I strained myself, listening and looking for a sign of life around me, but to no avail. All I could see was darkness. It consumed me. "Hello," I called out as I tried to stand, but felt my movements restricted. I turned my head to the right, looking towards my wrist, and then I looked towards my left wrist, seeing leather straps binding my body to the cold and dark floor as if I were some sort of offering on an altar. "What is happening?" I spoke out in a panicked voice as I tried to think of what Shigaraki would do in this situation. "Who are you?" I questioned the murmuring, choir-like voices as they chanted their hymns. Trying to level my mind, I breathed in and out before looking over my situation again. I was tied to the floor, had no weapons, nor did I have a quirk, and I had no idea where I was. The only hints of my location were the frosty atmosphere and the faint pillars I could make out in the darkness surrounding me. Still, no matter how I looked at it, there was no escape. All I could do was wait to see what would happen. The voices persisted loudly until one by one, they all stopped, only leaving a whisper of echoes in their wake as I strained to catch their words, although the quiet wisps were still too raspy to make out. With the absence of the voices, my form was blanketed in the black abyss-like room, which honestly felt more terrifying than when the voices masked the fear of what was to come. "Death to all!" The voices chanted as figures slowly emerged from my sides, startling me with their abruptness. I felt myself release a short gasp as figures draped in blood-red cloaks holding lit candles appeared from every direction, continuously chanting the same phrase in monotoned voices, "Death to all." I watched with a sinking feeling in my stomach as the figures placed their candles across the floor in strange and coordinated positions. Meanwhile, another figure emerged from the dimly lit corridor to my right, chanting in a deeper voice, though keeping the same rhythm. The leader. The figure stood before me, holding a dagger in the palm of their hand, along with a jar of black dust, most likely ash. As they threw the ash around my body in almost random motions, they knelt before me, bringing the dagger closer. "Who are you?" I spoke with a fearful glint in my eye as I watched the dagger approach. "Death to all." The voice chanted once more, dragging the dagger along my chest in awkward motions. I felt a sharp sting as the dagger grazed my skin, a warm sensation pooling from my body like 1,000 insects escaping from my veins and organs, swarming up and down my form. However, I couldn't speak, nor could I scream. As the figure finished, 2 more beings cloaked in red approached us from behind the chanters with trays in hand. Like the first figure's manner, they stalked towards me with strange, elongated movements. Although, this time, I could see the stretched and unnatural grins that coated their faces. They knelt beside my body, collecting the warmth pooling from my form, while the chanting only increased in volume. The beings took the warmth in their hands and smeared it across the ground, coating it in a crimson liquid that reeked of metal until all I could see was the blood, smeared in circles encapsulating stars around us with candles at their every edge. "Death to all." They spoke out again. "Death to all. Death to all." I felt my voice mimicking, though I was sure I wasn't the one speaking. "Death to all. Death to all." I copied it again with a lump forming at the base of my throat. As the chanting continued as if it were a broken record, escalating in volume and pitch, I could feel myself growing weaker and weaker. My eyes fluttered, but I fought to stay awake with every ounce of strength I had left in me. "Death to all." The voices spoke again, beginning to shout as they spoke faster. "Death to all. Death to all. Death to all. Awaken." I felt my body shoot upright as a figure spoke before me, and I was met with the wallpaper in Shigaraki's room. Standing to my feet, I looked for him, although, as I saw he wasn't there, I decided to walk towards his ensuite. My feet dragged over his comforter, feeling weighed down as I walked with a pain in my chest towards his bathroom. I stopped in front of the mirror and gently pulled the buttons of my shirt open to glance at what I hoped was only my chest, but as I looked, I felt my voice shriek in horror. "Death to all."